of it? You want me to get the records of it and make you look like a real jerk?
You're stumbling. You feel foolish now, don't you? You feel foolish.
I don't feel foolish. I'm calling you on your bullshit. Do you want me to dig in? Hey, numbnuts. Do you want me to dig into the record and show you to be a jerk off once and for all, and a liar?
Dig into the records. Go dig into the records.
You're either directly lying or you're Alzheimer'd at this point.
Oh, now again, more name calling. I have no Alzheimer's.
So I'll ask you again. The dentist that tried to follow, the dentist was out west. Out west.
Yes.
Different person.
Yes, right. Different person. So now when you're caught in a lie, everybody's effeminate. Go ahead. I'm
not caught in a lie. You're making no sense. You brought up a dentist. You brought up a dentist who's a person all the way out the other side of the island.
West, like you said.
I said Stony Brook facility.
To see a therapist, yes.
There's no therapist at Stony Brook facility. It's a psych ward, you fuck nut.
It's not a psych ward. It was a referral.
The guy's insane. You need to be in the psych ward. I'm taking you there for your birthday.
Look at you.
For your birthday this year, I'm taking you to Stony Brook for a therapist.
Yes.
For a therapist. Are you fucking kidding me?
Look at you. Look how angry you are.
Do you want me to look it up right now online what it is and make like a jerk off?
You could do whatever you want to do. That was 12 years ago, pal. You could do whatever you want to do.
Oh, so now the time makes a difference of how much you bullshit.
It makes a difference. I don't know what that place is now. It might not even be
now it's changed. In the last 12 years, it's changed.
You're sad. You're sad.
It's changed now. Stony Brook psychiatric facility's been there 100 years, but in the last 12 years, he's pretty sure that it's changed. Now it's something new. Could you lie? Could you lie anymore?
Like you said, you like to do this for content.
Could you lie anymore?
No, I'm not lying. You like to do this for content, and I play along with you. Come on, let's go. Go. Come on. You want content? I'll go with you. Come on.
Stony Brook University Hospital Medical Center.
Yes, medical center. Correct.
Psychiatric unit.
No, it wasn't it wasn't a psychiatric
there it is. Unit. It's been the same today as it was 12 years ago, oddly enough. Isn't that fascinating?
You weren't in any psych ward.
Do you see why you get fucked at court? Do you see why you get fucked at court? Because you're dishonorable bad faith?
I don't go to court. That's another lie.
If you did, you go. Because you please.
You just said I was fucked at court.
He can't figure out. I'm talking to an audience also of another group of chimpanzees who can't manage their own affairs and lie constantly, almost pathologically. So Stony Brook facility was for a therapist because we hadn't seen other therapists at private places with their own practice. We'd never done that before. This is the same. A psychiatric facility is the same as a therapist where they can keep you. But it wasn't that, but it was that, but it changed, but it didn't. Right? And maybe it's the weed I'm on.
You lie. That's more lies. You tell lie after lie after lie. It's sad.
Right.
It's sad. It really
sad.
Is.
What's sad is, like they keep saying, I'm showing PTSD optics. Wouldn't you be frustrated if everyone in your life's been calling you sick, crazy, mentally ill, a drug addict, and all the rest of it while putting you on medications at 12 years old, taking you to places and not admitting that it happened, reconfiguring the experience in someone else's mind, or gaslighting you and saying the drugs got your brain? Wouldn't that frustrate you? Knowing that not only are the people closest to you doing it, everyone else is doing it, it seems, in reality on some level? Right. Tell me about PTSD optics when you're the most PTSD'd out, trauma-based mind control, yelling and screaming, out of control being snafu snaps who can never have a relatable conversation. Tell me all about your assessments of me now. Another genius. Amazing.
Okay, but it's okay when you assess Jack, this one, that one, then it's okay.
Because what I'm saying makes sense. Because what I'm saying makes sense. I know that it triggers your ego. That's what I and 140 people here right now and 1.4 thousand after the fact thing. You don't have that. The woman next to you doesn't trust and respect you, nor should she. You took her down to get genocided. Dummy.
The only one with an ego here is you.
You took her down to get genocided, and I said she's going to get the C word, and you didn't listen, and then she went and got it, dummy. Why should she trust and respect you? Only by the grace of God is she not dead yet.
More lies. You keep.
My mother went and got the treatments, right? And he was too afraid to pipe up all the way with that situation, okay, and get involved because of a divorce and all the rest of it and shitty family on the other side. She went and got the C word and died, and he cried his eyes out again. And I've not changed anything about my perspective and my presentment, my understanding, but you do nothing but whine and cry when it gets real bad and do this false strength egoic presentment the rest of your life. And it's a fucking joke.
You're sad. I feel sorry for you. The lies.
I know you feel sorry for me.
It's
like you see, we really see you feeling sorry for me, but I'm lying. He's lying while telling me I'm lying because we really can tell he feels so sorry for me. But you know, you really get that energy.
Well, just one thing: when you're broke, don't call me for money. Thanks.
Oh, we're back to money now. When's the last time? Oh, you're going to run now, huh?
Oh, all the time. All the time.
So you're going to do what the moose does: bring up money and then run.
No,
don't run now.
No, I'm not going to run now. No, because I'm done. Because
run now.
You lie too much. Tell everybody about all the money. Tell everybody how I support you. Tell everybody that.
You give me money. You give me money.
Yes, I've given you $40,000-$50,000.
When's the last time?
$50,000. Come on, don't lie. You put it into crypto.
You let me know when you're done. Various familial investments. You tell me when you're done.
I set up your channel. I paid for your trailer.
Wait a second. You set up my channel?
All your equipment is from me, guy. All your
you paid for this equipment?
Yes, that's my money you spent there. That's correct, guy.
This is amazing. Please stay. Please stay. Wait, please don't run. Please don't run, because I'm now going to show the receipts. I'm now going to show the. There you go. You see how it works, Aaron? He just told everyone that he pays. He set up my channel. He paid for all this equipment. And he hasn't given me anything since he bought that trailer that I told everyone about. Not him. I told everyone about.
I think I paid in part for some of that equipment. Just, you know.
No. Do we now have to this is amazing. My father wants to trick me out of my own position like they all do. Now I have to show the records of what's been coming in for the past year. That makes it so that I wouldn't need him to buy equipment. This is bizarre. This is the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. Okay, you know what? Oh, wait, someone just donated again. Yeah, let's go over it. Because I'll trick myself out of position. I'll make people get the opportunity to hate on me. Right? Flow State wants it anyway, right? So we've gone over the best month was 8 to 10,000, right? Pieces of 4-ply, of course. We went over that. So I need you to buy equipment, right? We went over that. Do we need to even get into that? Do we need to get into that? Why'd you run away? Why didn't you stay up here? Because I wanted you to show me and everyone else where you bought this equipment and set up the channel and everything else. I want to see that. All right? I want to see that. Fascinating. But I'm the liar. 2 out of what? 7. I don't know what that means. Your thoughts, Aaron, on the complete narcissistic, deflecting, obfuscating, gaslighting, false claiming, dishonorable?
I'm not going to say anything about your dad, but I'll say that I don't know what I was going to say. Life is good.
Man, the hate is like, and this is my point, bro. It doesn't even matter. You can give me $1 billion. Do you I'm not victiming. I'm saying if you know what it's like to live around these people and with them from day one. Give me $1 billion. That's why, whatever. You want to talk about that and you want to make false claims and lies and talk about, we could show it all. And then people don't want to give no more because they think I'm doing so great that I don't need it. I'll just keep doing what I do, right? But you're going to hate on me so bad while saying you're my biggest supporter that you just tell outright lies when I didn't even ask you for that trailer, you invested it back in me because you said you wanted me to continue to do the broadcast in a place where I had 4 walls and a roof over my head because I was doing it from a truck. Does everyone like forget I was broadcasting already for 8 months from a fucking truck and a tent? But he started the channel. He paid for the equipment. Are we supposed to believe that whole time when I have it on YouTube, you want me to show you the studio? For 6 out of 8 of those months, it was, it went 4, 8, 10, 15, 20, 25. That was just on there. Why are you telling all these lies and then convincing other people out there who were trying to set this narrative that I'm poor and broke and can't afford nothing, that's actually true? Why would you do that? It's sick. And why would you do that knowing it almost puts me in a position now of having to do what Flow State and the haters want, which is show voluntary contributions and make it look like I'm unthankful and ungrateful and put me in position of folks not supporting me and contributing so I can make a living voluntarily. After telling me when I started this, he said, how are you going to make a living not doing what they all do, selling stuff? I said, I don't know. I'm going to go with the faith and what the Spirit tells me. And he has the nerve to now show up with this hate on the other side and claim he's still doing it and making it all happen. You're a fucking pathetic scumbag lowlife. I sent you a card for your birthday a few days ago. I'm sorry I did that. I didn't even want to do that. I did that because if I didn't, you'd bitch and complain about me how I don't love you and I never do for you because you spent so much money on me all my life and then I don't really love you, right? So I shouldn't even have done that because I don't fucking respect you. I think you're a pathetic fucking embarrassment. Okay. And you just blasphemed in front of the world. So now you got to live with that. I know the truth. Other folks know the truth. I could show even more of the truth and make you look like even more of an asshole. And I have to decide how I want to play that. I shouldn't even fucking talk about this shit. But then I say, you know what? If I come into it with spiritual faith and I say, hey, if I do what's true and what's right and I bring a good broadcast one way or the other, no matter what it is, people will always support me, even if it's few. They're always going to do it. All right. So I have to stay in that space. Hey, even if I come out in the open, as long as they know my heart and they know I'm not out here squandering shit and riding on rims and acting N-word rich, as they say, right? As long as I'm not doing any of that and acting a fool, I guess I have to believe and have the faith the way I came in will continue. Even if I'm at times put in a position to have to go, you know what, motherfucker, here's what it all is. And now what? Now go find some reason to play your games and lie and hate on. I can't even believe he just said all that. I'm actually this is one of the few times I'm actually shocked he just said that. Because I tell on myself so much, I go, there's no way a motherfucker could come up here and influence anyone else's opinion. He just outright fucking lied and detracted from my whole experience and journey on all levels. And the value behind it, right? That comes and goes. He just fucking acted like that. Wow. Your thoughts, Aaron, and others? Like that's probably been the only time I've been shocked this whole time is whether he's doing a bit non-bit that he would actually say that and then leave and gamble with my reputation knowing none of that is true. And then I've contacted him multiple times saying, Dad, look at what's coming in just by me doing what's true and what's right. Isn't this a blessing? And isn't this a miracle? Isn't this amazing? Seeing as how I was once a heroin addict who had no purpose and no way out. And he has the nerve to turn around now and act like there's no value going out or coming back. That's sad. That's really sad. That whole what he just did right there. All right, go ahead.
Take a breath, bro. Just this. Just take a breath. It's okay. I get it.
Oh, I understand that. It's just it's really like a being like that. I've had to at some point with all these people kill him off on some level in my mind because there's nothing coming for them but pain and suffering and more degradation and humiliation for themselves and others. I just be part of it,
You say it all the time. You get what you put out. So people have to go through their own hell based on what they're doing. And if what he was doing was unjust, he'll have to deal with that all by himself. You don't have to do a damn thing. You know these things.
That's sick, man. That's like really sick and twisted. Like you start doing better than ever in your life just off honoring you and speaking and living truth. And they want to stay around on some level just to take credit for it and devalue it and detract from it. And then obfuscate their own accountability.
A lot of people on here have pretty good discernment. So people see through to what is real. So just keep doing what
I've
you know to
realized,
be
bro,
right,
dealing with
bro.
Jack Talcott, it's only, this is why they say Jack Talcott don't have value. It's only dealing with Jack Talcott that I've come to realize my father's a hardcore narcissist. I never bought into that shit of all them words and terms. I've studied it all, but I was a coastal guy, right? Like some people just got issues, whatever. No, this is real shit. This narcissism shit is real shit. They just say anything, ignore anything. All for control and power and to not be seen for who they are, right? And I go, this is the opposite of what I live in. I've came out in the open in all ways to get power off being who and what I am, accept it or not. Take me as I am or not at all, right? And these folks live that opposite way. And I go, this is so frightening because it's a complete disorder. And it ends in nothing but pain and suffering for this being and everyone around them.
So the best you can do is do the best for yourself.
I mean, if you wonder, why, I always say the path to awakening and enlightenment a lot of times is purification through suffering. If anybody perceives me having any awareness or level of enlightenment, it comes through that, having to contend and deal with that from day one, and having to find a sense of self outside of a complete disconnection and projection. Right? No mother, no nobody, just me and him in the house like that, and no voice and no power and no validation. Right? And complete invalidation anytime I break out of his perspective of me. So I do this to show other people what it is, right? I don't care even how I feel in any moment. I do this to say, look at it. Look at what we're dealing with.
Well, you know what the consequence of you growing up like that is that you now have a voice and you're speaking to millions potentially of people around the world to, present us a message of stand up for yourself. I mean, that's all the result. So, there is no room for resentment. You know that, right? I mean, you have to.
I understand that this whole walk has made me who and what I am, but I'd be lying if I said at times that it's not challenging and trying. I just have come to know that the challenging and trying is where the work is done. So I not only not avoid it, I go directly into it.
Some of the things that I know, and probably a whole lot more. And one of the things is, to hold any kind of resentment is to think that you're giving somebody else poison or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's
if it is like resentment, I try to
expecting the other person to die. Is drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. You know that. So this is I'm just trying, because I'm not emotionally involved in this at this point. So I'm just trying to, that's all.
It might be resentment. I see it as whatever the energy is. I'm not going to set it up to be righteous, but it's what forms me to come on here and not be motivated and ambitious for all the things my father chased all his life. Shows me that there's something else we have to focus on. And through that, I get those things, so much so he's going to turn around and hate on me for it. Because he knows I've been right all along. He knows I've been onto it. And he can't conceive of it, and or he doesn't want to embody it. So now he's got to try to destroy it. And this is how sad it is. They don't want their children to be as good or better than them. They want to retain a status above them. Sitting there telling me
another thing that a good I don't know lesson message whatever is that it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. When you get that and and you're secure in your own self, then it matters not what somebody else has to say. Like, I read the chats and I see people, talking smack, and I'm like, okay, but that's okay. Fuck them. I don't care. You have no bearing in my life. You have nothing. So
yeah, I detest the liars, and I detest the games that we play with ourselves and each other. And that's what motivates a lot of this. I'm tired of it. I've been tired of it for a long time, and you're not going to do it around me anymore. It's that simple. Nobody. You're not doing it. I'm not letting you take the truth out of a situation if I can help it. Right? So do it with all of them, and around them, I'm not going to do it. And you can call me a liar all you want. One of us is believable. Matter of fact, one of us is knowable. You could be with me and see me and hear me and feel like you know me. That motherfucker is distant. Right? I don't know if you get that, if I'm projecting that, but that's the energy I get, right? You can't truly know these people and connect to them. Motherfuckers come on here within a week or two. They feel like they know me. That's the difference. These people spend a whole life with women and children, feel like they never really know them until they show themselves. Well, I want to hear from Snap. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I did, so I must have. I value what you say at times, Aaron. At times, I don't necessarily agree with your perspective, but that's fine. I mean, join the club, right? So Jennifer's now, juxtaposition now is Jennifer's texting me, telling me basically, let's see here. Oh, yeah, how amazing of a man I am and how much I've been helping her grow and learn and resolving all of her insecurities and fears. Right. So you can go fuck yourself because I never really did, nor do I now need your validation and approval because I have results. Results. Over and over again. Piles of different results that I go, wow, this is great. Coming from where I come from, having no results in my own life. Now I got results in my life and other people's lives in my life. Holy shit, man. Right? So you ain't gonna take the power out of this walk in this process. You couldn't if you tried. So your time is over. You and people like you, your time is over in my life. People like me's lives, right? We're not giving our power away to you folks anymore. So just keep up with your tyranny and your distractions and deflections and delusions. It's not washing. Not now. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow will be different. I need to hear from Snafu Creature. That's who I need to hear from in a moment like this. Someone I can count on. Give me the harsh truth that I don't want to hear. I suspect he's...
Huckabody!
That father of yours is a pogo marfugal.
Where's he at?
He's down there. He's fucking.
Where you at,
he doesn't know. He doesn't know if he's coming or going. Right.
Get on here.
And this is exactly what Lou Bass, by the way. This is exactly what Lou Bass does to his children and women, and what he did is exactly what Jack does to his women and children. And if you think I can't spot these people like that, oh, I've gotten real good at it. Living with one, they say people in these situations become empathic, right? Well, people have said that about me on some level, so I own that. So out of the trauma comes an ability and a skill that's been honed. You cover up somebody's eyes, they learn to hear real good. So I spot them like that. I go, wow, I know you're one of them. And then I ask 5 questions. Hey, you eat a lot of meat, right? Hey, tell me about your love life. Hey, mother and father situation? Yeah, what do you do for a living? I'm on you like the administrator at court. I know you're a dishonorable, bad faith, false claimant scum. Simple. Go ahead, Aaron Creature. Regale the folks with...
I think that Snafu's scared to come up is really what's going on right now. I think he doesn't want to face me because he knows the smackdown is coming.
Well, I don't want to believe that. I choose not to believe the Snafu Creature could ever be put in fear of a cupcake, as he says. Snafu. We never even got to see what they did. They took over an hour and 20 minutes of this broadcast with their sickness and dysfunction, as always. And I had to fucking smack another bunch of hoes, like always.
Who's right there? Who is that?
Who? Oh, that's penile. Every time you see somebody with a background who's not there, it's either going to be penile or wizard.
Well, I know wizard right there. Right there. I'm mirrored, so.
Yeah, I'm like, now I like.
Wrong direction here.
Jack comes in here now, and I was supposed to go to him and Antoine. So is that like.
Do that.
Is that off on the energy now? If we just go right into Jack and Antoine? After all that, I just smack them down again like a hoe?
Wow, you do what you do.
Yeah, I'm tired of having to smack these hoes, these grown men. Tired of it. It's, you know, it's a burden a lot of times. I got to come in here and get everybody right with their bullshit.
They say it's a gift and it's a curse. So, I mean, it's like you have a certain responsibility at a certain level, and then you just have to.
All right. So the universe gave me the option to pimp. It's in my blood. It's in me. It's not on me. So I got to smack hoes from time to time and put the pimp hand down. That's what it is. You're born for this. It's not made. Do we have a new Talcott flicks yet? What's up with that? This fucking guy tells me last night, 5 hours in, oh, new cot flicks dropping. I go to search this morning, nothing. Cupboard's empty. All right, what do we got here? Looks like there is something new. Okay. Let's go to cot flicks. Let's change the energy around here a little bit. Got very heated and hectic moment there.
I think Piano Man donated something, it seems.
Piano Man, yes. I was going to get to that. I'm a little bit perturbed in this moment. I didn't forget about you folks. You know what I do when you folks donate and contribute. I always, give the honorable mentions. Let's see here. Piano Creature. Thank you. Had it. Where was it? Julian Barbary and Ramon. Thank you, fellas. Yeah, maybe. Well, I'm not going to get into it. I don't know if that's it. Yeah, Stony Brook is not as bad as Creedmoor. Got it.
Woosah.
That wasn't the point, sir. A little bit of dead silence. Right. Okay, so it looks like that's it. Oh, Laurie Suzuki as well. Laurie Suzuki. Folks are now basically, they're basically now taking pity on me. So, I could, unlike my father says, I could go get something out of, pity now. Because they're like, wow, that's really horrible what you have to deal with, this horrible person all your life. And having no mama. So they're like, here, you know what? Just take something and get the fuck out of here. It's like, it wasn't that energy before you lied and acted like they weren't doing that anyway. But now they pity me partially because they think I might have to be homeless soon and go back to picking up garbage because you just lied. And because I've had to deal with you all my life. So I guess that's like, it's kind of good marketing in a way, huh? The pity dollar. Not too many folks have access to that. Usually you have to lose some limbs or something. Starving African children. All right, let's go to Talcott. Talcott and Lucifer discuss campaign for corruption. Very bizarre already.
I am a little concerned now.
About what are you concerned about, Doug?
Talcott clip collection. Comment.
That guy is going to be legendary for the rest of his life, really.
Aaron, please.
Stay tuned. There's something amazing and there is something divine. History is being revealed for us and we're a part of it. And I believe my destiny includes great things and I'm looking for other leaders who want to join. I've learned a lot and I look forward to talking, man. We're going to have some good conversations because everyone knows you're my path into the Illuminati. And the people we know and they know, they've got connections and resources and positions in society.
Now, I want to be clear. I suspect this being is in contact with a lot of folks, not just Talcott. My father might be another one. And that Aaron person, not Aaron Spiegel necessarily, the other Aaron creature from Talcott's panel. So Watch for this creature because it seems to be dealing with a lot of folks right now.
Since I'm already on the campaign trail, why not? Humans are never satisfied. You always crave more. Bigger house, bigger car, more money, more power. The list goes on and on.
I mean, I'm a sellout too, so fuck. I guess it's all coming together now.
I think we can pull this off. Society is definitely ready for it. I must say, I've done a superb job at perverting it. Take pornography, for example. Well, you should know a lot about this one. Weren't you addicted?
Okay, seriously? You went and made the devil black in this? Like, I didn't have enough fucking problems and issues with this metaverse and these people being on me. You went and made a video where the devil is an African American. All right, you know what? Let's just move along, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I've learned. I have gained so much empathy for especially big black men.
Now, as you know, black people help me reach the masses. And it's easy for me to influence them with money since so many of them grew up without it. So I try my best to destroy the black family structure and keep black men away from his family and the church.
How many of our citizens are locked away in overcrowded prisons?
Oh, that's easy. Every generation is the same.
Slavery is a state of mind.
And it's worked like a charm every generation since, allowing me to continue my vicious cycle.
What I mean by that is, in my past, it's likely I owned some slaves.
Who better than black people? Black people possess all the natural ability that
God, this is horrific.
It has always been my policy to target and isolate a group of people.
Do you have hope?
To answer your question, yes. And out of all my strategies, this skin color thing has worked the best.
One of my best friends, James Lomack, he's a black dude I met long ago in the service, and he helped me become a better man. Fuck, it felt good.
Love is love, right?
Hey, actually, you know what? I believe we're all here to help each other. And what that means, who knows?
Isn't it obvious? I just use humans' own innate physical desires against them. And since sexual desire seems to be the most powerful, I usually run with that.
I could show you my ass if you'd like.
No.
It's totally non-sexual. It's just,
This is disturbing.
it's inspiring.
Where was I? Oh, yeah. Do you know what has been my most enjoyable pride campaign to date? Well, my gay pride campaign, of course. Not only do I get the chance to promote your own self-destruction, I get to use God's logo, the rainbow, to do it.
I do want to do stuff like that. Not necessarily naked. I know that's where many of the minds went straight to.
Do as thou wilt has been my campaign slogan from the start. I offer all the sex, wealth, and fame a person could want.
I've tried on my own. I do a lot of stuff on my own, but doing stuff like that as a group, I think that would be fun.
Who doesn't like attention and feeling more important than the next person?
Between you and me. I love you, man.
Keep up the good work spreading my message.
You do what you can. And it is a noble job to some degree, but I'll figure out the right approach and the right message. And who knows, man? This is my lifetime, so who knows what I can do and what I can't, unless I try.
All of my policies are aimed to do one of three things: either steal, kill, or destroy.
I feel better already.
Keep up the good work. There's really no rush to tell people about Jesus.
There's an unconfirmed possibility that I'm a retelling of the Jesus story. One could say the second coming.
Y'all been saying that for centuries. I'll just use it as motivation to get as much of my agenda pushed through and deceive as many people as possible.
So you're calling me a joker?
Yes.
What is your problem, dude?
Crazy, huh? I'll tell you.
Hey, dumbass. I'm saying fucking, if you learn to work with me, we will go beyond fucking the talk, dude. But if you're not willing...
I didn't see this coming. I was going to say, this is way too synchronistic, and there was nothing funny about it. It was hitting close to home. I'm like, this is an actual biography. All right. This isn't some kind of comedic piece. It was just disturbing and shocking. But now this is getting funny because he's not even able to deal with the devil here, I guess is the bit. Talcott even fucking up a deal with the devil.
To work with me and offer me respect as a man? Fuck you.
I love the way you argue.
Are you delusional? Do you not know what is real?
I think I've done pretty well. My record speaks for itself.
Go away. I've had enough of his backstabbing nonsense. That was his one and only chance. Why are you back?
I'd like to take this moment and give a special thank you to two groups of people. First, I want to say thank you to...
Go away. I don't care. I don't care. You can be part of my success, or I'll leave your ass behind, and you can bitch about opportunities you missed. Satan is going to rule the world, and we're going to get more destruction. And don't fill yourself with love. Don't ground yourself into Mother Nature. Don't fill yourself with inspiration and love and light. Go ahead, stay in darkness and live with fear.
I like that ending. We need more of that, man. Can we get like a 2 to 3 minute clip at a time that I can post on the channel? I want you to make me something like that with the music and
Who did that?
What do you mean? It's Cot Flicks, bro. Act like you don't know already.
Well,
who else could do that?
No,
Alcott Clip Collection, of course. Thank you, Jeremiah Johnson, for your pity donation.
It was funny. Seeing
as how I'm apparently poor and broke and can't afford to make a living now doing this and rely solely on my father, according to him. I would love to bring Jennifer in here and ask her about all that. Watch her double over laughing. His insanity. Jennifer, can you come here? I have a question about someone's insanity. 1 second. Could you believe my father had the balls to come up here on this broadcast and say that he's paid for everything and done this all? She's not doubled over laughing. She's shocked and appalled. Right. He hasn't done anything as far as any of this, right? Yeah. And that's why that would be bizarre. Yeah. Shocking, huh? Yeah, these people are insane. Kind of like your mother. She's nuts. This guy's nuts. Full on. Okay. Well, we're bonding now over how nuts the people who are supposed to lead and protect and love us and be truthful and honorable are. She's shaking her head and walking out. She's disgusted. These people are disgusting. Thank you, Jennifer, for your input. Right. She's just as shocked and appalled and confused as I am. Why somebody would say that. It's bizarre. So, would you like to, Talflex, I want you to email me a short clip that I can make a short out of to boost this channel. We need more action here. That's why I've been going to black panels. I want more action. I got it here today with my father. I didn't want it that way necessarily, but I'll take it any way I can get it. For the people. For the truth. So, yeah, I want a Talflix 2-minute heavy metal, smoke, mirrors, the whole deal. And then just, the best quotes ever from Slave Cot. So what do you want to do, Aaron? You want some breaking slave? No, we didn't. Oh man, I can't get out of this.
Wes Watson.
Watson, right?
That's the title, right?
It is. It is. So
I would do it.
Wouldn't be correct if I didn't give you your dose of Watson. I guess Tribe would be upset too. Be very upset with that. All right, we'll hit Watson, and then do you even want this Antoine Jack coverage? I guess I have to. OTW started it. I yelled at him. He goes, all right, bro, well, whatever. I'll just stop it, and you can cover the rest of it on your broadcast. He was very amicable. They'll say he bent the knee, but I guess that's just him kind of being respectful and amicable. And I even told him, just finish it. You're already on it. So now I'll fuck everyone out of that if I don't cover it because they didn't see the rest of it. All right, let's get to Watson. Ripped, rich, rare, be well-rounded. See? He is watching this broadcast. I am well-rounded.
Okay. You got it. That area is solidified. Next area. Are you just going to keep trying to build more muscle and build more muscle and build more muscle and build more muscle and not build some wealth? What is the matter with people? Why don't they realize that it is a massive hindrance to just keep hitting that same nail in the same fucking spot? You're not building your dreams doing that way. You have to be well-rounded. It has to be ripped, rich, and rare. You have to be financially, physically, mentally progressing to feel whole. Progressing. Nobody ever gets there. You'll never get there fucking financially. You'll never get there physically. You'll never get there mentally. We'll always just keep seeking this growth daily. And when we seek it, it puts us in flow state. When we're in flow state, working towards creation of these thirds of ourself that make our life so fucking profound on this plane, people don't understand. This is the sensory world. Everything that was created, that we sense, we feel, we touch, we smell, this is the sensory world. You cannot thrive in the sensory world till you learn how to increase your mental state to a state of consciousness where you exist past it. When everything fails in life, when you start to lose everything, that's when the spiritual world becomes real and takes over. When I was sitting in the shoe on the floor, doing push-ups, connecting to people on a plane of existence that was not the sensory world, I knew that there was a deeper way of living this life. That's why servitude in mass changes your life so drastically. How many people can you think about and juggle all day when you're not addressing self? See, the selfish.
Right. See, that that person brought it up. I didn't even realize that. How synchronistic. That was my Father's Day special interaction. he goes, Paulie's Father's Day special, right? So you won't be getting a card from me for this Father's Day because you acted like a broken fucking child. So if they have a card at Slave Mart for Broken Child Day, I'll send you one of those.
This motherfucker sits there and addresses self all day. I need this. I want this. What is this? When you already know how to address self and you commit the actions that fulfill self, what's Tim doing? How's Billy? Susan needs my help. You think about all your clients or all the people you can serve instead of how you're not being served. You're not being served because you're not letting the actions ensue that start within you, that serve you, get you out of the way so that you can spend the rest of your day on other people. I don't see how this is so shocking to people to live this way. If you serve your 5-person family, you'll probably have the pay of that can support that, your vision. I just want to take care of my family at a high level. You'll have a vision that supports that. If you are thinking about serving the world and it's millions and millions of people and your vision supports that, you get that pay. How many people are you serving each day? This is going to determine the blueprint, the pay grade, and the purpose at which, the level at which your purpose is fulfilled. I'm trying to teach you guys these deeper things. Some of you grasp it, but it's only when the food gets pulled back. It's only when the vices are gone. And it's only when you realize you're so worried about you because you're a fucking egomaniac. Fuck. And that's what people don't get. They could get that twisted that I'm that way. Someone who lives their whole life based on servitude. Someone who's only always thinking about other people. Right now, I didn't want to shoot this video. Oh shit, I got to shoot a YouTube video. I thought about the millions of people that this will serve. So there was a no-brainer. I have to do it. You or most people would have been like, I don't have time. I have a headache. I'm tired. I haven't been able to do these things for me, I, me, I. That's what you fucks do. Next time you're about to make your piece of content, or next time you're about to do
slave
in mass that will change the trajectory of your life, because you'll start being someone who operates from a purpose-driven life other than let me fulfill my desires life. Then you'll understand what I speak of. But it usually only starts once the vices are gone. Once the food is in moderation, which is a vice when you're massively over-consuming. When the desires are being kept at bay by spending most of your time in servitude mode. You guys, I tried it the other way. It doesn't work. One of the biggest forms of where you deconstruct your life and your life becomes shit, one of the biggest forms of breaking down your existence is that inward magnification. I need this, I don't have this, I want this. That's selfishness. But you don't think it's selfish because you really just need to pay your bills for your family. And you really just need to get ahead enough to where you can get some breathing room. That's what you guys think. You'll get ahead enough and get some breathing room when you serve others. You don't wait till you get ahead and get some breathing room to serve others and only serve self till you get there. That will habitually construct behaviors that when you get there, you'll still just serve yourself. You wake up every day and you build you, and then you give that version of you to the world. You're solving the true problems that no dollar can solve. The dollar solves these problems in the sense of it buys you time to then go do the personal development. But the unlocks come from the people who've done the work, like myself, where I can tell you certain things like the world is not as it is. The world is as you are. When I wake up negative, the world is negative. So I use my process to get myself in a positive mental state, and then the world is very positive because the world is as I am, not as it is. Most of you guys will just blame the world, and you won't have steps that actually create your internal state through internal engineering. You're not engineering your internal state to then alter your perception of the world around you. These are all flaws, you guys. It's fucking easy. It's all so fucking easy. But you're stopping, you're not doing the work because you want to get to where you want to get to financially first, or you want to scratch that itch or fulfill that desire you have first before you go just start serving. I didn't care. I got out with nothing. I was happy to just be out. So I was just sharing what worked for me. Then it started paying me. And I'm like, oh, this is how you do it. You really don't care what you get, and you always just give. And we're never going to know which way or form it's going to change our lives. And we don't even care about that. It just feels good to give what worked for us, and then we're blessed. People don't understand that. They're like, well, how could I spend time working on other people? I need money. You have to have faith that if a man is right, his world will be right.
Dummy.
If a man operates correctly, all his needs will be met. I love you guys. Stop. Stop believing that the answers lie in that same act that you keep doing over and over. It's not going to happen. Serve others. Let's go.
And there you go. I didn't even know that was coming, and it's very synchronistic, right? You're going to try to devalue the walk of somebody who's done nothing but serve truth, what's true and right and correct, and bring that to others over and over again, show up for myself and others, and give the value away as I see it, therefore get value back. You're going to try to destroy that beautiful, miraculous process because you're not living it. How pathetic and embarrassing of you. You fucking lied again. You all got to live with that, right? I know the truth. You know the truth. So, again, the same people who ask me, how are you going to do this? I say, every problem contains its own solution. Every question contains its own answer. Watch me. Here we are. So you're not going to devalue that walk for myself and everyone else out there, that if you do what's true and correct, you will have what you need and then some. And that is humbleness before the creator and the creation and the truth. I don't have to be humble before men and women for whom there is no salvation. I don't put faith in them either. But I'm humble before the creator and the creation. I put faith in that. I put faith in that process. I live by that. And I generate the results. And I'm damned happy with what I've seen. I haven't seen anyone else get it that way. Not in my life. Maybe they have, but not in my life. So I did something radically different. I got radically different results. A lot of these folks closest to me can't fucking believe it. They're so fucked up in their ego about it. They can't believe it. God works in mysterious ways, like they say. Always has been in my life. Where are we at here? So
Bringing Snafu up. Tribe, come up.
The fucking link's been down there over and over again. I don't know what's up with these people. They had a great interaction to watch with me and my father today. Father's Day special.
Moose,
now all of a sudden nobody's got comments. Yeah, Moose Creature's down there. What's up? I just keep it moving, right? You folks don't do this. You folks don't come up here, bring your whole family up here, get into it, talk about the truth, hold them accountable. Surrender the outcome at the end of the day, go right back to who and what you are and what you're doing. Don't live like that. Then you want to come in here and question me like you live like that, right? As if I can't tell you don't live like that. You want to come in here day to day, week to week and question me, which is fine. Question me and hold me the fuck accountable. But don't be surprised if you don't get the results you thought you were going to get or what you were looking for. Because I really lived that way.
Well, you gotta have faith.
All right, we got to go Antoine Talcott, and then I'm getting the fuck out of here, I think. I might have to cover 1 or 2 breaking news just to satisfy the title, satisfy the procedure. We wouldn't want to violate policy and procedure. So here's Antoine in his cute little hat, pogo optic tie, and Jack's back on his panel, and Jack's sucking feet again, and making an embarrassment of himself because he doesn't know the difference between capitalism, free trade. Neither does Antoine. This is why you need me there, Antoine. Steel sharpens steel, and like I said earlier this morning, this is clay and iron. You can't pick the easy fights, quote unquote. Can't pick the easy way out all the time. So invite me on that panel. Be a nice man, Antoine. Invite me on that panel like you know you need to have a real conversation and conversion, and we'll get into it. All the things that Jack couldn't get into that you knew he couldn't get into that makes him perfect to have up there so he can embarrass himself and white people, quote unquote. You could show love for him while also laughing at him and his incompetence, as if I don't see this and as if we're not all experiencing this. So Antoine has stolen my toy also, by the way. Talcott was my creature. He was my chew toy. He was my experiment, right? And I developed a care for him. Now someone comes into town and they're going to use Talcott for their content. That's not how it goes here, pal. There's only one space for a user here, and it's me. All right, maybe not. I love Jack Talcott. Let's get to it. Aaron, I want your commentary, so feel free to bellow out with any ideas about what this all is. Antoine looking like he's got his mama's spirit heavy today, by the way.
That is pretty chauvinistic, very materialistic. In my opinion, it's a false light of what we need today.
I think that is great. I love what the Tate brothers is doing. I think that what it is that they teach is masculinity. I think that what the Tates under
Lumatom, I can't get through anything around here because I have such a panel of whack pack freaks running around constantly, just trotting all around me. Go ahead, Tommy, come on up because you did it again. Okay, you went on the panel yesterday with Antoine and you completely came out in the open, tried to shit on me, and it was right after you hadn't been here for days, but on all these other panels, you all do the same fucking movements. It's like hunting slaves. You all do the same movements. You go to the same water hole. You leave the same tracks. You have the same defensive motion and body language, right? So you don't show up here. Every one of you does it for days. Then I hear you're at other panels, right? And then you show up somewhere shitting on me directly or indirectly. So you can't even ally right, Tom. You can't enemy right. You can't ally right. Isn't that what you always say? You don't know if you're coming or going with me. We were on season 3. We were going to blast off with Spurg News, and you fucking ruined it again to suck black feet. Because it's everybody's favorite black daddy in town.
Understand is that the way that you get people's attention is with the stuff, right? But more importantly, I think that what they show is that the stuff is just a reflection of their lifestyle. I don't think that they necessarily advocate for it. I think that they advocate for you to be able to have the option to be able to buy and do whatever it is that you want to do because the world is our oyster. But the stuff is just a reflection of their success, right? And I think that if you really listen to them, I don't know how much you deep dived into them. What they really teach is masculinity. They teach men have to suffer in order to become successful, in order to learn the lessons. I think that they teach, being able to really be aggressive and working really hard, and that you can buy whatever you want once you get to a certain level. I think that the stuff is just a reflection of their success, right? So I don't think that they teach the success, and I don't think that they chauvinistic either. I'm gonna be honest with you, Jack. I think that it's not chauvinistic to be masculine.
I'm not going to get into that argument with you. Here's
Tell me what your thoughts are, Jack. I want to know what your thoughts are.
Well, I'm coming at this with a very, very different perspective than what most of the world has. Okay. And I recognize even my perspective is different than yours. I'm going to use Tate as an example, though, because he's a visible man and he's already controversial. But the other day in the clip you shared, he was talking about how, and you just said it too, how men have to suffer. You know what? This is egoic nonsense.
You think so?
Partial truths. Yep. Partial truths.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was muted. Greetings, Cage Slave. What do you got on your mind, man? If anything.
I just figured I'd come chill up here for a minute. Working on some
shit. Right. So what's with Illumitami now? Just occupying the chat, won't come up even when he's asked to. Went from Spurg News to Asperger's.
It's kind of funny. This Anton character is talking about masculinity while wearing this fucking.
Right. It's a ridiculous narrative. The man's wearing a cartoon hat. He stands for nothing. He puts his life on the line for nothing. He goes past fear in little to no areas. He sits around gossiping about other men, pocket watching, and rubbing facial cream on himself for bags. And we're going to talk about masculinity right now? Please. Okay.
I can't take him seriously with that fucking hat.
Let's not embarrass ourselves with this narrative. Beyond laughable. It's tragically sad. This is neo-masculinity, right? We got a bag. We command some audience and some level of validation in the public. People take our word seriously, and we have some level of influence and control over women and children, even if it's metaphysical. All right. So we're like the pinnacle of masculinity. Where's the action space to any of that? Where's the energetic presentment to any of that? I'm not buying it. You got the spirit of your mama. That's what I see and feel. Even the way you sit there with your hands in your lap and purse your lips, cock your neck, and then, proceed to reveal to us all the nature of reality. Very much reminds me of certain women with ego who women-splain. Say mansplain? Yeah, there's women-splaining too. They put their hands together, fold them like this. Let me show you the action. Hold them together like this, and they look up and they start to tell you, like your mama used to tell you. I wouldn't know. I didn't have a mama, but I watched it. Your mama would tell you how to be a good little boy. With the pursed lips. So it's pretty simple when you just recognize body language. Everything else after that is just kind of a.
He does kind of have a feminine body language to him.
Of course, sir. Of course. And again, let's not even get into the women that these men always deal with. They're hyper masculine, which alludes to me believing that they have a homosexual component to them.
Maybe they're getting pegged or something, bro. You never know.
Listen, There's a lot of areas of insecurity in these folks. Okay, and sexuality is just one of them. There might be multiple reasons why a person is so comfortable, like Antoine, only being with the same woman over and over again forever while being on a veranda talking about what the girls like to do. Maybe he's one of them. Maybe his marriage is a business relationship, like he says, right? He says there's no real connection between him and women. It's just a business arrangement. Sounds like what a homosexual would say. But I'm not going to get into it. Okay, because if you want to talk pogo optics high, a lot of these people out in Hollywood are not traditionally what everyone else thinks they are or what they say they are. They're in arranged marriages that are business relationships because they got an alternate lifestyle choice that's not as acceptable to them, their family, or everyone else, or all three. But again, I'm just speaking on what I perceive that could be true and may not be true. And it may answer a lot of the questions and close a lot of the gaps of the things people are confused about. Because I've watched the people in chat. Why did he say this? Why does he do that? Well, I could give you the layout and it might close a lot of those gaps. It just might start to make a lot more sense. So it's easy to sit up there with the spirit of your mama if you're a homosexual and not going to tell anybody and tell everyone else how you're monogamous and you're with a wife and never want another woman. You might not want women at all. I just thought the men that I know, like men, from the beginning of time, I thought, love women, red-blooded men, right? Who are like in touch with that part, not completely guilty and not controlling and narcissistic and like manipulative either. Just real with themselves and others. They just love women or interacting with women or sharing experiences with women. Just one woman in a business arrangement and really not much relationship or connection, it seems. I don't know. Who knows? We could speculate all day long. Your thoughts, Jackie and others? Cage Slave?
Yeah, because he did actually come out and say that it was mostly a business relationship between them, and she was in the kitchen, and yeah, I wasn't feeling.
She was in the kitchen with a masculine haircut.
I know, with her back turned.
Right, and she has a masculine energy about her, even with her back turned. And I'm not saying that won't apply to some women that I may be attracted to or deal with or whatever. I'm just saying that I'm pretty good at noticing it and then noticing who's next to him and then noticing why that would come about, that dynamic. Well, if you got the spirit of your mama, maybe you got something else behind the scenes. It would make sense why you would manifest maybe an overly masculine
social engineering agenda, bro. It's the eugenic.
I don't know anything about that. I know that with personal observance and awareness and the choice to change one's thoughts, emotions, and actions, one can redirect their energy and co-create a new experience with new types of people. So again, I don't presume to believe everybody's like where they're at and that's where they're at. Like there's a journey, there's levels to this. If you change yourself, you change your reality and your results.
No, I do agree, but I think there's powers that be that are manipulating people to be in that kind of way, or society to be like that, right? Especially through the women, because mostly, how do you control a man? Through finances, through money, or through pussy? Pretty much, it's like the easiest way to control the men of the population. So women are specifically targeted for that. This whole neo-feminism.
You say that, bro. You say that because your ego wants to believe that, but these men who come up here all choose to be in monogamous relationships, even though they didn't choose it, like they say. So they're controlling the men just like they're controlled by their masters in the mind and heart.
Yeah.
You got a man who's guilty about his nature. You could even tell him to go act out, and he won't. And he'll sit there like a tiger in a cage all day with a sad look on his face because his mama and society got into him and said, don't you honor that part of your nature, even if that woman might like it and want to be part of it.
Yeah,
you're going to be guilty over it.
Exactly. That's exactly.
Okay. And if you think that I don't like spot these people because I know myself, it's like everything else. The more I know myself and aspects of myself, and I just go deeper into it and look at it, even if it's like 2%, I just expand it and look at it. I go, oh, that's that. That's that. It's just expanded in that person. More you know the aspects of self and the complete self, false self versus true self, how it all expresses, the more you can identify it almost immediately in other selves. because there's no separation. There is no difference. You've never once on this panel seen anybody do anything radically different. What seems to be radically different is what's common sense. When people drop their ego and have a real fucking conversation about where they're at and where they want to go.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'll also add that with the interaction, just the short amount that we've watched, how much you could just see it seething up in Jack that he doesn't agree with what Antoine's saying, but he always comes back with, oh, yes, I really like that. You know what I mean? Like with you, if it was with you, he would right away shut you down. But with Antoine, he will say, oh, that's a very good point, Antoine. You know?
Because they're still in the honeymoon phase, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know, they're still in the honeymoon phase of Jack figuring out if he's going to be able to use Antoine and what he's going to be able to get. And he doesn't want to be in controversy. Once Antoine comes out in the open, like I did fully, and shows, hey, this is not what it needs to be, he's going to turn like he always does, just like he does with the women and children.
Well, also, it's like in his mind, he has something to gain, right? So he's like, I'm going to keep this good because I can gain something out of this.
He had something to gain with me, too, as far as he's concerned. I didn't say that. He did.
Well,
he said, I'm here because I respect you. I see what you do at broadcasting. You're a genius. You're this or that. And then it was when I didn't want to work with him. Well, I'm actually here to help you. It's like, what? You know, how are you going to help me in any way other than to be something I can observe or remind myself of things I may already know? It's all people like this serve as a constant reminder of certain things. You know? What are you going to give me as a sense of knowledge and understanding to apply to my life to make my life better? I don't see it. I haven't heard it. I've been here a year with him. Still telling this weak ass story. Go ahead.
What's the point of him coming back to you still? Especially after the big, I know it loops, but really he didn't come back at all yesterday, but he did get a good Antoine fix. But like, what's his, I don't know. I don't understand the mind of a.
What's the reason why
he even came back today?
What's the reason why women will break off with you, go start a whole other situation, still be in it, and continue to want to interact with you when you've gone your own way? You got something they need, I guess.
Yeah.
Something they want, something they need, something they can't live with or without. I don't know. Again, I mean, he doesn't come here for entertainment and observation. I go over there because I'm fascinated with it. And I know something interesting is going to come out of it. If not, I just get amazed that we're going to do the whole thing over again. People are going to watch it and I'm going to see how I can be a part of it. Right. I'm fascinated with the whole process. And yes, a part of me cares about Jack Talcott as a person. I've said it over and over again. But he doesn't necessarily have anything that I need, that I perceive or can't live without. I know that I can't live with him at this point, but I don't perceive that I have a desire per se or an unmet need. I just genuinely enjoy the whole process, right? And it's very rare, like in that situation, if a woman leaves, has other situations, she'll come back and say, hey, I don't even really know why I'm here, but I just genuinely enjoy you in this whole process that you kind of take me on. Like, nah, it's always going to be something. It's this reason, it's that, it's this and that. You'll never get down to it. So, I guess you have to deduce a lot of things in your life. You have to conjecture at times and suppose. You're gambling. Because, I think there's a part of Jack Talcott that loves me probably more than everybody else on this metaverse, separate from how he thinks he could use me. He has a genuine, I think, respect for me. He's communicated that. My understanding, how I put that forth, and what it's generated on certain levels. So I think it's multi-layered. I also think, too, he just can't help but to have to be seen and heard. I see that he'll go on any panel at any time. Right? He'll be up 1 a.m. like he was the other day. Because I get the list of them all on my thing. I don't go in there, but I'll see the list and I'll see the bubble pop up, and it's Jack on Toilet Bowl Earth. It's Jack here. It's Jack there. And he's got center square, and he just wants to talk and be heard, even if there's no effect. like an energy drain, right? Kind of feeding off of it, I guess. All right, what are your thoughts, panel? We're doing a lot of talking. I'm doing a lot of talking as always, and it's Talcott centric, as it has been for a while, from time to time. Your thoughts, Wizard? Excuse me, Hackle Boss. New channel, not promoting it. Right.
Hackle Boss has stepped away.
I think we should continue playing it. Let's just let it play for a little bit.
Create total confusion. And the words he said, I heard. I've been studying ego and spirit, and the ego is real easy to see once you understand what it is. It's the part that complains and blames. And the complaining and blaming.
What the fuck is with the hat? I can't.
And for me,
I can't get over that. Talcott continues. He's on the hat, right? This hat. So now you got Antoine.
Why is he wearing that hat? It's like.
And this is the world I live in, right? From day one. Just imagine like this awareness.
Man seriously wearing a fucking hat like that?
Just imagine this awareness, right? That I have, and I've been living with these people my whole life. And now Antoine goes, look at my spending summary. And he's like, he spent $100,000 this week. And then like, I have to remind myself, don't get pulled into that. You know, it's very alluring.
You could have paid me $100,000 to wear that hat. I'm not even joking.
Well, that's the thing is you don't even have to wear the hat, but somewhere along the way, something's going to happen, right? They're going to throw you the lotion and say, go ahead. And I'm gonna be like, what do you mean? You got to rub the lotion on your skin. Or you get thrown out.
Again. Some fucking Silence of the Lambs shit.
And I'm like, I don't want to rub the no. You got to rub the lotion on you to be here with us, and then it gets awkward, right? So
they make you wear a hat and shit after. Oh man. Uh-oh.
Yeah, but Talcott just said. What did he just say again? The Antichrist is. By the way, I got to tell you, I noticed another thing about Talcott. He's now making his own thumbnail quotes of his own phrases. Like usually people in history, they quote you. He's quoting himself now. So like he's got his own, you know, those like thumbnails with a quote on them and then the author and a picture. Yeah. He's making his own quotes of what he said with pictures behind it and posting it on his own page.
Well, he's a narcissist, bro. He thinks he's the second coming of Jesus or something.
Yeah, I mean, and that's again, I don't know. That's kind of funny and also sad, but it's fascinating. He's now quoting. If I could quote myself, brothers and sisters, as I have many times before, if I could quote the greatest man in history myself. Oh my God, I got to bring up this quote too. Like, wait till you see this fucking thing. You can't make heads or tails of what the fuck he's saying.
I need to see these men who are being followed and being, you know, touted for their worth and success. And then they spend their time complaining and blaming.
Right.
Someone in the comments saying it's hats of humiliation ritual.
Yeah, they said they came to him. They said, "Hey, bro, you got to put the fucking Yoda hat on if you want to keep getting this bag." He's like, "All right, whatever. If I'm in for the lotion, I'm in for the Yoda hat."
Well, see, but Talcott will be wearing a fucking dress, Paul. Whatever.
The crux of Talcott's life is complaining and blaming, and he's now saying it's the worst thing ever. Like that's all he's got is complaining and blaming. But yeah, I can't do the hat, man.
And blaming.
I don't think that they complain and blame though. I think that they just identify the issues that we are warring against in society, right? When you say when they can get arrested and be held in a jail but not charged.
My life sucks and it's everyone else's fault. It's like blame central.
In the court of public opinion before you actually before you're able to defend yourself, that's a problem.
Micro nap.
When we see a lot of these guys get Me Too'd and then they get released.
You want me to go 1.5x?
It was a case, Travis Rudolph, right?
Yeah, you need 1.5x. You got serious attention issues.
Got her brothers killed because she
can't deal with life. So
Pineal can only listen to things.
She was really married, right? And guess what happened? People lost their lives. he had to spend an egregious amount of money on a trial only to be proven not guilty, and nothing happens to her at all, right? We live in an age and a society where men are under assault and under attack. And because Andrew Tate and the Tate brothers are some of the most popular people in the world, I think that they're being used as an example of how it is that we need to take men down instead of embrace and exalt what masculinity is. So I think it's very manly to call out the BS when you see it, especially when it comes from a higher power that thinks that they can control us. Because the worst thing that
how is this guy talking about being manly while wearing this fucking hat,
and where they stand, because I think it's very manly and masculine to call out people instead of remaining
very manly masculine wearing this fucking booth hat.
It's easy to shut up and say, well, I don't want to be persecuted, but it's much more
Does he
difficult
think
to say,
his name's
no, y'all
Andrew
need to stand
Tate,
up and address
not
this for what it
Tate?
really is and call out the BS.
Respect. I honor and respect what you said.
I love you, Antoine.
Here's my biggest complaint, and take it for what it is. Many people who have risen to success, and I'll include you in this too, Anton.
That's fair.
Many
Right.
people who have risen to success have decided,
That's fair.
well, we can't change it.
This is
So it's
lotion
best just
fucking
to learn how
face.
to thrive within it. And when I say it, what I mean is this unjust system that profits from poverty. We've got an immoral economic and government system. And as I was coming up,
You think so?
Oh, brother,
I think that capitalism is phenomenal.
Can we have a conversation specifically on that topic?
Yeah, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, history. I used to be.
It's not
capitalist.
perfect, but I think it's phenomenal.
It served its purpose, but in its purpose, what it had.
Let me just point out that, and again, you could argue it's not capitalism or free trade is a better term I would use. Capitalism's like crony, fascist kind of situation. It's only because of this system, whatever you want to call it, which again, it's laughable. You call this capitalism. We socialized benefits and privileges and medicine programs and taxation programs. So democracy is a sister of socialism. That's been put to bed for thousands of years. Where was I going with that? Right. It's only because you live in the system that you could sit home, do nothing all day, every day, provide little to no service or product or value, and still exist. It's like you get money from the government, you get these things. Well, who knows even how you do it? But I guess never before in history, up till a certain point, did a man wake up, contribute little to no value to the community, and expect even more luxuries than other people around him. This is bizarre. It's not healthy. Right. And this is the pseudo spiritual movement of we're so godly and connected to God that we're entitled what everyone else has, but not the way that they get it, the right way.
Like creating something. Exactly.
Right. Or it's the, co-creating, however you want to put it, or just sacrificing, putting the time, energy, attention in. If you could find it another way without sacrificing a child, I don't know of it. Unless somebody is going to build it for you and hand it to you, in which case I don't think you'll be able to manage it correctly.
Oh, you got to earn it yourself, right? In order.
However you want to phrase it, man. There's a thought, emotion, and action space of co-creation. If you're not in all three, you're kidding yourself and others, and you're in entitlement space, and you're not thankful and grateful. So you can't talk being thankful and grateful and not living that.
It's like the three principles of creation, right? It's a universal idea in every kind of thought.
Yeah, like because other people go to work all day every day, Talcott could fucking sit on his ass, do little to nothing, and benefit. But he doesn't like that. He wants the complete package where it's Talcottism, where he sits on his ass all day, people go to work, and he gets all the benefits and privileges. Because that's what he would set up. We've seen how tyrannical he is. He would have you working in the fields and him, eating a bountiful meal draped in silver and gold and telling you that you need to just become more thankful and grateful while he, redistributes whatever you've helped to create.
And deciding who dies, who lives or dies. He's about population control. That really threw me off when he said that day.
Well, listen, he's doing a bit non-bit. You don't think that I look at Talcott and I do the bit knowing that there's a part of him, just like there's a part of all of us, that if you let yourself go into that, you could start devaluing other life, life forms and life in general and other people's experience?
No, I don't think I could go there personally. No.
I think that I think there's a part of every being that if you let it go there can just start to take other people's experience in life for granted. And there's a difference between being detached from other people's story about their life and experience, because you know we're all oneself and have all lived essentially the same thing, give or take. Talcott's here now. Paul is ignoring my savings and what I have conserved. I don't know what that means.
Come on up, Jack.
You can't be trusted because you're just like my father. You'll say anything, even if it's completely false and unable to be corroborated. But you can come on up and lie to yourself and everyone else. You've already told us everything. That's the thing. These guys lie and forget you've told us everything already. So why lie now when you've all already showed yourself and told who and what you are, where your power is found, so you think, and where it's been lost?
Has done is it has divided humanity as a whole. It has enforced and instilled this competitive lifestyle, and through the structures of government and corporations, secrets and lies have become profitable. Now, if we're going to serve the God of truth, why are we allowing our corporations and our governments to keep secrets from us?
But what are governments and what are corporations? Governments. Let me answer that. Let me answer that for you. Governments and corporations are made up of people. The governments that we embrace and that is a reflection. They're really just a reflection of the people that put them there, right? When you think about corporations, they're all ran by people. All of these things are just a reflection of the people that they serve, right? And so when you start to change the narrative, because money is power, right? Voting is power. A collection of people can be powerful. And when you start to think about that in the lens of capitalism and how it is that we even run what it is that's happening.
Voting is power, man.
Unfortunately, and fortunately, if you really look at America, as flawed as we are the most democratic and free people that are on the face of this planet. When you compare us to every other country, every other nation, when you're talking about dictatorships and all of that other type of stuff, if you see the flaws within our government, you're really seeing the flaws within the people that voted for them.
Correct. This is where I'm at. I encourage everyone. This for myself. I transform my life when I stop allowing myself excuses and blame. Okay. And that young man who was here right before me, got that haircut.
Yep.
Man, I was thinking about that. Sometimes in our life, that's all it takes. One action, one step towards self-improvement. And man, that can get the whole train rolling. So I missed his name.
He did that.
Hold on, Paul. This guy wearing the fucking hat. He really thinks that voting does something. He's like, oh, it's the voters' fault.
And how you represent yourself is largely going to be the determining factor for whether or not you are more successful or you are less successful. It's just a fact. It's a fact, Jack.
So okay, but I'm not going to dismiss or make arguments against the benefits of what this capitalism has done. But you just made the statement that.
So yeah, I have a theory that Talcott is a part homunculus creature, and he was gestated inside of a horse's ovum, and that's why he makes that noise all the time. He's a part horse homunculi creature who is insane, right? They used to say the homunculi creatures were insane, that they couldn't find a place with anybody because they're not like fully human.
Jews call them golems. Golems.
Thank you, sir. I'm aware. Thank you, sir. Thank you for constantly cutting me off to give your perspective, which isn't wanted really ever.
Okay.
But I'll allow it for some odd reason.
What America has built is one of the people are probably the freest in the world. But let's step back. What the hell are we comparing this to? We are comparing this to seriously oppressive nations. And this is what the year 2023. Why has the free world not stood up and united in its power on behalf of the other oppressed citizens in the world? Why are we not standing up for equality, not only with we're lying to ourselves. We are free range in America. We are not free. It's an illusion.
I think that we are.
What would convince you?
Well,
when we have to register, we have to license, we have to obey.
That's a
we
structure.
Have to pay to live and learn. We are not
structure.
free.
That is absolutely freedom. That's structure. Listen, without structure, you have absolute chaos. What you're describing is the purge. When you have a system or when you exist in a society where it's absolutely a free-for-all, what you'll start to find is that, because listen, Jack, here's the thing. If you look at, give me one country, nation, environment that's a better alternative that's already an example of what it is than what it is that we're doing here in America. Give me one.
The one that's waiting for us to create. It's
no,
here.
No,
right
Jack.
now.
You got to give me an example.
Anton,
Historically, or currently.
Capitalism has corrupted every example.
No, Jack. No, Jack. Give me one example of an alternative. And I'm going to explain to you why capitalism works. But give me one alternative.
I think I've got a weak connection. I missed the last part of what you
said. Give me one
so.
alternative. Give me one country, nation, or society that actually operates in a way in which you think that actually makes more sense than what it is than what we exist in inside of America.
What I'm suggesting has not been implemented on large scales before.
Right.
What I'm here, Anton. You brought in the
Talcotism.
argument that the rules and stuff are required for order.
Absolutely.
Let me ask you this: why are children taught to obey and not abide? Why are children taught to remember and not think? Right. Our school systems were created for the industrial age to condition the citizens to be good workers in the factories. It served its purpose. Okay, then propaganda comes out and, citizens are encouraged to pay for wars, and we've been paying for wars nonstop for how many generations? And how many generations are we going to allow this imagined fictional debt to stack up for our children? I mean, we're passing down generational debt. We're passing down generational trauma. Because, while all these children are separated from their families at the border, while we've got hundreds of millions of humans in migratory status today, those children are being raised that, they're going to have to overcome as they get older. But our mental health professionals, they don't know what they're doing.
Should we open up our borders, Jack? Should we have borders?
Eventually, I believe we can rise above all of this. All of what?
No, you didn't answer the question, Jack. And then you add the context. Okay, go ahead.
I'm adding my opinion. The nonsense of borders and the separations of wealth and authority, I think those all disappear when we collectively unite and we say, no more corruption in our governments.
Okay, so Jack, let me ask you a question. Do you think that we should have property lines on the homes that we own?
Now you're getting into the details.
Hold on, Jack. Hold on.
Hey,
should anybody be able to walk on your property or come into your house?
Well, collectively, we will find better ways of working together. Currently,
Jack, you're not answering the question.
Well, here's why. Where I'm living is today, I'm just suggesting that the world has better options available. It's waiting for us to choose. I've been studying alternatives. I actually, I've learned of other people. Other people have come up with these ideas for a resource-based economy for to use technology and mechanization. We could eliminate most of the job requirements of people. We could reallocate our human energy and resources into creating jobs that actually do good things, cleaning up our rivers, cleaning up our oceans. We've got a lot of repairs and cleanup to do here in Mother Earth that we could be doing if we weren't so focused on increasing some accounting number in some bank account.
Do you know how we get to a point to where we incentivize people to create jobs around cleaning up our oceans and rivers?
Yes.
How?
Proper education.
Nope.
Everything comes together, brother. It really does.
Nope. You know how we do it? Do you even know why we would even be in a position to incentivize people to then clean up our oceans and our rivers? And actually, Jack, to be honest with you, unfortunately, this is the thing that torpedoes your very argument in the first place, is because one of the reasons why our rivers and our oceans are so messed up is because we've given people the freedom to do whatever it is that they want to do when they want to do it. That freedom then allows for people to operate outside of the guidelines of
that freedom allows Jack Talcott to bullshit everyone else about what they should do while he doesn't go clean up the oceans and rivers. Exactly the point. Because Talcott wants to be famous and get money and validated for talking about cleaning up oceans and rivers, but doesn't want to do what men and women like myself and others at one time have done, which is go out with our own time and pick up garbage and trash and try to make the place better than how you found it, instead of just fucking talking about it.
It's the reason why you got clean water, Jack.
Oh, you know what?
Jack,
you think you have clean water?
Listen. To be able to maintain a planet with almost 10 billion people on it requires infrastructure. It requires guidelines. It requires rules. It requires discipline. It requires so many of the different fundamental things that this whole country is built on in the first place. If you don't incentivize people, aka capitalism, right? If you don't listen, complete anarchy is allowing anybody to do whatever it is that they don't want to do. You know why rules came forth in the first place? Rules weren't established just because people felt like it. Rules were then established. Infrastructure was built. Guidelines were prepared because people couldn't control themselves from doing a thing that was worst for us. And so if you just open it up for people to do whatever it is that they want to do when they want to do it. Hold on one second, Jack. Give me a second. I'm sorry. Who is this? Hey, what's going on, John? How you doing, John?
Good, buddy.
What's going on? I'm gonna go and check out those 3 properties today, actually.
Okay, because she just called me. She wanted to see a status update. She said if somebody buys them all 3, I can get them a good deal. Because I told her that.
What kind of? She said if somebody buys all 3 properties, she'll give me a good deal.
Yeah.
Tell her to give me her best offer.
Why don't you give me your best offer and then we can go from there? What do you think?
For all 3? Well, let me go check them out today, and then I'll make her an offer.
Okay, let me know.
All right.
She's doing some. She's selling a house. She's moving in with her fiance. So she said I need some money. So let me know.
So she needed an infusion of cash.
Yeah. I mean, they're listed. They're 60,000. She owes you 2 Well, Mac owes you by credit, you too.
She does owe me too. She owed me too. She owed me too.
So that's 58. So you make any determination, whatever price you want to give her.
All right, I'm gonna go check them out today.
Antoine now accidentally, purposely taking a call on the air to show how important he is and how much moving and shaking he does.
That's what
Kudos to you, Antoine. You're a great marketer for the bag chasers. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, call me in 15 minutes and say that this house is 60 grand, and I'm going to tell you.
Yeah. You're right, Aaron. She does owe me too. Yep, she owes me too. You know what? I'm going to go over there and I'm going to look at all three. Maybe I'll make you an offer. You know, let's not talk numbers here. I don't want to embarrass these broke ass slaves. All right. Yeah, I'll catch you later.
And then I'll make her an offer.
Let me know. Did you start the building on your house or not yet?
Yeah, we building it now. We got the surveyors out there. We got construction going on right now. So
who's your framer?
I got a contractor. I got an architect and a contractor. I can give you his number.
What are they charging per square foot? Are they decent?
And just like this is how, again, this is how you trick and Mac on the hose at dinner, is you take calls and you act real important and you're moving and shaking and getting deals done. And it not only works for the goofy hose at dinner, it works on Jack Talcott too, because now you could see he's questioning his life, his lack of purpose and meaning, wanting to be Anton or with Anton, and, you know, just wondering, how does he get it done? My favorite black daddy.
This is why you said that you could do, like, you could be completely rich if you wanted to sell yourself out. But
of course,
being genuine, you know.
Sir, do you think that Antoine is a better speaker than me or better dealer than me when it comes to networking and being relatable if I wanted to be?
I don't know that guy except through.
Right. Let me remind you, sir, he did pronounce the word stoic as stoic one day. So I'm not buying it. When it comes to the boardroom or on the street, I suspect that I have more pull with street people and people who would be in a certain position of notoriety, right? But again, in this world, a lot of times it's who you know, not what you know.
Knowing that having faith will take care of everything that needs to be taken care of. You don't have to, like you said, like compromise your values in order to make something.
It's not about even that you're making me too righteous right now. I'm not motivated and ambitious to be on the phone with dildos, as you call them, all day, every day, with that desperation in their voice, waiting to see how we're going to get to the next bag. I don't want that. If I wanted that, I could fucking trap.
I get it. That's what I'm getting at. You can manipulate your way to money. And once you realize that money is not the end all, then, and you have everything you need and more, then it doesn't really matter. So just
right. If I was really motivated like Antoine, I could put 10 other people on, tell them what to do, essentially, let them do it, sit back and collect money off of them. I'm not motivated and ambitious to do anything, it would seem, in the world, other than to have a passion for truth, to uphold God's law, and maybe to entertain from time to time and inform.
You don't have to sell out either to be successful at what you do.
I didn't say you had to sell out necessarily. I told you what it is. I'm not agreeing with his perspective. I said I don't see it as selling out. There's nothing wrong with me going to get real estate credentials and calling people up all day and putting some of my investment down, or using someone else's, not my father's at this point, because he's a backbiting, backstabbing, two-faced cretin. So believe it or not, I have other folks who, if I told them to, they've already come to me and said, hey, we got a bunch of fiat. What do we do with it? And I tell them, well, this is what I would do. I'm not going to tell you what to do. And it's almost like they would do it if I told them, but because I won't, they don't. So it's very bizarre. See, Antoine is not like me, because he'll be very readily able to go to someone and say, how much you got? Give me 100,000 of that. I'm going to go do something with it. He might be better than me in that way. He's a hustler, right? But it's too much for me. I'm not taking money from this person and putting it on this, and they don't know what they want to do. And if I had the right group of people around me and they were into certain things and I knew I could get in somewhere and work with them. And again, that's not what makes a truly successful person in the world, right? So, you know, I could be a team player. I could be an asset to a team. But for me, I'm not self-started and motivated by going out into the world, using other people's money to make more money off of various dealings. But again, maybe I just haven't made enough money to really get my blood going and get me in that mode. Maybe I don't ever want to So maybe I'm afraid to fail and afraid to truly succeed. But I'm going to play it as I see it and as my life has shown me. And I'm going to be very aware of myself along the way, because it would seem to me a lot of these folks lose themselves in their busyness. And I'm not interested in that, obviously. I don't want to get to a point where who and what I am and my value and validation comes from outside of me, from other people perceiving me of what I'm doing and not doing.
It's all about how you spend your time, right? Like the most valuable thing we have is our time. So if you're spending that in a way you enjoy and being successful at it, I think that's the farthest away from slavery system as you can probably get at this point, you know?
All right, snafu creatures here.
As well.
You know,
time and attention.
You remember the last thing I did, Paul, was calling Antoine out about his fake, false real estate deals. That's why I knew his daughter's name, because of fraudulent listings under real estate. And just today when Antoine was on Jackson, I said, "You're pogo." Antoine's face all changed and he knew what's up. Behind the scenes, at Black Talk TV has done multiple videos on Antoine and his lies about real estate and properties. We behind the scenes have been going after Antoine just yesterday, today, on his fake lies about real estate. So I find it really funny.
This person's not getting it. Hold on, Snafu Snaps. I appreciate that. Let me address this person, because I want a proof of concept. I'm very egoic, they tell me. Okay? I don't want... Do you see the problem already? My father gave me X amount to get a trailer that he said he wanted to invest in because he saw the value in my broadcast. It's already gone against me. Everyone got what they said they wanted, and it still went against me. Right? So I would rather, what I told him in the tent was, I really don't want to do this, but I also wouldn't mind having, like we all do, wouldn't mind having, roof over my head. I was already not resigned. I was already assigned to the idea that I was going to do what I was going to do. And if I was meant to have that, I'd have that. And that came. Right? So when he shows up here today and said what he said, I wanted to, I don't know if to laugh or cry. It's so bizarre, right? Because after he went and invested in that thing and I got it, it already was there, right? From doing what I do. So,
well, it's family. It's your dad, anyways. He should be helping you out. In a way.
Whatever. The point is, bro, I told him, I said, listen, can you understand that as a man, we have to do what we need to do? I'm sure you know that. You've been telling me I'm a lazy fat fuck most of my life. So I'm agreeing with you. In order for me to be accountable and responsible, I have to get everything that I get on my own, or else I will not appreciate it. It's the opposite of being spoiled. They tell me my whole life, you're spoiled. Well, if I am that, then I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to a tent. I'm going to live there for a year, do a broadcast, focus on myself and getting me completely right, and give up the life of just generating revenue to cover my bills and put away something and, I had to see something else. Right. So through that, I'm exactly where I need to be, and everything else is what it needs to be. So I was right. I just, again, allowed somebody to come in and influence me, because we all like a little bit of comfort and a little bit more and a little bit of security in a way, we think. But then it takes away from the journey, because then they could come in and make these fake ass claims about how they took you where you need to go. They're the reason for all. I don't need that. So why would I want to go take somebody else's money and make it into more and be Donnie Trump? Father gives him $1 million and they say he's the best businessman ever. No, the best businessman ever is one who comes out of a hole, out of nothing, with a tent and an Android and turns it into a kingdom of enslavement with all types of benefits, not beginning or ending at one form of value.
Right? I started off with empty fucking bottles when I was like 15. Turned that into a pretty decent thing. But yeah, that's why I like the struggle, right? That's why I wouldn't change anything. I grew up in public housing. I wouldn't change that for anything. It taught me the harsh reality of the world very young and how to deal with it, So.
Right. So that's, again, I'm not saying that, again, I said what the prerequisite was. I'm just not motivated and ambitious. I could do what they do. You want me to make excuses? Let's do it. It's easy. They put me on medications at 12 years old that, according to what their literature says, fucks up certain part of your brain that controls motivation and ambition. So either I'm spiritually just not meant to be that way for a righteous reason, is how I choose to write the story, because it's better for me and my ego and my worldly ways and my greed and selfishness, or they destroyed part of my brain and and I'm just been not motivated or ambitious or really don't get much dopamine hits out of life anyway, and I'm unimpressed most times.
What did they have you on when you're 12?
Oh, all types of shit, bro. Zoloft, Adderall,
Holy
what
fuck!
the fuck was the other shit?
definitely
Wellbutrin, Ritalin at one point.
Holy fuck, bro.
You know, then it went into other stuff because as you get older, they teach you indirectly that the solution to your problems is more pills. So by the time you get older, you've indirectly learned subconsciously because they would tell me when I go to school, you're not the way you would be if you were on the pills, right? Because when I'm not on that medication, I question everybody, right? And they don't like that. So behaviorally, they put me in special class.
So they want to like chemically castrate your mind in a way.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. They make Clockwork Orange, right? That's a good movie to show you what it's all about. And they make tons of movies like this. They identify something in you that is the bane of their existence, which is true spirit, true spirit warrior. They did it with my uncle too. You could tell who they're going to do it to. My uncle was a fighter from day one. He fights you in a drop of a hat, right? He's the stories of him from day one, hitting people, was fighting 4 bar people, bouncers, right? So you could tell the people from day one who they're not going to comply. They're not going to let you disrespect them, and they're not going to let you push their tyranny, right? And what they do is they get you early. They beat him into a position where he became schizophrenic, right? And then it got worse, right? That's why it became that, because from day one, he wouldn't listen to the nuns. He wouldn't conform. He would question, and they didn't like it. So they'd beat him and beat him and beat him. And by the time he got older, he was fighting everybody.
Yeah, so
right?
they used
so
they use their secret weapon.
Right. So they figured out, is what I believe, do this whole program. And this is like, I don't say I believe it completely. I suspect that one possibility is that they identify these traits of how to steer the mind and the heart, and more importantly, the spirit, when they see it in certain people. And they went from beating the children to drugging them, because they figured out if you beat the children, they're going to go out into the world and hit people and hurt people and kill people. If you drug them, they're going to kill themselves. See?
Slowly kill
See how it works?
Right? Yeah.
See how it works?
Yeah,
so they figured out, don't beat them no more. That turns them into angry, defiant motherfuckers who might go start a war, and put them on the drugs early. That's going to make them suicide themselves and go on heroin and all the rest of it. Then they could kill themselves, and we won't be the cause of it. We'll let it do it to themselves.
Exactly, bro. It's like a chemical lobotomy, pretty much. All right? It's like a lobotomy without drilling into the head. So yeah, just make them docile and more compliant. You know what I mean? Get that urge of understanding and trying to, get that away from them. So they can't even physically think of something like that after, like perfect slave drone. Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Again, it comes out of a broken home, and in which case you could argue the majority of these homes are broken in one way or the other. But when the extreme parent out of the equation happens, that just exponentially increases the movement toward this thing that's set up, right? The kind of countercultural street / drug culture. And you see it now, right? All these young people, this is nothing new. A whole new generation of young people now on medications from day one. Because everybody, you could argue, does have a personality disorder, because they're not being raised correctly in a completely sick society. And their answer is more dysfunction and sickness, corruption.
Yep.
Right. So, yeah, and that's another thing. You go talk to my father. Hey, what's with putting a 12-year-old on methamphetamine, essentially? Oh, well, I did the best I could. One of the neighbors did it, so I just did what they did. And that's okay for you. That's acceptable answer for you.
It's like just monkey see, monkey do type shit. Yeah.
All right. And then have the balls say you did the best you could. No, the best you could, I would think, is you'll get a whole fucking book on this shit and read it before you ever introduce it into a child's nervous system.
Yeah, that's true. I grew up with my dad too. So I know dads are a bit different growing up with them, They don't really.
Right, but again, I stay away from playing the victim. Everybody makes choices in lack of awareness. We all have, but to sit here and deny the causality of all this shit, like, you know, obviously my mother not being there, the lack of awareness with him, you know, the completely dysfunctional and self-destructive choices, the appeal to authority, constantly listening to institutions and systems, never standing up for me. Right? Like the narrative became, what did Paulie boy do today at school? Like he'd say to me, every day I got to come there because you're doing something. And it's like, I'm not meant to be here.
See, my dad's the same way. The guys from that generation are kind of the same way. I'm like, my dad got fucking vaccinated and shit. I'm like, do not get jabbed. Do not.
All right, let's not, dude. How many times do we have to go over this?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you don't want those words. Yeah, my bad.
It's not about what I want and don't want. It's about where we're at.
Yeah. I forgot. My bad, bro. Fucking dirty YouTube.
Well, they have policy, cage slave, for safety. You understand.
They still have to adhere to their nonsense, you know?
All right. Pogo Optics High. I'm one of them because I just told you I'm tired of talking about the same words and the same shit that they're going to claim is then us doing something else that I'm not doing. Right?
Yeah.
Like I'm not giving advice to slaves anymore. I say I went the other way when I realized how the game works, how life works, right? I'll just be completely honest. I don't need to be self-righteous. I'm not giving any advice. Why would I? You got experts for that, right?
Yeah.
All of you good citizens who think your power is in voting like Antoine, you got other systems of professional experts who know what's best. Listen to them, please. Right. See how easy that was?
Yeah, just listen to the experts, you know, that's what I do. like a good fucking, you know. There you go.
Oh, they know what's best for you. They know what's best for them, right?
Of course.
Just like I know.
They have the best intentions.
Exactly what they choose. That's what's always best for someone. Exactly what they choose. So, like some folks might say, I don't know, slavery and genocide. I say, yup, just what the doctor ordered. You know? So what you choose, exactly what you need, apparently, for where you're at on this journey. So I say, please trust all official sources and experts because they know what the fuck you need. If you don't know what you need, they definitely do. Hashtag trust me.
Yep. We're living in clown world, bro. We're living in clown world for real.
We never finished Antoine, everybody's favorite Black Daddy, because it's just so obnoxious. So let's get back to it. Big business deals on the rise.
Yeah, they're really great. We'll talk. I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call you in maybe like an hour.
Yeah, okay. Let me know because I'm trying to build my house, so maybe you can use your guys.
Yeah, you can. That'll be awesome. All right, my friend.
All right, perfect.
All right, bye.
Thanks.
That's capitalism, Jack.
Hey, respect.
That is literally capitalism. It's
Amen.
a woman. She needs money. She made me an offer. I haven't went out and checked out the 3 properties that she's offering me. It's actually all land. She owns all land. So, you know, she's desperate for money because she's moving in with her fiance. She just went through a divorce. It's capitalism, Jack. So we're giving, our system allows for her to operate and be able to do these things. And so I'm the one that then gets to make the deal as a result of it.
Amen. Hey, brother, I want to congratulate you. It sounds like business is happening. You know, good deals are being made and solutions are being found. And that's where capitalism comes in theory, is a fair exchange of solution and value, and people get rewarded. So
no, do you see how it actually works? See, everyone misses what happened beneath the surface that Antoine gets. He's just willing to exploit it. I'm not. See, if you go and get in business, right? Like a mechanic or real estate, and then you just look for like somebody who you know is going to need some work done, right? So like maybe I meet a woman and I see she's a little overweight, insecure, right? She's got a bunch of money and I see who's next to her. Oh, I see why you're desperate to get money, right? Well, I got an offer for you. See? Because what woman, right, who's like high value, high status, is moving in with a fiance and desperate for money? Someone who's with a man who's not doing what he's supposed to be doing? So now she's got to overcompensate and put herself in a liability, get rid of those properties for significantly undervalue. And Antoine's going to come up again on someone else being a loser, insecure failure, searching for completion outside themselves. And if he's smart and doesn't do that, he can take advantage of everyone else who's living that way, which is pretty much everyone.
Well, that's how capitalism works, right?
Capitalizing, yes, sir.
So
you have to identify the weakness, you have to identify the flow of value, and then you have to step in between.
Yeah, for me, like
with a good offer.
I have my own business and stuff, so I provide value and I give like a good, in my opinion, I think it's like a fair trade. You know, they're trading me their fiat, which took their time to generate probably.
Yeah, I mean, if you can read people, then you got everything else in the bag. If you're at wherever you're at and you're trying to get something and you just watch for who the most desperate, greedy, selfish, money-hungry slave is, well, you know you're going to be able to talk them out of whatever piece of value they have that you want, that they're looking for the money instead. You could just lowball the shit out of them. Yeah, you're exploiting what is an inherent weakness, which is that not all men and women are equal where they're at in consciousness. So if I can read you 5 steps ahead in your personality type, then I can exploit that to get whatever forms of value you have and give you back whatever forms of value I may not want as much as what you have.
Well, that's why so many high-level CEOs and people in government are sociopathic, because you have to.
You could call it that. You could call it that, and that's why I say it's probably a good thing that I'm not motivated, ambitious to do this. If I was, I might be more concerned. The fact that everyone else is concerning to me. Because I'm like really good at this shit and I never take advantage of it. I probably should take advantage of it more, but I just have what I need and then some. So why would I?
Yeah, see,
that'd be foolish.
Yeah, it's the same thing I'm in, right? Like, it's like the more you chase it, the more you want. It never ends, right? Once you get the million, then you want 10. Once you get the 10, you want 100. It just never ends, right? So it's like, yeah, like it's so
right. So then you wind up your whole life becoming you viewing through a quasi-predatory lens, looking for your next person who's going to reveal their weakness that you can come up with and capitalize.
Pretty much.
Right? And I'd rather not view human beings that way, as a source of value or potential opportunity or source of value. Right? That's opportunism, and I don't like to live that way. Well, I like to live of creating value and then seeing what comes forth, and then even deciding if I want that or not. I leave so much shit on the table because I just don't want to deal with certain people, and I know that if they give me something, I take it. There's going to be a by the way. I could tell by how they offer it.
Of course. And yeah, like you said, it's very easy to manipulate people if you have any understanding of human psychology. You can manipulate them fucking everywhere you want, and you could easily take advantage of them. But I don't like doing that either, because I feel like I don't know. I just feel like it's
bad karma.
Yeah, bad karma, if you want to call it that,
Supposedly, that's the way it works. Now, the aspect though, Anton, I love you, brother, but the aspect you're not thinking of is God. What does God want us to do? Does God want us to be, paying for yours? You think God would support capitalism when Jesus warned us of the money changers? Our founding fathers warned us of the money changers.
You got the wrong context. If you look at all of the greatest people in the Bible, Jack, the greatest people in the Bible, most of them overwhelmingly were successful and rich. Most of the lessons that are taught inside of the scripture are business lessons. When you talk about the talents, when you talk about Job, when you talk about David, when you talk about even Jesus himself, right? It wasn't that he was mad at people becoming successful. The problem was that they were using the people in the wrong way and not providing value, and they were money changers, and it was using the church in order to make money instead of adding value to the people.
All right, I'm getting some more pity donations, right? They're feeling pathetic and sorry for me because now they think I'm poor and broke because they think my father might be being real. Or they're just like sorry that I have to have him disgrace his lineage and mine like that. I don't take it personal. That's his choice. Thank you, Clint F. And folks, in the future, if I name you and you don't want to be named, give me the note. Hey, don't name me. Because I get that too. They're like, hey, we'd really like to support you, but we don't even want anyone knowing we support you. Got it. So just let me know that. I don't want to breach boundaries there.
I don't want to consider it donations, really. I think it's like more of an exchange of your time for, they're showing your because look how much time.
Yeah, no, it's a donation.
In a way, but
yeah, it's completely untaxable event. How I see it.
Yeah.
I don't provide any real product or service here. I'm just kind of smoking reefer, CBD, of course, and talking. Yeah. Who would even pay for that? That's kind of stupid. See, these people are donating because they feel sorry for me.
Right? Or maybe they appreciate the time you put into it.
That's it. They're like, hey, this guy has nowhere to be. He's always hanging out with us. Give him something. Get him out of our face. It's like a charity. It's like a 501c3 situation, right? I'm getting from it. George, thank you, George. Much appreciated, sir. Just proving my father lied again. Yeah, my father lied again. That's the bottom.
People pay for Netflix. They pay for YouTube movies and shit. You know, why not? Same thing. It's like an entertainment source that you're giving them. So you are providing value to people. So
that's all open to interpretation, sir.
It's not like you're a fucking homeless guy begging.
If I was ever at court, I'd say, come on, Your Honor. Is any of this court expected to believe that I'm a broadcaster or that any of this is valuable? You've just heard the last 8 hours of Jack Talcott, huh? I rest my case. I protected myself in ways that I didn't even know. So I look back at it. I go, if I ever go to court, entertainment broadcast, not even. This is some kind of display of complete insanity. I just go roll the tape.
Sometimes
and they stop it.
Sometimes insanity is the most entertaining, Paul. Come on now.
I go, bring the jury in. Bring them in. They watch Fox News, right? Oh, this is going to be easy. Bring them in. They just do 4 hours of Talcott, like my last broadcast, as evidence. I go, now, are any of you people expected to believe that any of this was a product or service? Anything worth paying for? Right. These are completely non-taxable donations, purely out of pity and confusion.
When they see what you've been dealing with here, they'll start giving you donations as well, just for your service.
The citizens start going, hey, where do I contribute? That seems taxing. It's not a taxable event, but it's taxing on you. So we're going to contribute. All right, let me get back to Antoine. I'm talking too much.
Right? Why do you think that they even advocated for tithes?
The universal laws of exchange. God, in the laws of exchange, we are to put out in support of the good. We're supposed to take what we receive, and 10% is a minimum, man. We could, rather than create a selfish mindset, we could have a generous mindset throughout humanity. And I know what it sounds like, and I don't care what people think. I know that this is the solution. We could have an economic system changing the method of distribution, because that's all an economy is.
Why were some of God's most heralded people in the Bible super rich?
That's the way God revealed the story, but the story revealed us to today. And I'm
what did he just say? First it's Stoic, now it's heralded.
Heralded
Rivera? Or is that like heralded?
He means heralded, I think.
Right. You know, Antoine, you got to get a little bit more stoic in your presentment, you would say.
The story is a dumbass. Tough, you know.
All right. Why do you think so many people in the Bible were heralded Rivera? What? Yeah. Heralded. What? Fuck. What am I doing here? What am I doing here? Everywhere I go, I'm surrounded by inferiors. No offense to this panel, specifically right now. Everywhere I go in life, surrounded by inferiors, even in my home. You've seen my father?
Well, like mentally inferior.
In all ways, sir.
Oh no, Jack. The word is a living word. It's called a living word for a reason.
The truth lives.
Why were people rich that were some of the most celebrated by God in the Bible?
I don't really question why God does. Well,
Why
I mean,
not?
it was
everything that we do, we got to get understanding.
as examples, Anton.
And everything that we do, we have to get understanding. Why were they rich? Why were some of the most heralded people, God's most loved people,
heralded?
Why were they super rich?
What?
They were tested. They were given the opportunity of abundance so that they could be seen. What will they do with what they've got in our life? I think that's what happens when we end and we go meet the Maker. We're judged based on what did we do with what we were given.
Correct.
And we've been given the world.
Correct. You are absolutely right. So that means what you do with what you're given then allows for you to be a capitalist. It doesn't mean that you got to be a dickhead. It just means that you need to be able to add value and you still rewarded accordingly. Why should I not be rewarded according to what it is that I sow into other people?
I never said that.
If I provide a service, Jack, why shouldn't I be compensated for it accordingly?
You should be. Because anyone who receives a value from you should be willing to offer value in exchange.
So you are in support of capitalism?
No. Capitalism requires on money. Money is a tool for slavery.
It's not.
There's your point. The point is I've lived the gray area between both of these arguments, and Jack is horrible at even putting forth the argument. I didn't charge anybody. I came with equity.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to be given, you must first come with equity. I come with value. I leave with value. So you still believe you have to charge in the world because you're not charged in your world. If you hold that charge and that currency and you put it forth properly, then you will receive. That's a universal energetic law. What you put out is what you get back. So you lean on your own understanding and your worldly experience and think that you have to put something in front of you and charge for it because who and what you are is not valuable enough resource.
Yeah.
Because you're not linked up with source consciousness. If you were, you would know you are the resource.
The source.
So, right. The fiat come and go is an extension of that.
Well, time is the real source. Time is,
But that's my point. Time, energy, attention.
Yeah. And Paul, what
you pay attention, you get something back. Exactly. Knowledge is the greatest power.
And what you were saying earlier, Paul, like you said, you feel like everyone's inferior to you, and like everywhere we go, maybe you need to go to different places and be around different individuals. And
right, that's why I want to join the Moose Lodge. Those Masons that you hang out with, they're really smart people. I've met some of them. They're like fucking blowing me away with their intellectual prowess.
Well, it's like that old thing,
fucking
right?
amazed.
Like you become like the 5 people you spend the most time around, kind of in a way. So it's like if you're around inferior people than you in your mind, that means you're going to put yourself down. You have to be people.
You don't understand, sir. You don't understand. When you walk this walk, there is no circle where you feel eye to eye or equal, except for folks who are students of life and practice consciousness and awareness as their greatest key resource. So I'd have to go to a hole with someone who takes plants and herbs and pretty much is considered an insane person by most of the townspeople. Does that sound familiar?
A little bit.
Right. So, again, go around a bunch of doctors and lawyers and whoever that you think is high esteemed by these society folks, and I'm not impressed. And I don't think it's because of my grandiose vision of myself. It's because of the lack of competence I see from them in just a day-to-day decision-making ability.
All right, but this is true, though, right, Paul? There are people that are on your level or above, right? They're out
I don't get into that, sir. When I say that, it's mostly for effect.
Yeah,
it's not that there's not a part of me that doesn't feel alone, but I'm not lonely. I've been alone in this walk, it would seem, on one side since the beginning. It's only because I live that way that I'm able to continue with other people and not stray from the path.
Yeah, I know
used to be lonely. I'm not lonely anymore because I'm connected to the all. I'm in the universe with everyone else, and there's only one self. Yeah. You ever know what it's like to be with other people and feel lonely?
Yeah.
So it's better to be alone.
No, I know what you mean. You could be in a room filled with people and just feel like, what the fuck? You feel like completely like an alien in a way. I know what you mean.
Yeah, you're alienated because you may as well have landed from another planet called common sense.
The common sense land, yeah. It's very rare.
Yeah, you land from that planet and you land on this place with a bunch of chimpanzees circling a rock and idol worshiping.
I've always felt like that since a little kid. I know how it is, Paul. No.
What were you
blah,
saying?
Blah, blah, blah. You tell me, come on up, man. I'm tired of your typing. Come on up or get the fuck out. I don't need your yellow skin, dark circle eyes, gap tooth face in here. I don't need you. You're if anything, you're an impediment to what I do, a distraction and or my next charity case that I'm going to pour my time, energy, attention into to make you better. So thank me later if I decide to do that, but I may not want to do that right now. But when I give you the option to come up, usually that's an entree. That's an opportunity where I can break you down and show everyone, including you, who and what you are, or we could build together. It's going to be on you. You may actually need the first to get to the second. A lot of us do. So I'm willing to help be part of that process and facilitation if you let me be. But why keep typing? You're a grown man. You've been in my face before. You weren't short of words then. Where you at now? You folks can't keep the same energy in your life. I show up day after day. I pretty much keep the same energy regardless of what's going on. You get with women and children. You show them an energy you can't maintain every single time. Then you want to be trusted and respected.
Can you tell me No, seriously. Can you remind me what you were saying yesterday, the day before, about the difference between solitude and isolation? Because they do both have that soul, reference in there, but kind of from what I remember, it was kind of a negative connotation to isolation versus solitude.
Right. I'm not necessarily saying that I perceive the word isolation as inherently a negative connotation attached to it.
Right.
I'm saying if I want to just draw a distinction in my mind, I could use that word for whatever reason. It's probably best we go into the definitions, because I would bet when we go into the definitions, there's going to be a clear line of distinction somewhere. If not within the two words, a third word that we could use to better describe what it is I was putting forth. It's just kind of off the top of my head, right? I don't have a script and a rap. So I'm saying if you want to look at it like prison, there's isolation, then there's solitude. So when somebody takes you, or some kind of event takes you and forces you to be put somewhere so you could seek solitude or seek asylum, I guess, refuge, to come back to yourself and the resource, that's how I distinguish it in my mind. But again, we should go to the definitions, because it's not about my mind and what I want and don't want. This is why I tell everyone, go to all these words and these definitions and come back to me with something. Tell me what the fuck you said the other day, and here's a third word that's better, right? But I'm just saying, like, you're forced a lot of times to go into isolation to seek solitude, right? And the way I draw the distinction is one is kind of created without your direct knowledge or choice. Like by the circumstances of what you created, you find yourself in alienation and isolation,
right?
And then through that process, you seek solitude. Right. So the soul, to me, either way, soul and soul is the same word. It's light. We're back to the Latin.
So like being
you have to seek the light within,
and being isolated from, say, your whatever, your friends and family, for instance, but then finding solitude in
right. But this is why I say you can seek solitude in the everyday life by practicing detachment. You don't need isolation and alienation. You don't need to wait till they tell Wizard, fuck you, the police or your authority, and then find yourself alienated and seek forms of solitude through isolation, mostly through self-sabotage. Right? It's the same way we all seem to learn. We could take the time we have now, like I told Dan to do, go out into nature, choose to live in a tent. They didn't make me do that. I chose to do that. I was seeking solitude without them forcing me into isolation and alienation.
Isolation is a derivative of island, and so in that sense it's alone. And like Paul's saying, the solitude, you can be within an entire society and still have solitude being a state of being, and that's the distinction. One's an island by itself, and there is, the only state of being is what everybody else perceives as you're by yourself. That's that alone part. Whereas solitude isn't necessarily being alone, but it's a state of being within society that you are one.
Yeah, Wizard's right about that.
Right. And I mean, again, there's like, we're languaging out an experience. So there may always be some percentage of misunderstanding and miscommunication because we're attempting to language out an experience. So again, the Tao will talk about make an island that no storm can overrun. Your own thoughts unguarded can be your own worst enemy. Once mastered, could be better than your best friend and your own parents. So there we have it again. Doesn't matter if me and Wiz are in conflict with our parents. Through the story of going off into the world like the prodigal son and experiencing for ourselves, we come back under the creator and the creative force. We don't come back under infidels and reprobates.
I like how Wizard was saying it relates to islands, right? So it's like you're creating your own. It's like a kind of a state of introspection, right? Where you're living in your own kind of reality. You're not getting destroyed by outside influences, especially nowadays with all the hyper information going on. So,
but this is why it says, "Let the master." Dare I put myself in the form of master administrator for purposes of the broadcast? And I do it in life in a way. You could say it's arrogant. Let the master chasten you and teach you and show you where you may have fallen and yet to fall. So oftentimes I will reveal to others what I see as their own thoughts, guarded or unguarded, which may be their worst enemy, right?
Yeah, I'm saying
but once
solitude
mastered could be their greatest ally.
I agree. I was gonna say though, at the end of the day, like solitude is like a precursor to true knowledge or enlightenment, you know, because you do have to look within to find true knowledge, not from the external. You've even said this before, Paul. I've heard you say it multiple times.
Well, it's like Talcott. You have to find a space of center, peace, balance, inspiration, empowerment, faith, separate from the world. Then what do you do with it? See, they think that's the completion, finding your bliss. Oh, I'm enlightened now. I'm complete. No, now you got to go back in the world and live in the world and not of it. And reform yourself and redirect yourself to some kind of purpose and meaning and outcome and cause. Then you have to decide what that is. But all these people, to get to this certain point through usually trauma, they have a complete twist on what it all means and what it's all for, and never go to even doing anything with it other than telling other people how to get there. Yeah, now what? As if this is a land of non-co-creation. We're all just going to sit around all day and experience bliss. Are you fucking kidding? Only an entitled motherfucker who's not thankful and grateful and doesn't understand how anything works would think that's even possible.
Oh yeah, they must have had a very pampered life if they think that's possible. But yeah.
No, the point is that again, there's even a space where it'll sound like I'm being hypocritical. The reason why the guru or whoever in a society would get that position is because they've shown and told. They're not just talking. Right? They're doing something as well. They're creating something. They till the fields. They're part of what other people are part of. And they have the knowledge and understanding and wisdom. So at some point the people say, hey, we want you doing this full time. Go sit in the shack with the plants and the herbs and give counsel to these people. Right? You don't go to saying, hey, I'm above everybody and I know it all. And I'm going to tell everybody else who's doing shit how to do it better without showing and telling first. Are you kidding? They'd have you hung from a tree.
I'm with the plants.
So it's just like the God King, man. You don't proclaim yourself king. The people do.
No.
You don't proclaim yourself shaman. The people do.
You have to be elected.
Right. It becomes clear early on that you're different from most and you see something others don't and you stand on it and show and then tell. And it makes change. And you may have a certain connection to an otherworldly kind of vision. It would seem.
With the plants and the herbs, Paul.
I'm just talking from one perspective, and tends to be that's always the case. You think when you go back into scripture, all the philosophical people who had certain level of self-awareness didn't change their consciousness? It's talked about in every scripture on some level that there's plants and herbs that change consciousness and cause a being to be able to see the two worlds in a way and then respond in the world, but not of it. So whether it's a near-death experience, a burning bush experience, you know, a plants and herbs practice along with other practices.
The acacia. It's riddled throughout all these, these dogmas. It's always included in there somehow. Yeah.
Yeah, they say the burning bush was acacia, right?
Yeah. And in masonry, they're obsessed with the sprig of acacia, like found at the cemetery.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff. They're always talking about
well,
that.
it has the highest concentration of DMT. Yeah, acacia has the highest concentration of DMT. It's up there. It's like one of, if not the most.
Hey, can we get back to Jack? Seriously.
Yeah.
Well,
I agree with that.
He is live, so.
Oh man, we're not even through this yet with
What
Antoine.
we created for, Jack, is for us to be able to exchange goods and services without killing each other. It's an easier way for us to be able to operate as a society and humans.
Anton, yes, logic brought humanity to use money. It brought humanity to create governments and corporations. Love is what's needed in the world. I understand logic very well, but I also know for a fact we do not need money in order to exchange resources with each other. We do not need enforcement in order to abide by one another.
Oh, yes, we do, Jack.
What? You don't know how to abide by the wishes of another? See, this is
But,
the
Jack,
ego.
but the problem, Jack, is what about when somebody?
This is so ironic, Jack. I told you over and over again from the beginning not to email me, and you kept doing it over and over again. You even did more than that because you thought that your wishes are more important than mine. You thought your vision is more important than mine, and you don't respect others' boundaries and wishes. How are you going to ask Antoine when you can't govern yourself if he doesn't think he knows how to respect people's boundaries and wishes when you definitely don't? Another reason your women and children ran from you. Women and children run from men who can't let shit go and let them breathe and be themselves and not be controlling and push their will. They run in the other direction. So you're like that. If you don't get your way, you keep pushing, you keep manipulating, you keep changing conditions, right? So, yeah, this is like, I can't even get through more than 10 seconds without it being a complete narcissist masterclass of delusion.
Somebody says that I want to be a serial killer while all of you guys is abiding by the laws of each other. How do you then hold that guy accountable if you don't have any guidelines for how it is that you can punish him?
The way I see it is serial killers and the such of today, corruption exists because it's enabled.
What's going on is Anton from AntonDaniels.com. I appreciate you guys for
Whoa.
the rock.
You better commercial go.
Flight, right? First thing through the door.
Shut up. I think he's going to do this lotion commercial. I always love this. This is great stuff.
Hot shower because I got to throw the threads on.
Right.
The threads make me feel like.
And the Trey Ali.
Through my mind and all throughout the trip is that I got to have that Tej pack. Tej makes my
Oh,
life.
Tej. Whatever the fuck.
Skincare for men. The first way that I started specifically was their level 1 system. It's a daily face wash
right.
to get rid of the dirt.
Level 1.
2 times per week exfoliating scrub to get rid of the dead skin cells. An AM moisturizer.
I don't know about you guys, but I've never bought fucking cream or lotion in my entire life.
To help your skin stay.
I wonder if that would go good on my dick, huh? Huh there, cage creature? Right? Can I masturbate with that without experiencing a burning and tingling?
I don't know. Maybe you have to read the fine print. I don't know.
He did say exfoliator, so it may not be the best place for it.
Right. All right. Well, let's move forward.
Stay hydrated and healthy throughout the night.
What is this? Why is this even on? Oh, I see. It went back. That was the first minute of the broadcast was promotion.
This guy probably goes to his wife and gets a manicure, pedicure, picks out these weird hats to wear online, you know? Who knows?
You know, because like 20 grand a month from YouTube isn't enough, right? Because he does hundreds of thousands and millions of views, and with super chats and everything else, I'm sure he's doing 10 to 20 G's on YouTube a month, just alone.
I don't think so. I doubt it. You can go and look at the CPM. There's like an app for that. You can see how much he's making on it. I guess.
I mean, listen, I'm not gonna pocket watch. I'm just saying, bro. Like, I know what I was doing at one point with the YouTube situation, and I know that he has 10x my views and 10x my subscribers.
Again, well, I have no issue. Like, you know, if he's successful, that's great. Keep it up for him. But I'm saying, it's a weird crossover.
Why are you guys hating on the Vietnamese?
I'm not, bro. This is what I mean. I'm not hating. Like I said, I want to know. First of all, how much is this Tej pack gonna? All right, we got the baby splooge thing. We got it.
Just the hat's throwing me off.
All I asked is this Tej pack. If I get a customized box, is it going to burn and tingle in any orifice? That's important. If you ever have lotion and you go to rub it on yourself in different areas, so it's burning and tingling. I don't want that. Then you went into all this other stuff.
Everyone's doing it, so might as well. Just embrace the Vietnamese baby foods, right?
If I show up one day with Tej pack and that hat, is it over for me? You guys out of here?
Yeah, I'm
If I see you wearing that fucking hat,
I think we'll be on the hat. Seriously, Paul, just the hat would be enough.
Bro, I'm tracking you after that, bro. I'm tracking you.
I gotta be real, bro. There's like footage out there. There's footage of me out there somewhere, pretty sure on like 2 tabs of acid, chasing women around some festival, and they were enjoying it too. So don't try to write me up as one of these kind of people. They were like, I told you, they do some kind of game out there.
When I had these,
even then, I wouldn't have thought to put that hat on. Go ahead, P now, Power.
When I had these 2 broads, I got these 2. I brought these.
Oh, here we go. I don't want to hear about it, man. I don't want to hear about it. We're not going to do the whole open it up. Nah, we're not doing the whole open it up to bond over stories routine. We ain't in high school. This ain't fucking
Not even a
spring
good
break.
ending. I'm not even.
I don't care, bro. I don't want to hear it. I don't care. It wasn't an entree for everyone to tell their broad stories, right? Okay. Nothing even happened with me and them. We danced a little bit. We played games, and I went back to my tent.
Nothing happened
Because
story. I could tell the one where something did happen, but I was going to tell the
there's
one.
another story of you being a loser failure. I'd rather not. I've heard enough.
Okay, I guess I won't. Yeah, I guess I'll.
All right, go ahead and tell it. No, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Now you want to hear it because you thought it was going to be one where I'm trying to inflate my ego, but I was actually going to not tell the one where I inflated my ego with 2 girls. But the one I'm trying to embarrass myself with is I was at the festival. I managed to get 2 girls back to my tent, and my dumbass just being so sauced, just lost in the sauce, dude. I just stumbled. I just fumbled the ball completely.
Where's Mr. T when you need him, man?
Right. I pity the fool that blows his chance with 2 beautiful girls at a fucking festival when they're both high already, and you're just higher apparently.
Stop bubbling like a fool. Say what you gotta say.
Say what you gotta say. Say with your chest. Yeah, but that happened.
Should have pulled out a fucking mango. You could have pulled them in with the mango, bro. You never know.
Do you guys have channels or what?
Channel.
Yeah, you guys have channels. Like, post the link now for all the channels.
Channel.
Yeah. All right. Jack is confused. This is a good look. I can't stand these fucking dogs. I swear. When I came here, I told you, I'll throw these fucking dogs right out in the back area.
Dude, I got these things next door, and they're literally Satan incarnate, and there's like 3 or 4.
Dude, she came out to the land with this fucking dog, and the first night I had to let her know. She comes into the thing with the dog. I go, hold on, you're not bringing that dog in here. She's like, what? Yeah, you're not bringing that dog in here. She's like, yeah, but the dog's not safe. I said, well, we're gonna have to take a chance. It's a fucking animal, so it's gonna be outside because I'm not sleeping with the dog in here in a little area and being kept up all night. And I know if I start the first night with the fucking dog, then it becomes that much more difficult in the future. Oh, the dog is so cute. You're going to throw it out. Yeah. First night, not coming in. So moral of the story, the dog enjoyed being outside, enjoyed sleeping outside, didn't have a problem. It was safe. And Jennifer was thankful that I didn't enable her fear and weakness over this horrible animal, because you can hear it's a nuisance anyway. It serves no purpose and function. There's someone probably sitting outside this room making the same point about me in here right now, but that's inconsequential.
Or a higher life form.
I can talk. The dog can't.
In the backyard. Paul's like the dog we neglect that we leave out in the backyard. It's fucked.
It's just, you got to see this dog too. This dog is so abusive and twisted, just like the human beings. It's a perfect class on ego. This dog, there's 2 dogs. The one dog follows the other dog around, won't let it do anything without harassing it, ruining its life and experience, hating on it, just to do it. Right? As soon as it goes to eat, cuts it off, eats instead. As soon as it goes to drink a little water, cuts it off, doesn't even want the food in the water. Makes its whole life about hating on other animals. Yeah, see, Jennifer just heard me, and now she's shocked at the door. Yeah, I'm talking about your dog.
It's a Shih Tzu, isn't it? Isn't it?
What kind of dog? Is it even an actual dog? Or is it
look at Paul's face.
One of those little squirrels?
Isn't it?
Is it a squirrel dog? A little rat dog?
I think she's upset with me about that dog.
Is it a Shih Tzu?
It's gonna get taken by a hawk or something, and the eagle's gonna grab it.
No, it's one of those. It's a pug animal.
Oh no!
Oh
my god!
It's like a little alien.
That's not a dog. That's not a dog.
It's a very angry animal.
Oh my god! I can't stand those dogs.
We gotta. I want to show Jax
the ugliest dog in the whole world.
Looks like Jack, basically, with that face right there.
He doesn't look too happy.
This chain and this bond that is upon you from this capitalistic society, and that you can start to operate in love because you're a child of God. I am a child of capitalism. You're a child of God, right?
Dude, you're creating these false arguments, the straw man arguments that are really just it's unhealthy. Hey, the slave system, every dollar we have today was originated as a debt. It was sold, sold for profit. So every dollar was imagined and then came into being through the form of debt. And now we have an economic system where selfishness is okay. You ever watch that show on TLC about the hoarders?
I teach selfishness, Jack.
I know. That's why I want to talk to you. Well, there's partial truths create total confusion.
Right. You teach selfishness, but Jack has perfected it. And that's why he wants to work with you. Because we can really get somewhere with this.
He wants to give you a couple of
I'd like
pointers.
to
Yeah, like you had to do business deals today. Jack hasn't done any of that. Yet he wants access to everything you have. So again, you just study and teach it. Jack has perfected it.
I told Jack that all do is fucking.
You have to be selfish in order to be selfless, Jack. You can't pour out of an empty cup. How can you help somebody if nobody can't help themselves?
Turn to God to fill the cup, not to the world.
That's the lesson that God gave us. God, you don't listen. The word is a living word. You have everything you need in order to be successful. The word is the blueprint. You cannot. That's why it says get the beam out of your own. How can somebody guide me when they got a beam in their eye and they can't see, Jack? The first thing that somebody has to do is they have to be selfish before they can be selfless, and that allows for them to grow, go through the lessons, become the person that they're supposed to be, and then they can pour into somebody else. But when you see two people that are under duress trying to help each other, all it creates is more chaos, confusion, and more people that need to be fed and needy mouths. That's it. That's all it creates. I'm in a position of power because I was selfish before I was selfless. Now I can pour into other people. I spent more time building myself up, studying, becoming great, reading the Bible cover to cover 7 times without any kind of problems or trouble. I first fortified who it was that I am, and then only then am I able to pour into other people. Right? Even Jesus himself did not even go out and start preaching. Jesus himself didn't even start going out and preaching the word until he was in his 30s. How come he didn't do it as soon as he was born? How come he didn't show us the miracles when he was? How come he is a reflection of the thing that we are supposed to become? He is the blueprint, right? And so if he is the blueprint, how come he didn't just go out there and love? How come he sat there and studied? How come he was a carpenter? How come he was a part of this capitalistic system that we're now railing against? Why was Jesus a part of the capitalistic system?
Hey, Anton, I used to ask those questions, and then I started asking myself, what does God want me to do?
Nope. You can't go to God without going through Jesus first.
I have. That's what I said. I started.
But in order to go through Jesus, you first have to understand him.
Anton, actually, my path brought me, the Bible was actually the last place I went to in order to better understand.
You're not even supposed to be talking to God. You're supposed to be talking to Jesus.
Whoa, well, okay. Jesus is a name, and the name came from a book, and the book actually has many different interpretations and many different writings.
We understand all of the different versions and the King James version and all of that, but you know the premise from what I'm saying, you understand what I'm saying, Jack.
Right. So I want to bring that back. So you recognize there's some fluidity in the name and in the information. So recognize Jesus as the archetype, as the symbol, not as the man, not as the.
That's why it's called a living word.
All words are symbols, my brother.
I understand what you're saying, Jack. Jack. The point that I'm making is that why are you not living your life using Jesus as the example, but you're trying to jump over that and circumvent that whole conversation in order to justify how it is that you live your life? Why was Jesus a carpenter? Why was he a part of this capitalistic society and this environment that we now have grown to be much bigger than what it is? It's not perfect. It's not a perfect system. By all means, there are things that we need to change about it, and there's some things that's absolutely egregious about it. But it's much better than alternative, and that's why I asked you, what is the alternative, Jack? What example can we use in society? What nation has perfected a better system? Right? That's not a socialist system. That's not a handout. What other country has perfected this system that allows for us to thrive and be much better citizens, be much more God-like, be much more Christian-like? What system is better than the system that we currently have installed here in America?
Anton, I'm getting sad, to be honest.
Don't get sad, Jack. Tell me.
I'm looking at what I'm hearing, what I'm sitting here. I'm personally feeling a little frustrated, and it's not with you. It's just the patterns. People are so resistant because everyone wants to make excuses not to change. Anton, there is no in history that I know of. I know there's been small success, temporarily successful attempts at communal living and stuff like that. There has been small attempts, but we've lived in a history shows those who control the money, those who print the money, the bankers have been responsible for funding both sides of many wars. We're just in a war generating pattern.
Jack, do you know that it's almost a sin not to leave an inheritance to your children?
Anton, right now, are you familiar with what is going on with the BRIC? I
am. BRICS, BRICS.
Okay, yes. So right
Russia
now,
and China. Yep, I'm very much familiar with. Jack, I'm the money guy. I'm familiar with all this stuff.
Okay, so this is why I don't understand. I mean, it's like I don't know a better word, but it's like you're in denial about what you know.
What do you mean?
You know,
I teach it every day.
That you are in denial?
No, I teach the inside information that comes along with being capitalistic every day. I'm also familiar with currency manipulation. I'm familiar with cryptocurrency. I'm familiar with stable coins. I'm familiar with BRICS. I'm familiar with what's going over in Russia and China, Ukraine, everything. I'm familiar with how it. See, my thing, the Millionaire Morning Show is understanding society and how it all comes back down to the money. That's why it's called the Millionaire.
Like you, Jack, I'm a damn good manipulator.
Holy cows, man! How perfect.
Isn't that beautiful? Ain't it awesome how things work out?
Well, Anton, it's true. Money is a part. That's a part of my experience. I have not lived a life of abundance, but I also didn't know what I know now. So, I see a beautiful future coming. I know we live in a capitalist world. That's why I made investments in the trademark of Live Without Fear, the domain. I was believing.
Wait a minute. Jack, you made investments. You made investments in this capitalistic society. You're a part of the system.
Yes.
Jack, Jack.
Hey, Ton, here's something I believe God uses the darkness in order for
now he's calling out his bullshit.
Right? And I have
live.
learned from the evil teachings. I've learned about the evil that exists.
So you're saying that you embrace evil, the thing that you don't like, in order to bring light to whatever it is that you really want people to embrace.
I'm saying God has allowed me to learn much about history and today, and I know much of the evil that has been and is.
Well, Antoine, this relationship was short-lived. I knew it would happen. Happened rather quickly. Jack's already pissed off, accusing Anton of being insane and in denial. He's doing it again like he does with everyone. So this is not going to go well. Like I said, it's pretty much over. Antoine's going to realize more and more that you're insane, and he's going to want nothing to do with you other than to spin you into more content. He's probably going to steal my main whack pack creature, which some might say is a blessing in disguise because we've covered it way too much. In which case now we can cover it more with Antoine in the room, which might be more exciting than just Talcott and his insanity. So we'll have to see where it all goes. Antoine's got the look on his face like he's finally realizing what it was I was telling him that day. If you remember, he was here. I smiled. I said, okay, Antoine, I support you in Jack's relationship. He thought I was going to do the whole power struggle. Oh, no. I go, I fully support this experience. And you can see that look on his face. He's thinking about, he goes, Paul Enslaved did say Jack was completely insane. Paul Enslaved is pretty intelligent and knows the difference between stoic and stoic. So maybe he was on to something, right? That's what just occurred to him right there. I suspect.
Jack is the type of guy, he's like very hard-headed. He's not coachable at all. Like his beliefs are set in stone and it doesn't fucking matter. Anything that goes against, he's just like, he thinks everyone else is delusional in a way. I gave fucking Jack the exact tool on how to grow his shit and he just ignored it. He's like, what can you do for me? I just fucking gave you the fucking key. Yeah, he doesn't want to use it. That's fine. Yeah.
Right. So this is the look he has. He's now realizing that he's got one or two options. I laid him out that day. Cage Creature, I want to continue on. Dick is here now. Let's finish this out.
But luckily, God has also allowed me to learn of the light.
Right, you're insane.
There are some amazing groups coming together today that are challenging the system within the system, that are raising against creating different systems. There are many people coming together, uniting to try and solve some of the problems of the past.
Yeah.
Anton, I encourage you to join that.
You realized that was correct right in that moment.
In the crumbling. Because you know this system is going to crumble. It is in the process of crumbling. We are watching.
Why y'all always hating on Jack? Jack, why y'all letting them hate on you like that? Right? I go, oh, you'll see. What do you mean? You'll see. Give it a couple weeks. You're a pretty smart guy, Antoine. You know, fairly smart, you know, in comparison to what's out there. You're perceptive and clever. You're not well read. But, you know, you're starting to see it. You're starting to see what the rest of us have been seeing for a long time. This is look at that look in his eye. He's shocked. He's shocked and appalled, as I've been many times. Right?
America there's going to be groups of us that prosper as a result of everything.
What the hell is you talking about for real?
And you know what we call ourselves? Bag chasers.
Bag chasers.
Yeah. It's gonna be winners and it's gonna be losers, Jack. I'm preparing my people to be the winners. I'm preparing my people to be the winners, Jack.
This us and them keeps divided. A house divided will crumble, and that's why America's crumbling right now.
We not divided. Me and my people, we all on the same page. We all going in the same direction. We all of one mind, sound body, understanding, and we are gearing up and we're preparing to continue to capitalize off of everything that's happening within the society, Jack.
Anton, there is no separation from you and those who will
lose.
There's no
you don't think so, huh, Jack?
Nope.
Okay.
An injury to one is an injury to all. I truly believe that as a labor guy.
Nope. It's always a separation. It's always a separation, Jack.
No, listen.
Face with it's winners and it's gonna be losers. Jack, you so busy riding in the middle. You are one of those people that are lukewarm. You stand in the middle, and God said that you don't like people that are lukewarm defense riders. He spit them out of his mouth, Jack, and you're gonna have to pick a side.
Brother,
you gotta pick a side,
I walk that narrow path of truth, because in that narrow path of truth, you are able to see the multiple perspectives. And I get accused of riding the fence. I get accused of many, many things, but I'm not wrong, brother. I am not wrong.
No, I'm not wrong.
Anton, there is no separation. All of time brought us to today, and from today, all of the future will come. So that we are connected to the past and the future, and all of us.
Gentleman JT, watch this, Jack. Gentleman JT says, Jack, come on over to the bag chasers. Jack is, what y'all don't understand is that Jack is already a bag chaser. Jack is a part of the bag chasers. Jack is a part of the bag chasers. Y'all don't understand that? Jack is already in the Patreon. Jack is a part of the bag chasers.
I want a life of abundance. And
So what are we talking about?
Oh, so there you go. So now
Jack subscribes to his Patreon.
No. That's pimping 101. Anyone knows that if you know pimping. If you're gonna break on a hoe, she gotta pay you to fuck with you. Right? So he just told everyone, whether they know or not, he's smiling, laughing. I'm pimping on this hoe. He's a bag chaser. He's joined my Patreon. Welcome him. Right? So not only are you going to break on a hoe and get him to submit to your way and get him to kind of revere you, but then you're going to tell him, and come out of your pocket and pay me to fuck. Right? I might not even fuck you. So it's like he said that day, I can't leave here without a commitment from you. So, this is, I don't know. I told Jack when he was sending me donations that it kind of made me uncomfortable because it seems that he can't manage his own affairs. So I didn't really want to take his contributions and donations. To Anton, it's like a badge of honor. Like, I'm pimping on him. He's a bag chaser now. He's lost and confused. I'm going to use him for content and make money off of it. But Jack wants abundance, right? So he'll pay his way into any stable in order to get daddy's love and guidance, even if he disagrees with it the whole time.
Out there, Jack.
Well, I'm explaining my long range goals, and the long range goals maybe have created resistance for the short.
Jack, you on my side. You on my side.
Well, for now, but the long term goals is I'm on everyone's side because I want. That didn't sound good. For now, being we are joined at this time, it doesn't mean we're going to stay joined for the future.
You're evil, Antoine.
That's what happens in our life.
You're an evil black man. I don't care what you say about these Caucasian people. They're evil too. You're an evil African-American man for this. That's why you're grinning from ear to ear. Look at you like an African Cheshire cat. You love pimping on Jack Talcott's mental illness and making an exhibit and making money off of it. It's like the best of all worlds. Bag chasing. Yeah, sign up. And Antoine, he might be the better daddy in the world and of it, right? Because he's pimping full on, all angles.
Times people come and go. Things.
Jack, you want a life of abundance, right?
I think it's going to happen. Yeah.
I am the light.
Give me money.
There it is.
I am the light for you, Jack.
There it is.
Well, that's I've been wanting to talk to you.
I'm right here, Jack.
This was an opportunity. So
you, yeah, he can't even hold it back. He wants to laugh so hard. So you're telling me that just by joining your Patreon, even if someone's completely insane, they're going to get to a bag and they're going to become better because you're the light? If there's anything more demonic that you could come forward with, I'd like to hear it and see it. I'm waiting.
Light. Some Luciferian shit, no?
Yeah, I mean, could there be anything more, as you say, Luciferian in its own way? Right? He can't even keep the smile off his face. Oh, this is the level of where you have a servant's heart versus,
because he thinks Jack is a fucking joke. Obviously, he's just playing along.
Oh, sir, we all do. The point is that you don't take advantage of people. If you're going to do the content, non-content, you just let it express and say what you really feel and let him make a fool of himself. But to turn it into a whole pay me thing, you're going to now be more successful because he knows he has money that he can. I mean, look at the difference in expressions right there. Every time I stop this, it just a facial expression could seemingly tell you a lot, or I'm reading into it. So Antoine's he just came in his pants because that's what pimping is I don't even want to fuck you. I just want to control your mind and heart. That's what I get off on, right? That's where he's at. He's like, I just want your mind and heart. Yeah. So I get off on that. And then Jack is looking down as if to say I'm a broken, ashamed hoe and I'll do anything to get some kind of validation, status, or movement in my life. So, I mean, I don't know.
I love you, Jack.
I love you too, man. I actually have a lot of admiration.
I give you a lot of insight and information.
I love that Patreon money.
The marketing.
Right. So everything that you've told him, I've told him and more and done it for free like everyone else. That's why the pimps and Max say the game is to be sold, not told. right? I tell it. I don't sell it. People throw in or they don't. Whatever they, that's on them. But hey, bro, you can't be mad at me. I spent all this time, energy, attention with you, and I love you. Well, if you love somebody, you spend time, energy, attention with him, and there's no expectations. I do that all day, every day. But that's not valuable and worthy. It's valuable and worthy with him when you got to pay for it. See how they get everybody? Right? And he would tell me, Paul, you're stupid. If you would charge for your time, you'd make so much more money because slaves don't listen to somebody who thinks their time isn't valuable in this. Right? He'd say, and he'd be right. Most slaves who want to be led won't listen until you give them a bill. Then they say the motherfucker must be important. He's giving me a bill. You tell them the shit for free. They go, oh, there's no value to this shit. Little to no value. He's just smoking weed and talking. But that's the game. Hoes want to be hoed and pimps want to pimp. So there you have it.
To be able to market yourself more effectively, how it is that you need to pivot and all of this other type of stuff. Jack, you take this information because you understand it is right.
Yes.
So what are we talking about? Jack, you are a capitalist. You know that, right?
I don't like identifying. I don't like labeling myself as too many things. Not anymore. Anton, I used to do that. I used to label myself as all sorts of crap. And people can call me whatever they want. What I am?
I call you my friend. You my guy. I love you, Jack.
Amen. Amen. I do. Hey, I am looking for people who
hook, line, and sinker, man.
To help a guy like me with live without fear.
Holy shit, man.
I want to grow that. This is the way I see it. I got into the studying life coach.
Tommy, why are you still down there typing? You look like a hoe again. Come up and talk. All day.
Stop messing around, Tommy. Stop
all fucking day. You guys do this shit. Just come up and have it out and then go on with your fucking loser day. Every day, all day, with you loser failures telling me I'm lost in my sauce because I come on and express. Not how that works.
I definitely misread this, though. I haven't watched it that closely, but I thought for sure Anton was trying to take Jack and improve him to show that he could improve the white man, whereas the white teacher could not. I really thought it was something along those lines where he was like trying to one up you to show, look how dysfunctional these folks are over here. I was able to take this man and do what Paul was not. Now he's just fucking with him.
No, because I offered him that challenge that one day and he turned it down outright. He said, no, that's your hoe. You got to deal with that. And then when he saw that, because there's rules to pimping, right? The hoe is going to choose. He said, that's your hoe. You all have whatever going on. I'm just going to be me. And the hoe crossed over. She went and chose a new daddy. It's Antoine now. So he says, oh, you want to choose over here with this stable? I got a program and process for you. Suck my dick, pay me, and get on your knees and pretty much tell all the other bitches that I'm the man. Right? And I'm going to laugh and giggle at you. It's humiliation pimping, right? So again, this is how somebody like me in life, even if we were pimping in that game of hoes, I love my hoes. I'm not like Snoop Dogg. So I don't humiliate them. Like I don't subject them to anything they don't want to be part of, right? To try to get my rocks off on the fact that I did it. I'm like, hey, are you with this? I'm with this. Nah, okay. Go your own way. But the dumb broken hoes always get out pimped by someone like that who knows their nature and plays on it. It's only till they get played on, they don't come back and say, we should have rode with you because he pimped on us and humiliated us and then told everybody and made us feel some kind of way. So,
it's like street sense fucking illiteracy,
It's about what your heart is in it for ultimately, right? Everybody could get what they want and need ultimately one way or the other, or just not deal with each other. But this is that again, capitalism, exploitation mentality, never give a sucker an even break. Never smarten up a chump. Well, I was brought up on that. I lived by that. And at some point I said, I'm done with that. I'm not going to become like the devil in order to do what's true and what's right.
You know, it would be a good experiment is to give Jack a bag and tell him to drop his, futile idea to go to the UN and stop wars and just to see if he'll accept the bag. I'm pretty sure he would. And he'd forget, he'd stop doing all that stuff. Sure. Think about it.
You can make
maybe not.
Yeah, I don't think he would.
Yeah, he may have a narrative in his head where he has to do something in order to be respected by himself and others. It may be that like twisted up and then the kicker is it always has to be something that can't be done. Like you could argue the same thing about me that I want to be respected by myself and others. So I do certain things, certain times. to achieve that for myself and others, right? He sets the goal so high and lofty, it can't be achieved. So he's perpetually in that space. He doesn't want resolution. So, yeah, I think if you gave him money, he'd still have no purpose and meaning in his life, and it just would not be the same. He has to create purpose and meaning that can't be solved, so he can perpetually be in that state, like a conundrum, a constant sort of it's dissolution, right?
A paradox.
Yeah, because again, there's on the ground things everyone can do, and it seems a lot of folks do what he does, where they have something so big and so grand it'll never be attained, therefore they'll never really have to try.
Yeah, just like the Christian religion.
Yeah, but they can claim that there's self-righteousness there, right? And if they could just have it validated, they think, by others or in a venue, that then would come their completion and satisfaction. And it wouldn't happen.
Well, no, because there's nobody coming in the clouds to save them. It's a delusion.
Yeah, I don't even think you get full completion and satisfaction until this shit stops, but you get way more just by being active than not. And calling yourself an activist does not mean you're active. Let's see here. We got a Tommy Creature. Greetings, Tommy Creature. You're back from your hate campaign.
No, I definitely hate you, but you are a traumatized, retarded child. So put the fucking front screen down, because if you're going to have your whole chat and you yourself, Mr. King of Unslavia, demand my presence, put the fucking screen down, faggot.
No, because you've been very ornery lately.
No, I haven't. I didn't come up.
Tom, you're cutting me off, Tom. I didn't finish what I was saying.
You didn't finish what you were saying, or you backstaged me like a bitch?
Tom.
Now listen up, Paul Unbehave. The only reason I didn't show up that day that you emailed me is because we were fucking synchronized in being sick of people's shit. Because I'm not jealous of you. I get around a lot more panels than your punk ass little.
When did I say you were jealous of me?
Cry about your daddy.
When did I say I was you were jealous of me?
That's what all you faggots say every time I give you a little bit of pushback. Because you're a bitch,
So
Paul.
Paul's
You're a little
responsible for
daddy
what everybody
issue
else
bitch.
says, right?
I came
Well,
up
what
and
do
I
I
was
do?
nice with you for 3 days, and you let it go to your stupid fucking head. You started
did I let
going
it go to
place
my
place.
head?
That's my Tommy Creature. That's my new news show. That's my Tommy Creature.
OTW, please.
Oh no,
OTW now.
OTW police.
Okay, so Tom, you're not understanding what's going on. Do you think I could explain it to you? Okay, he ran from the back area. He can't
Is
handle
Tom
it.
ever happy? I've never seen this guy happy.
He constantly misreads all the things, right? I was doing a bit non-bit where I'm working with him, knowing he's insane and going to break bad at any time, and also supporting him and seeing what comes forth. Then he goes and does it and says it's something that I did or didn't do. So when did I? Well, like so if we're like up on the same panel and we're having a rapport, I'm not supposed to go, "Hey, Illuma Tommy is my support creature," because that upsets you. So I can't be funny or entertaining anymore, or kind of weird and awkward at times, like whatever that is that I do. I can't do that with you because you're going to get upset and then not deal with me anymore, right? When I do that with everyone. So with you, I can't, even though you act like some kind of low life creature the majority of the time. So isn't that the bit non-bit where I call you my emotional support creature? You come on up and then we do whatever it is we do, or you got upset again because daddy didn't love you right. Now you're back to every other panel shitting on me. You can't work with me because you're in your feelers. Thoughts, panel? Okay, Tommy's back again. We're running. We're coming. We don't know if we're coming or going. Hey, Tom.
Clear.
A big baby.
Be backstage them. I don't care if they leave. Clear the panel. One-on-one.
All
One-on-one.
right, clear the battle. Well, are you going to use the F word here?
Yeah, I calls them like
I'm clearing the damn panel, and you're using the F word. As I'm doing what you're asking,
off the
they're
panel.
all gone. They're all gone, and you're still using the damn F word.
All right, drop the screen. I hate seeing your fucking Jesus imitation bullshit.
All right,
You'll
hold
go
on.
to
Let me
hell
put,
for it, and I'll be.
how about this?
Drop the
Piznog.
screen. When have I ever porn bombed a motherfucker? Jesus fucking Christ. See, this is
Carl.
the thing, Paul. I've
You're
got
losing
you
your mind.
two
I'm not
figured out.
Carl.
I've got Cage all figured out. I have all you plebs figured the fuck out.
You can't even ally or enemy right. You don't know what you're
ally,
doing.
motherfucker. You can't even understand social order. You think everything has to be bend the knee or enemy. You like that, Paul?
I don't understand. When did I tell you to bend the knee? I said,
or they ain't no thing.
no,
Bend
you were the one.
or enemy.
Tom,
Paul is blind and he never can see.
Tom,
Drop the
you were the one.
screen or I'll gladly run on back to my active project. And Jim Bob is not my new thing.
Tom, get a hold of
Jim
yourself.
Bob. I can't even go to Jim Bob without your faggot cult showing up.
Tommy, please get a hold of yourself.
He's got his own cult to worry about. They're called
Get
bears.
a hold
and not
of
the
yourself.
Kind of bears you're used to being pegged by, little boy.
Oh my
Let's
God.
show your cult that you got it all under control, boy.
Tommy,
I'm
please.
your daddy, and PFL is your daddy. We're your
You
two
were
daddies.
Tom, get a hold of yourself, please. You ran again from the back area. Can't put him down for a second without running from the base. He's completely impulsive and compulsive and unable to control himself, even for a bit. Right. So
he's way more entertaining though than he was when he used to first, when I first saw him.
The point is what no one seems to ever notice is the move. The move is when me and Tommy are good, he's boring. When he has some cause and some reason to hate, he's back to being the Joker now, and they all want to watch his insanity and train crash. So it's like he needs me as an opposition, because if not, he's boring. He's got no action, nothing to talk about. And he was going up for 3 days everywhere. The king of Unslavia, the king of Unslavia. Did I tell you to do that? Did I ask you to be that and bend the knee? So you can't even get out of your own pride because you go to calling me the king of Unslavia everywhere. Then all of a sudden turn on me and say, I want a bended knee. Like, even when I think we're doing a bit non-bit, you get into your feelers. I go, oh, look at Tom. He's doing the king of Unslavia thing to piss everyone else off because we're not supposed to work together. He can't even hold that position of like pretending that I'm the king of Unslavia without actually believing it and getting upset about it and Breaking Bad for no reason again. So, like, I guess just go back, Tom. Season 3, a plot twist. Who could have seen it coming? We went from allied for 3 days, I, the king of Unslavia, as you say, back to you needing a reason to hate me because you're insanely boring and unanimated. When you're in a co-creative space, right? You thrive off hate and division.
He does. He hates everybody. He said it before. It's very weird. I've never seen him happy before. Like it's always the same thing. Like
he's not really an interesting person. He doesn't really do anything or say anything that's really that thought-provoking, profound, compelling. So this is his gambit. This is what he needs.
He needs to find a hobby.
Kind of a one-trick pony in a way.
Some kind of constructive hobby, Maybe grow some.
Right. Maybe model airplanes or something.
Yeah, get his fucking model airplanes, bro.
Train set. Slot cars. Remember back in the day, slot cars. Put it on a little thing and it always would fly off. You always want to go faster around the corner. Let's finish, Antoine.
Coaching and practicing self-development for myself. And I've always had the heart of an activist for a long time. And that's why
the heart of an activist. Yeah, you got the heart of an activist and you have the balls of, well, you get where I'm going, Aaron. This is my problem. Everyone's got the heart of an activist, but don't have the ass to follow. Doesn't work. Penile power. You hear me? Hear me, Zach Hubbard and the rest of you?
Knowledge, self-development, tips on meditation and health so people can feel better about themselves, because if people feel better about themselves, they're going to go out and create a better world around them. And as more people go out and create a better world around them, man, we won't have to pay money to learn and live.
Jack, you're wrong. You can never be more wrong, Jack. But it's okay. I'm going to give you the game. I'm going to enlighten you. I'm going to add value into your life. And I'm going to show you just how blissful it is to embrace this capitalistic world.
Damn it, Tommy. More people are giving me donations. It's like it hasn't stopped today. So It's Raining Men, which I suspect is you and Antoine's favorite song. Raining Foreplay. So, Kelly Knuckles, thank you for your contribution. It feels good to do what's true and what's right and show up and be lost in your own sauce, as Tommy says, and still folks somehow find value from this insanity. Donate and contribute. So that's a blessing. Hopefully, I'm not doing what Gimp says and grifting off paupers, right? He says I manipulate and grift off paupers. Not anymore. He used to say that. Tommy, I think, still upset. He has to trade meaningless cat coins all day to find purpose and value in his life. And I don't have to do that.
Maybe that's the temptation I need in my journey to see how committed I am. So yeah, hey, let's see what we can do, man.
Oh my God.
Anton loves it.
Today's what day is it? Today's Friday, right? I think I am.
Look, he even has the
Yeah,
fucking
Jack's
horns
live.
on his hat. He has the 2 damn horns on his hat.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Fuck.
Yes, Jack's live streaming tonight to all 15 people. One of these days you're going to notice, I suspect, it might even happen with me, who knows. You're going to just go on Talcott's channel and no one's going to be there anymore. There's just going to be no reason to go there anymore because they're like so painfully aware it's never going to change. They just don't go anymore, right? They just go here and watch me talk about it, if anything, or they just leave. Go watch Antoine talk about the passport bros and go into some foreign country to buy pussy. Which is another bizarre conversation that all these people seem to support. Robert Graves style.
Maybe doing it earlier than I have been.
What time you live stream?
If I do it again, it'll probably be about 3:30 West Coast, so 6:30
Pacific, 3:30 Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern.
6:30 Eastern. Yes.
I'm not
That's
recording.
right. Oh wait,
I'm Eastern.
But you're doing something. I don't remember your schedule. You do your show tonight too?
I got a Fight Club. The Fight Club. That's a completely different channel. That's good. That don't start till like 11:45 Eastern. So,
dude, I looked at that.
But that's different though, Jack. I'm gonna just tell you, Fight Club is a whole nother animal.
All right, it's pretty much over. So let's check in with the Talcott creature before he runs off. Your thoughts, expert panel.
It's fascinating.
Life is good.
The saga of Jack Talcott.
Do you feel good, Aaron?
I do feel good, Dick. Thanks.
Nice. I figured you'd say that. What if you didn't feel good, though? Would you still tell me you feel good?
They won't understand you.
I speak whatever I want into existence.
Oh,
so
for that
yeah,
matter, any motherfucker that's talking about Paul lives in a fucking dump, broke ass, all that shit. They got some of that shit in them.
Perfect timing.
Perfect timing, right?
Hey, I didn't hear any of it. What was Joe Cool saying about me again?
I said anybody, you and Jack. I used me and Jack as examples, and then I said the same thing about you. Those people, those do as thou wilt. Think the devil control the world. If you want worldly possessions, it's okay. Go to him. They were going to be confused from cats like me, you. And my indication for who believes that would be someone putting you down, talking about he lives in a tin can in the wilderness and he's broke. If I hear that coming from motherfuckers' mouths, I think that they don't have that understanding. They look down on motherfuckers like that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. And there's kind of a middle ground, right? I mean, if you were watching earlier, my father came on and completely embarrassed himself.
I heard it. You want to tell me? I missed what they mentioned. That I didn't.
Yeah, it's not even that.
Way, Paul, if you want to talk about it.
Saying bizarre things that are not true, that I'm using money he gave me to
personal shit
to pay for everything.
Yeah.
It's bizarre, right? Like as if I could come on here and do what I do and not have some level of self-confidence and security in that arena that I've displayed. It's all just false, huh? It's all false strength.
Right. You can consider that there could be sincerity behind what you're saying. Can't even consider it.
Yeah. So I mean, people will always reach for and cling to some place where they think they're going to get power over you and wind up losing it.
I love it, baby.
Jack seems a bit confused on that one.
I just looked at
I don't
him.
know that that's necessarily true, because I know for a fact I don't go seeking power over anyone.
Oh, me think the lady does protest
So
you
why-
because you saw them shoes and jumped right in them. Maybe you
Right.
saw something. I didn't jump in those
So
shoes.
I spoke generally, and he stepped right up and said, I'm
Right.
definitely not that, making us all believe he is that.
Right.
Well,
That's it.
here's
how my
why.
mind works.
Here's why. You've been speaking in absolutes, Paul, and you speak in these absolutes as though your words are true, but you build these narratives that they crumble when you look at them.
Do they really?
Sure, give me an example. Yeah.
Well, the narrative of me is a perfect example, but I don't want to jump straight
All right,
to
give
that.
one besides you then, if you can. You know, you said there were multiples. At least you implied that there were multiples. Give one that's not you, where his philosophy falls apart. You cannot. It was personal.
The claim of inner peace, that you're filled with inner peace. And I know you described that you're able to restore and return quickly, but that's not a demonstration of inner peace.
Do you
That's an
think that
ability-
you demonstrate more inner peace than I do?
No.
When faced with controversy?
I do my
all right.
I do my best. I do always try to stay in the present or mindful of the future.
But we
I
don't have a
listen to-
pattern for weeks and months of whenever I say something that you don't agree with, you throw me out, throw me in the back, tantrum, and then go on just devaluing all of our experience. You haven't done that every day for weeks and months.
Here's a perfect example. Okay, that narrative that as soon as you disagree, you get thrown, and come on now. That is
he has
totally
an argument.
untrue.
I'm a third party with no skin in the game. He has an argument, and you picked a great one. I wasn't expecting you to pick one, but Paul, I wouldn't set him for an example. It's inner peace, knowledge, truth, understanding, wisdom, logic. That wordsmith shit, inner peace would not have been thrown in there. Same with
You also presume that because somebody takes on a certain presentment, meaning that they're not still peaceful on the inside.
No. I'm sure you're peaceful, right? You've achieved more peace than most.
Right. If
I
I'm
think
not
you guys
becoming the
are talking
experience and I'm sharing the experience and contributing to the experience, but not becoming it, you're presuming that because I get a little bit elevated in my intonation, that I'm not still measured on the inside and balanced.
Well,
how could I speak the way that I speak and not falter if I was overly emotional and becoming the experience rather than contributing to it? You've never
You do the
been
same.
loud and get out of
I've
control
seen you-
and
I've
speak in
seen you-
circles like you do. I don't do
You
that.
hide,
Okay,
you
go ahead.
hide
He's
the
talking to you.
emotions behind your talk, and then you'll use your words, your ability of words, and you're a gifted man, but you use your ability, your words and your energy to take over the conversation so that you feel in control. And
So you think
this
that
is-
somebody could do that who wasn't actually in control of themselves and the room?
Yeah, I've seen niggas do that. My friends,
Really?
my buddies. Yeah, my buddy's big brother. He is not peaceful unless he is controlling and dominating, to the point where I don't want to be disrespectful because I love his brother, but it's nonsense. The conversation has to be about him. He puts other people down, and I'm not saying you do that, but yeah, he has no inner peace and he controls the room. He must in order to feel successful. Otherwise, he'll break it up and do something weird. He's really fucking weird.
Right. And I mean, I could sort of see a bit of what you're describing in myself at times on here, where it becomes apparent to me that you could call it egoic. Folks are having the experience down there where they'll tell me, could you please get into this broadcast and save us? It's horrible. So then it becomes incumbent upon me to go, I'm having the same experience as them. I think that this is horrible. I think me yelling, screaming, or saying anything is preferable to whatever's going on here. Generally, I get the feedback that that is true and correct.
You're referring to my...
I'm saying generally, every one of these broadcasts, the people say, these people have taken this in a loop. It goes nowhere. It's fucking boring. And we want to see someone mix it up and create something one way or the other with truth or some type of genuine controversy we know is going to express due to people's programs they're running. So I facilitate that.
Can you also see how agents of chaos find entertainment from conflicts? Because
You're saying agents of chaos, you've done nothing in the world that compares to what I do and what I've done. You are an agent of chaos.
That's an untrue conclusion.
That is true. That is true. You can't even sustain personal relationships, let alone create a pathway for folks to freedom. Are you kidding?
But before you continue building your narrative, I want See, you create these disagreements. You don't allow a resolution. I'm telling you, hey, that conclusion is faulty. Let's discuss it.
Right. You're saying You're saying it.
Until you're insisting I sit and listen to your
Yeah, I'm
narrative.
asking you to show and then tell, and you can't show anything.
Hey, Paul. There's plenty of evidence, and I've offered you before. What is the information you have ignored?
Can you bring up your life coach assessment again? I want you to take it for a second time.
Hey, Paul, it's not
because you
an
failed all
assessment.
4 the first time.
Hey, Paul.
Who fails all 4 of their own life coaching assessment?
Are you ready to leave? You're ready to leave?
Well, you're ready to throw me out because I'm.
Yes, I am ready to throw you out.
Right, because you're not in control of your emotions, and there you just proved my point again.
All right,
no, you won't shut up, and you're unreasonable.
Okay,
let me make a suggestion. Talk about one person. You guys saying you're shitty. You know, make your statement. You debate it, then you make your statement about him. And
right, I'm not doing that. I'm not saying you're shitty. You're shitty. He's basically putting everything I'm saying.
We are, dude.
I'm speaking what happened. You took your own life assessment and failed it.
No. Hey, Paul, remember the reason I didn't go to your platform yesterday?
Because I'm your daddy and you rebuke your daddy.
Even though you've narrated some bullshit about me, some false narrative you wanted to imagine, didn't communicate with me at all, but you wanted to jump to conclusions, create a false assumption, and spread this throughout your day like a clown, like a fool. So the reason I didn't join your platform yesterday was actually a number of reasons. See, I know you like to ignore what you do in the past, but the day before you had told me specifically that based on your judgment of my results, that there was nothing I had that you would receive. You wanted to receive nothing from me.
Right.
Well, if I'm in a place where you want to receive nothing for me, then there is no fucking purpose for my time.
Oh, you just proved it again.
Especially when all it is content for you. So
this is great.
I stayed away from you yesterday, Paul. I'm moving on, and kind of like was said in there to Lucifer, you can either be part of my success or you can stay the fuck behind as part of my
Okay. Do you think it's at all bizarre that every interaction with you, something has to be taken or given? You can't just share experiences? Because you just said that because I made the determination that I couldn't take anything from you, use or be used, essentially, you had no value in my life, according to you. So you must believe all relationships are contingent upon giving and receiving the way you see it. Some relationships I have, I just enjoy sharing time, space, energy, attention with those folks and seeing where it goes. You must not be capable of you must not be capable of a non-sociopathic interaction.
Paul, now,
in response to what you said, he
created
everybody must be giving or taking. He presented that there was a third option, which I didn't catch, which is just sharing.
Joe, please.
Please don't listen to common sense and the rebuking of my own bullshit with my own words. Please don't.
Paul and our capitalist are conservative brothers and sisters.
Capitalist and conservative. There you go.
They believe in
labeling
and rewards.
We're labeling,
right?
I do that.
Punishments and rewards come from those in authority, a higher level.
I love it. I love it.
Right.
I love it.
That was
Paul
dope.
is not above or below me.
Oh, I am.
He's not above or below.
Oh, I
either
absolutely
of
am.
us. I mean, there's all
let's stop there then. I'm not so sure then that punishment comes below.
If I wasn't above you in your own mind, you wouldn't use that button to equalize with me.
All right.
I'm higher power than you.
Back to the give and take that you brought up. Okay. This is something I learned for myself. This give and take is a partial truth that's created total confusion.
Okay.
God's law, the universal laws, are about sharing, offering and sharing, receiving. So I've been to Paul's platform offering my time, my presence, my perspective, my fun, and in return, I've been told that because of the results that I have nothing of value to offer. So that tells me my time, my kindness, my generosity, I've been wasted.
No, that's a
so
false conclusion. That's a false conclusion. That's a false conclusion.
To bring up this
oh, so you bring me up to keep talking. Okay.
This egoic give and take.
Right.
That's what your foundational
No, it's not. Yeah, it's not. I didn't come on here with that. No, I didn't come on here with that.
Conditional.
I turned down give and take. I turned down give and take. You gonna let me respond or just tantrum like a child?
Yeah. Go ahead, Paul.
Is there any resolve?
Right. So you decided with your low self-worth, self-esteem, and self-respect to decide that I said there's no value to your time, energy, attention, kindness, and the rest. I said to you, wrong. I said to you that I find no value in your information and your perspective on a lifestyle change for me, which is my prerogative.
Go somewhere else.
There you go. So I have to be changed by you in order for. There you go. I have to find his life information and lifestyle valuable and take it on, or else I'm not valuable in his life because he has to play life coach with everyone. He just can't share time, energy, attention, and experience and let us all have our own journey. I have to go back in because Jack can't even handle his own emotions. Sorry, he just threw me out immediately after he's sorry. He doesn't like that about himself. Broken, lost, confused, and unable to control himself.
Put all of his drama and all his opinions online, but
he's embarrassed. I understand why he's embarrassed.
For his words yet.
He can't accept accountability because he can't take criticism. Certainly not from most people. He is not open to it.
So Joe Cool now agreeing with Joe Stool, agreeing with Jack Talcott.
Where you guys have to discuss it a little bit before you
I'm the
back
problem.
To the next person. Because in my opinion, both of you, when he made accusation against you, you're a loser. Look at how fucked up you are. Look at how fucked up you are. There can be no resolution there. If you say, okay, why do you say I'm a loser? And you debate that for a while, then I say you're a loser and we debate that. Now you can't make some progress, in my opinion, my humble opinion.
You're correct in what should work. I've attempted this in many different ways, and admittedly, though, without your support, with other people there who just want to enable the arguments.
Yeah, but you won't even let Joe Cool moderate because you still have to be in control.
I've attempted this before, but his arguments against me have been utterly irrational, and frankly, I am sick and tired of dealing with him. If he can't learn how to be respectful. If he can't learn to show himself as a respectful man,
raising my hand
with me,
he sees me. He's going to put
you're
me
raising your hand.
But it's not your issue with him. It's not him being.
Oh no! He saw me laughing and he got pissed. He was going to put me up, and then he see me laughing and he got mad.
Yeah, that's fucked up, bro.
He doesn't mean that. I know he doesn't. He's embarrassed, man.
Swap your name.
No, that's not going to work.
Try it.
He's embarrassed, man. You know, he just wants to see me come back over and over again and love him.
Criticism, and he
just wants to know that I love him. Right? If I keep coming back, he'll know that I love him. So he really does love me. He keeps coming back.
The guy is pretty solid, right? So that's a small thing, and you know the niggas like solid as men come, right? We're picking here. Let's say we're picking. That's a small thing.
Guru,
okay,
man.
Most motherfuckers can't take criticism with themselves. Most motherfuckers get defensive. You know, I wouldn't collapse the man and say he doesn't know anything about truth. He's a liar because of that, right?
Hey, no, here. If someone is unwilling to accept criticism, they are denying themselves from the truth.
Agreed.
Okay?
For that moment.
And I have spent hours and hours and weeks, which has become months, trying to convince Paul to accept the truth, that his arrogance and his assumptions about me are wrong. Okay? So, Joe, one day, someone from my past will come to their fucking senses, and I will have someone standing with me saying, hey, no, I've spent time with Jack in real life. You guys are fucking wrong.
Oh,
You know,
Jack,
but so far that
you're,
hasn't happened. People like,
stop, Jack. You're thinking wrong. You're thinking wrong. Right?
am I?
Yes, you're
I'm thinking in the future where
Hold on,
where I
hold
am
on.
proven to
I
be
disagree.
right,
I
Joe.
disagree. I think you're thinking in the
What are you-
past. So, wait,
How am I
wait. Let me
living in
say
the
it.
past?
I'll say it. I see you thinking in the past, not the future. You thinking that someone from your past will come up now and be a witness to what you were saying is true. I say, if you're thinking about the future, your actions today and every day reveal yourself, and this is where your future comes from. You determine that shit, not some nigga to come from the past to vouch for you. That's not okay to even think
Hey, Joe,
that shit.
right,
Let your actions determine those things. Yeah.
Joe, stop. I understand your criticism, and now you painted a narrative of me clinging
I'm not
to the
sure it's a
past.
criticism.
Let's get past that. And the reason I'm saying I'll be glad to have a witness is because, as I've said, I'm not complaining. I am not blaming. I am explaining facts. For 5 years, I have had everyone encountering me has chosen to find disagreements and excuses to avoid me. So
Disagreements and excuses.
when
Okay,
I find a witness who is willing to stand up for what is true, rather than enabling the egoic nonsense of Paul Unslaved and many of the others who are admired, Joe, I know the truth. I stand
then what?
confidently.
Then what? Then that person will come forth and you will be proven right. No, that's not how it works. Right? You will determine.
You're not willing to accept the benefit that comes from more than one perspective witnessing the facts in the similar fashion.
I don't understand.
Joe, what I've been saying is I've been asking anyone here online, in my real life, wherever, in many different ways, I've been asking anyone, can you please spend some time with me?
Yeah.
Well, the quickest way to find the resolve would be to talk to the people involved, but the people involved won't talk to me. So I've been asking anyone to please look at the facts of my life from my perspective and help me figure out what is going on.
Well,
So
if we look at
you don't have to. You don't have to.
No,
And I
okay.
don't want any reasons why I don't deserve it, why I don't need it. I don't want to
Stop
do
being a
any of that.
futurist, motherfucker. You don't know what I was fixing to say.
You're right.
I'm about to I'm about. I lost it. I lost it any fucking way. You could say.
I'm sorry, Joe.
No. That's not a big deal.
What I'm saying is there is something interesting happening at this time in the world.
Yeah.
I am a very conscious.
Wait. I'm sorry. Let me interrupt you. I remember it now.
Go ahead.
You were saying that you need people to look at it from your point of view. To some extent, that's true. But we can't totally see shit from your point of view, or we reach the same conclusions. That's not helpful to you. You argue, you've reached those conclusions. You know what's helpful? People from other point of views. That's
or what I've been asking for and hoping to find is just simply the willingness in someone else. Rather than make sure that I understand their views on everything, someone willing to see, why do I say what I do?
No, you don't. You want someone willing to agree with you. We've all been listening.
Someone to look at the facts, Joe, which is just what I've said.
Yes,
I don't need anyone to agree with me.
We looked at them. Who hasn't looked at the facts? You say them all the time. We've looked at the facts. Paul now more than me.
Paul Unslaved has not looked at the facts, and yet he has cast many dispersions, libel, accusations about me quite freely. Hey, Anton, good to see you, brother. I need nothing, brother, but as I'm saying to everyone, this is our lifetime to change the world. The world changes once we start helping each other. The way I live my life, the people I really want to help are those who are helping others. Okay.
Okay.
Because, well, that's me. Maybe I'm being selfish in that way, but I am the type of man who will help others. That's why I live. I've constantly, well, the evidence shows that's how I live. So if anyone wants to try and join this adventure, I just need willingness.
So you're on your journey alone?
So far, that's the way what the results have shown. Yes. And then I'm judged for being alone. Right? If I wasn't alone, right, maybe I would have my son or relationships or something. Maybe I would have more if I wasn't alone. But I am alone and I'm perfectly content, perfectly happy. I know that sounds contradictory because I don't like the state of the world, but
just the alone part, just the alone part. I would still argue that part. I would argue that you don't even know what alone looks like, right? You got me with your personal life, your family, and all of that. If you say you're alone, I believe you, and I think that's what you say. I believe you. However, you said alone in this journey and blah blah blah. You are not alone, right? You are not going through this shit alone. You know what happens? God happens. He says, you know, Jack's up there getting beat up. Jack has negative energy. And then he brings the motherfucker on here to change the energy and say, hey, Jack, don't forget your positives. Don't forget. You said that you were being judged for being alone. You are being judged as being alone. And you let other people put that shit in your head. You believe it and think you have to defend it. You are not alone. You got me, you got God, you got the rest of the family. That's our fucking job, our duty. We're here every day, you know, to scoop a motherfucker up to make sure brother knows, get back on that path. I know, I heard you been getting beat up for 3 days, man. Get back out there and fight. Here, get a drink of water. This is God. These are your fucking allies, man. You couldn't do this alone, in my opinion. Right? Half the niggas that hated you would be up here giving you the best advice, heartfelt shit, right? Motherfuckers you didn't even get along with in the past. You ain't want them all over, but some of them cats who used to give you shit up here having good conversations, adding to the channel, adding the Jack, adding the joke. You know, I got no fucking issues. I don't fucking, oh, Jack's a lonely, unsuccessful man. You know, no, I don't do that shit. I think, oh, I am blessed. You know, was up here fucking blow a bunch of calm motherfuckers with wisdom. That nigga, that Asian cat, I can't even, SJ or whatever the fuck. Oh, I'm a lucky fucking man today. You know, thank you, Jack. I don't be thinking, oh, poor Jack, he's alone and ain't accomplished shit. No, don't cross my fucking mind. That's people fed that to you, bro, and they tell you that and you become that. Stop that.
Can we address Damsel, please, and her imagination?
Hey, Joe, that disagreement, well articulated. I understand the perception you offered. I don't necessarily agree with the conclusion.
I respect that totally. You heard me out. I respect you, baby. That's all I can ask for. You gave me an ear.
I do actually listen, Joe. I mean, and maybe I haven't done a very good job of showing it. Communication is, well, I've studied it. I've learned a lot of tricks, but holy crap, how do you communicate with someone who's constantly wanting to attack?
Yes, that's a good one. Tommy, that would be my Tommy, right? We've had a few good interludes, and you know, he gets up here, he got to crack his racist jokes and shit, and, you know, until it comes out as a topic, and, you know, and what about Joe Corn? You know, like, I just want a peaceful fucking day, bro.
Well, amen, Joe. And here's the thing. I mean, I shared this publicly with Paul, and because he saw the comments I left. He saw the ones he saw. But when I first encountered what he was doing, I used to be pretty critical about how the broadcast was and the chaos I saw. And
who is
the way
he? Who are we talking about?
About Paul.
Oh, Paul, okay.
I was critical in the chat of that.
Okay.
What else is there?
The more I have been growing myself, trying to find my own way in this direction, I see clearly that's the state of our world today. Gossiping, complaining, and blaming,
especially you two, right?
is profitable.
Yes.
It's absolute nonsense, absolute insanity.
Yes.
So I really don't want to host or to even go into that restreaming and gossiping, complaining, and blaming.
Yeah.
As he gossips, complains, and blames.
Actually, you know, maybe there. I don't want to admit this. Everything I admit gets friggin' twisted around and used against me. I have been considering mirroring Paul's behavior with him with the restream.
That sounds brilliant. That sounds brilliant.
You're considering it, but you won't be able to get it done because you can't control yourself.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure, yeah. It's all I've seen from you from the beginning is you can't go with the flow. You're always in resistance and in your own way.
Oh, is that right?
Seems so.
Hey, Paul.
Only you will prove us right or wrong again over and over.
Well, is that when you're showing the resistance? You know, when you're offering me resistance, is that when you're seeing it? Because that usually is what I get to experience with you is resistance and opposition.
No, you experience persistence. You experience persistence and accountability, something you lack extremely.
No, that's a false.
Same thing my father lacked, accountability. Yeah.
Right. Rather than deflect and continue, that's a false characterization.
You could say that, but I'm going to keep telling you over and over again what I'm experiencing with you. The same thing your women and children will tell you they're experiencing with you.
Hey, Paul, so let me ask you.
Did your women and children ever tell you this narrative, by the way? What I'm telling you?
I'm trying to have a. Can you
No, you're
allow
not.
just a moment?
You didn't listen to anything I just said. How was that a conversation?
You were speaking over me, creating arguments.
Can I ask a question? Have your women and children ever told you, like they even came to me at one point, these women, and said, do you know how you're, because I would start piping up and they'd say, so you see how your father is? I'd go, yeah, I deal with it. And I would start bonding with the women over how dysfunctional my father was in all arenas. So you've never experienced your women and children tell you that you don't ever take accountability. You seem like you're never wrong. It seems like you're never willing to be reasonable and have an actual conversation over the facts.
Hey, dumbass. Why? Where?
My dumbass in this scenario?
Yes. Yes. What facts are building this fucking narrative?
I asked a question.
Right, based upon what facts? Why am I?
That's where you could give me the facts. It's where you could give me the facts.
Are you right? So see, once again, you're so built on building this fucking narrative. You don't
I
care
asked
about
the question. I said,
"Hey, here's a question, Paul."
Right?
Genuinely, if I was to accept, I've made the claim that I've stated clearly, I will not accept your gaslighting and false narratives of me, your manipulation. So, devil's advocate. If I was to believe everything Paul has been saying about me, how should I be feeling?
How should you be feeling?
What should be my state of
Why
mind?
is it that you always default to your feeler space?
I'm trying to understand your accusations and you know, the way someone feels is a good part of their experience. It is the true part. So what should I be feeling?
Oh, that's the truest part is what you feel.
So Paul, if for 5 years it's been me, everyone has dejected me and rejected me, and it's all my fault, how should I be feeling?
How should you be feeling? How could I tell you how you should be feeling?
Well, you tell me what I should be doing. You know what? I'm fucking done. Paul, have a good night.
Bizarre. He doesn't mean that. He got angry again.
This is the cycle.
Yeah, when you challenge people in their egos, they get real like controlling and domineering.
I love you. Thank you, Joe. Much love. Brothers and sisters.
He'll probably go backstage with me once he ends it.
Yeah.
You know,
He's
the
gonna come right
idea of
over.
the
He doesn't
topic I
like that it's
wanted
in
to
public, but he would
discuss
do this in
today
private with me
is
more. He
legitimate.
just embarrasses his ego, you know.
The peace and leadership, they should go together. In this world, though, we've created leadership where everyone's at battle with each other in competition. Welcome, brother.
What's going on, my friend? How you doing?
You know, another interesting stream, another interesting
Mackin
broadcast.
101 with Antoine.
I always hope for the best. Never know what's going to arrive.
I warned you about this, Jack.
I know.
He warned me, but
Here's where I'm at, though. Anton, where I'm
playing
at, though,
Jack like a
is
fiddle, man. Good on you,
I'm
Antoine.
persistent with the opportunities I see while continuing to search for other opportunities.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you got to go where you appreciate it, not where you tolerate it.
Well, that's where I'm trying to find, man. I used to have that.
We've already found each other. We right here. We right. I mean, think about it though. You and I often at times have conversations,
right?
And we're not disrespectful towards each other. We don't overtalk each other. We don't have any problems. We disagree on a lot of things, right? I respect your opinion. You respect my perspective. We often learn from each other, and we figuring out where to grow.
You're full of shit, and that's where I'm not.
You assume that
I'm not full of shit. I'm not willing to bullshit every one of myself
reached
around
the
me.
pinnacle of where it is that we're supposed to be, and that there's nothing else to be able to grow towards, right? So I'm always open. You know, I give my perspective, but I give my perspective also understanding that I have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. I'm looking to listen and understand and learn. So, you know, I just want to let you know that you respect it. You're very much respect, and you're appreciated.
Yeah, I don't
And
respect
everybody
you.
else that's in this chat that's listening to this right now.
So I'm
you
glad with
guys
Antoine respects you, because
respect
I don't
it,
respect you or my
appreciate it,
father or any man that
and
carries themselves
there's
like
love
this.
out here, and
Or
we
should
all
I?
have different experiences, and sometimes we express them, you know, in ways that may not be so savvy. But just understand, there are people out there that will appreciate you even if they disagree with you.
Right.
And we can be respectful towards each other.
Oh, I appreciate Jack. I just don't respect him.
Anton, amen, and thank you for that. And that reminder for the folks who are listening too. So I've got to ask, because I see an opportunity. Do you have time or willingness? We've got Paul Enslaved here in the back, and I think he could learn some of what you're offering. He's been pretty reluctant to take anything from me.
Here we go.
You feel like entertaining that, or?
Jack, listen, this is your platform, so I'm gonna let you deal with that. Me personally, you know, my energy this week has been directed towards positivity, love. You know, I have so much going, and I'm just happy that we're friends, and I'm happy that we have the opportunity to really be able to bond. If you need anything from me, Jack, let me know. But I just wanted to come up here and show you some love. Before my daughter just got here, so I'm going to spend a little bit of time with my daughter and my wife, and you know, just go from there. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, beautiful. Go receive the love, share the love, and thank you. I thank you for bringing it here too. Much love, Anton. Have a beautiful day. And I'll drop his link too later. So thank you guys. I am going to wrap it up, I think.
Right. So should we have Paul up? He says it's your platform. Do what you want to do,
in the
and you don't have me up. So more power games.
Anton's and
big
the
surprise
Talk clip video. But
I have a better interaction on your platform with me in it when you could deny that, right?
I'm readjusting. You know,
You're so stupid you don't realize Anton's playing one side of it, or he's that delusional,
in your energy,
caught up in his own blissful
being,
money-driven life.
That state of being, the emotional state of your inner. I'm saying this poorly.
That's where you were supposed to bring me in, and I was supposed to say I don't respect you, and then we have the kind of dichotomy there where he's the black angel and I'm the white devil.
Your thoughts, your consciousness, what you are aware of.
That would have been interesting for the people, but no, you weren't savvy and self-aware enough to see that opportunity, so you failed again.
You can lead yourself.
What a surprise. Antoine sets it up to hit it out of the park. You slip, falling fast.
Towards the truth,
clutching for
with
power.
Love. You know, share the love, share the truth. Brothers and sisters.
Would have been your highest viewed episode. Would have led to an interesting conversation. You slipped and fell and missed the opportunity.
Choose love and live
clutching for power.
God bless.
Like they always do.
Jack is so gullible. Yes, he is. We've seen this over and over again. Antoine's just playing his position. Jack will bring me up in the back now, I suspect, knowing him and his pattern. If I had to guess, he'll keep me waiting a couple seconds. He'll go up.
Hey,
there we go.
I don't feel like this, so I'm gonna kick you, and I'm gonna leave myself. Have a good night.
Okay. There you go. So Jack is now fully in control. He's fully empowered. He doesn't need me again. We're back to that space. Remember he said it? Oh, I recognize greatness. Antoine has more money and more connections. I don't need you. Then, a few days went by. Antoine didn't come call, and it was things didn't work out the way I thought. So now Antoine's back, and it's back to fuck you. I don't need you. I got Black Daddy, and we're on the positivity train. And he's pimping and macking on your goofy ass. So he set it up to hit it out of the park. You have your highest viewed episode in however long, your freak show over there. Me and him going back and forth, him being the Black Angel, me being the White Devil. He did what he was supposed to do, right? I'm never mad at Antoine. Antoine is so good. Let me suck his black feet now, just for pimping and macking alone. He is so good at what he does, right? Whether he really believes it or whether he's putting on. Oh, he's so good at being diplomatic and charming and being endearing and setting it up for me to look like the heel and the fall guy. And that's what I do best. Let's be honest. I got a lot of power with love. And I never hold the truth back one way or the other. I could be calm and measured and balanced and centered and loving and caring, but they love when I get a little bit uppity and call everyone out and burn the house down. Much like the Tommy creature. That's probably the only way that me and the Tommy creature are similar. One of the few ways. So he set it up. You, completely missed the opportunity. That's all Antoine does is set up. He has a whole thing called Fight Club. Puts these angry, disenchanted, broke Black people up on a panel and lets them fight all night. So you don't think that, he said, when he says it's your platform, but I'm just so positive, I think, and Antoine can confirm, I guess, on Jack's show tomorrow. But I think what he's saying is, yeah, probably go ahead and do it. It'll probably be an interesting interaction while he tells you why he's better than me. That's what he's supposed to do in his position and the way that he puts on and comes across. So read the damn room, Jack. Forget about trying to suck Antoine's feet and use him to be famous and get some pussy that you weren't ever going to get to. Just go with the authentic, genuine interaction that's good content and provides a dual perspective, not more. Thoughts expert panel. I'm going to throw the link. I think I've had it for one day, one lifetime on here, to be frank, as one of the other horrible podcasts is apparently named, To Be Frank. Watched it for a few moments. Horrible. Awful. Don't know why anyone would go to it. Not hating, just giving my perspective. Your thoughts, Penile Power, Heckle Bus? Are you folks still awake, conscious, aware, present? Fascinating. Aaron?
Yes, sir.
Thoughts on any of this?
I'm sorry. I was like in between there. I got booted for a second.
Don't go already. Already, it's been almost 5 hours.
Are you clocking out? Is that what just happened?
Yeah, I mean, unless you want to take this anywhere, pretty much.
I mean, I'm here.
I mean, we got the Watson in. We didn't cover breaking news. Technically, I didn't fulfill my obligations. I guess we have to
do what you say you're gonna do, bro.
Yeah. Okay. So you know what? Again, I was hoping, silly me, I was hoping for an interesting panel interaction, but again, this metaverse populated by very boring, uninteresting people and or low-level consciousness. Oh, wait a second. Speaking of which, Lubass is here. How are you, sir?
Hello.
I mean, you're obviously leaving, so I guess I'm coming up for final words.
No, you know, well, yeah, you know what? I just
excuse my low-level consciousness.
No, it's okay. It's not necessary. It is your fault in a lot of ways, but
Sorry, I don't want to bring you down.
yeah, if you could not talk over me, don't
Yeah,
even.
it's okay.
You weren't
just
here
don't even
for the
speak
show.
while I'm interrupting. Even if you could,
Yeah, please don't let me interrupt you while you're interrupting.
it might be a genetic component, right? Thank
it's my
you, sir.
low-level consciousness.
You see what happens? It's almost as if I go from dead silence to one idiot comes up and then the other idiots start piping up. I can't win. It would seem. Don't ever work with children or animals or panel members. That's the show business rule from now on.
Why? What's the problem? I haven't been up here. I haven't said anything to you. Why are you so down on me? Like, what have I done?
I'm not down on you. It's just we can never find a flow. I go to talk, you talk.
What do you want?
Even right there, it's like you're way too quick on the trigger with nothingness.
I mean, you know, the constant insulting, the constant ad hominems, the constant.
It's the constant accountability. It's the constant need for responsibility. It's the constant need for something interesting and entertaining. And you can't provide any of that, not only to this panel, but to your home life.
Okay, well then, what can I do? I'm sorry, Daddy.
You don't have to be sorry. Let's just get it the fuck together.
Okay.
Do we ever want to be in the conversation? Shut up, Lewis. That's what I'd like from you because I'm laying it out. You know my rhythm. I have the same fucking rhythm day in and day out, and you all can never catch the wave. You got to catch the wave here and ride the wave. I have the same rhythm. It's like lay it out. You go. Give the kind of ad hominem joke, non-joke. Then I lay out another narrative. You respond. Right? Then we go over to someone. It's like the same fucking rhythm and you can never catch it. And I suspect it's a you thing. That's where you would go. You see what I just did? I did a narrative. I did a kind of a joke, non-joke. And then I paused for you to go and you didn't even know what to do. You just sat there and looked at me.
Paul, you're very difficult to follow sometimes, and I'm not the only one that has this problem. Because the minute someone will speak, then the minute they're trying to get some sort of thought out, you're ready to do it. The minute
I am ready to do it. You know why? There's this internal. He doesn't understand. There's an internal thing I have, right? I have this eye for talent. Like I could spot a hit song. One day they're going to put me in position, one of my positions. I have many positions that I'll never get to. I'm a legend in my own mind like Scott 2B. Can I tell you a quick story about a song I wrote? Forget it. What I'm saying to you is I have an eye for talent and timing and things like that. And I just have this thing that goes on in me. I go, oh my God, I feel it. Everyone's leaving, boring, uninteresting. Why is he here? I go through all the stages of grief and guilt. And there's several stages from an audience member, right? Grief, guilt, regret, resentment, and then eventually the leave. And it's very dangerous for what I do. So when I start to perceive that energy in the room, and a lot of you bring that here, I have to cut it off and I have to do something. I have to do emergency resuscitation to keep this broadcast alive. That's what you're not understanding. Where have you ever in any classic broadcast history, old time radio, anything, did the audience have unfettered access to a platform? Never. You know why? Because they do what you and others do, and it's broadcast suicide.
Howard Stern did it.
He did it in a limited fashion. He did it in a limited fashion. He would bring you on, let you speak. If you were incoherent, he'd throw you out, insult you, move on to the next slave. So you must have not been paying attention to that rhythm either. Even with a slave who could provide any kind of addition to the conversation, he would only keep it brief, 10, 15, 20 seconds. You're an idiot and you got to go most of the time, unless they were seeing from his point of view. Did you not notice that either? If you disagree with Howard Stern, you're fucking wrong every time. He would insult and abuse the audience. Did you not notice that dynamic? No, because you don't notice a motherfucking thing.
Well, I noticed him bring on lots of people that disagree with him, and he turned it into something. He made it a bit, and generally from what I saw, I didn't watch him much, but generally from what I saw.
I'm trying to do that. I'm desperately trying to do that, whether you know it or not.
See what I mean?
There's just so little content there. Like as a personality,
Well,
as a being, so
listen,
little value.
Listen, I'm sorry I'm not giving you content. So what can I do? If I can't give you content, then I guess it's better I don't come. That's all. That's nothing else I can do, my brother. Right? If I can't give you content, I apologize. I'll just have to go and leave you to whoever.
Yeah, or just like, you know, contribute to the conversation once in a while without making it all about forcing your meat sucking lifestyle, or, you know, defending hard behaviors. And there's a lot of things that I could do without that I want to work on. I'm sorry, brother. I don't know why any of that happened.
Sometimes I have the sense that someone or something reminds you of what I am, and
Absolutely. It goes on all day, every day, right?
I don't know. It just seems that way to me. I could be totally wrong, obviously, but I sense sometimes that you're reacting to not to me, but something that's occurred to you. And I'll
I'm reacting to the.
I'll grant you that you have a good ability that when it matters and when it counts, like for example, if you know my daughter came up, and then you have that ability to sort of stop it and put it aside. So I commend you for that. Not like fucking Z, who brings his own shit into everything he does and just projects it onto everything. So at least you have that ability. And
so wait, so you just told me that I'm being. So you just told me I'm being. You just told me I'm being completely subjective, while told me I have an ability to be objective.
Yes, you do, but on a regular basis.
So okay, so you think you're a great broadcast, a great addition to a broadcast. You always kind of liven it up and lighten it up. You just make it better in all ways. Or are you like a constant source of confusion, detraction, disagreement, interference?
I'm not suggesting that I'm anything.
I mean, even you coming on and like just banging equipment, which you've done constantly.
Okay, I may not be the most tech savvy of the bunch.
It's not tech savvy. You're selfish and self-absorbed. Is that better for you?
So I do it on purpose.
No, it's the same thing you do with your women and children. I've been trying to reveal this. Get the joint, get the weed, let's smoke it. Because this might get hairy, like your back, right? And pretty much every other part of you.
I don't know. I thought you wanted to leave, but if you want to get into it deeper, I'm open.
No. I'm here for you, Lou. I love you, but I just hate what you do and what you represent, which is complete chaos and confusion and mismanagement of one's time, energy, attention, and affairs. It's the same thing I hate in myself, or what I do, not in myself, but the part of me that would express if I was completely selfish and self-absorbed. So in a way, ironically, I go into that space of being completely what seems to be selfish and self-absorbed while being present and aware and responsive. So then it creates this mirroring effect where it's like, for folks who want to be selfish and self-absorbed and be a constant source of interference or confusion to themselves and others, causing chaos, I'm going to mirror that back to you, because that's how it feels to others when you're in their life, right? The way they feel is the way you feel when I do this to you. That's how they feel when you're interacting with them.
Who's they? You talking about my family?
Just people in general.
People in general. Okay.
Put everybody up here when they do that. It's the same awkward, insecure, uncomfortable, lack of true trust and respect, lack of grounding experience, right? I just put everybody off balance with extreme critique and criticism. I do the extreme version of what they won't do because they know it's going to cause controversy and cause you all to break up. So I go overtime on what they won't do so we can meet in the middle.
And
Does
I
that make
want
sense?
you to change that. The only thing I would say is that there are elements to that way of being that can bring it from a level that is very useful to a level that is not so useful. So I would just suggest to find those things that bring it to the level of not being useful and eliminate them, or add them if you feel they need to be added.
Now, here's where I may be off. Here's where I may be off, because I think it's a good mix, because I find the quote unquote cupcaking way all the time to be boring.
And I do too.
Right. So I like getting in the mode of administrator and putting on the black robe and making judgments and discernments and making assumptions and presumptions and waiting for rebuttals, right? So you could say it's a dysfunctional side of me that I've learned to express in a functional way. There was a time where I only lived to argue. In my own life, I just want peace. I don't want to argue with her. I'm not going to create arguments. I ain't running from them either. So if she gets into something or has something, I will bring truth and facts like I would with anyone to reveal a perspective if I think there's value there, you know, but I'm not necessarily looking for that.
I generally do that in my life as well, like with my children, with my parents, with my friends, with my family. I'm generally.
Lou, you're helping here. Lou, you're helping here. We need a revelation for Christy Lee Dolls. People shut down mentally when being called out on their behaviors. Are people code word for you? And if you shut down mentally when you're called out on your behaviors, is that a choice? And if it is a choice, why do you choose to wait till you're called out on behaviors to learn to govern yourself? Because you didn't shut down when I called you out the other day for a behavior that might make you feel uncomfortable, right? Because you say one thing and do something else. So, you know, the more we learn to govern ourselves in different ways, the less we need to be called out. And the less we're able to shut down or be active, right? We don't shut down. We're more active and responsive. So, you know, I don't even know what that means, being called out. In what way? Anyway, privately, publicly?
Well,
And again,
I don't personally agree completely with what she's saying. That I think that people do often need to be called out. And I appreciate it also for when it's done to me, because it can help me see things more clearly that I may miss in my life. But at the same time, there has to be a level of love and decorum attached to it. If it goes to the point where it just becomes, you know, calling out the person's whatever, and then it's you know, name calling and constant that kind of thing, then it doesn't, to the person starts to feel like, wait a minute, this is bullshit. I'm not taking this fucking crap, because now they've been called out and demeaned. And I don't think those two go together.
That happened today on the panel with his dad when he was talking smack about Paul and the trailer and all that stuff.
Sorry,
so
I'm having a hard.
He gets.
I'm having a hard time hearing Aaron. Can you turn him up a little bit? Sorry, I can't hear him. I'm sorry.
I said that happened. That same exact thing happened today on the panel with Paul's dad, where he came in and demeaned him, and then Paul was pretty much like done with it, and he was like, "I'm not doing this shit," and fuck that.
Okay.
So I'm sure
I don't know,
we can all relate to that.
Yeah, I didn't see that, but I'm just talking in general from what I know about Paul. I mean, I have a strong sense that Paul is more than what he shows here, obviously, right? Here he's being himself, but also playing a character. So I just think that, you know, I definitely wouldn't want to change Paul, and I don't want to say anything to risk changing Paul. But at the same time, I think that, you know, you make the knife, you create the edge on the knife, and then at a certain point you have to hone that edge. Like leather, to hone that edge, right? Yes, steel doesn't work anymore at that point, right? So once that steel is sharp, you can't keep it sharp unless you take a piece of leather, which is soft, and keep that edge sharp. And that's all I would say. But again, I don't want to change you, because I think your way,
Lewis, you act as if folks have not seen a more softer, caring, patient, regardless of circumstances, side of me. So why are we denying this in this moment?
I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is, if that could be possibly, like, for example, like take Scott, for example. Okay, I get it. He can be a real fucking.
No, you don't get it. This is the thing. You don't get it.
Okay.
The heart of these people are infidels. Okay? And I'm like tired of you telling me what I need to be and how I need to discern and perceive, because like I've gotten where I am in life off of what I perceive and discern and stepping out into that. And I'm talking to you about that. So that's not an egoic statement, right? I'm not going to like deter from this discernment when it keeps me protected. It keeps me out of trouble. It keeps me from yoking myself to people who I may love unconditionally, but can't respect and trust fully.
So I'm telling you that there's no place in my life or on this panel for someone that I perceive with an infidel heart. Okay. A liar, a thief, a two-face, a bad faith false claimer. Okay. So regardless of even how I present and what my modality is in that moment, the reason I even have you here is what I've ascertained about you. Okay. I think that you're in confusion at times, as the Talcottian one says. I think you create chaos for yourself and others, and a whole bunch of other things. Welcome to the club. That was me most of my life. The difference is I'm willing to look at it like you and try to see if I can make something out of it, even if it's a knockdown, drag out fight to the end. These fucking slaves want to lie till the end, and I see right through them. Okay. You're not going to bullshit me and yourself and everyone else up here. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But they keep coming back because they know I'm right. They're the same ones who say, I can't believe you just said that. Come back 2 weeks later when the energy dies back down and go, Paulie has some ability to read motherfuckers. So were you lying then or now? Right? You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
You couldn't walk with this force. And this is my point, man. Talcott comes here like many others and says, I walk with something and it's working with me. And I go, no, it's not, because you don't even have a discernment to see another motherfucker's heart as it is, the same way the creative force does. You think you're going to bullshit the universe and your own conscience? It's not going to happen. You think you're going to bullshit someone aligned with the universe who lives in conscience? It's not going to happen. And the more you live that information, the less able you are to pull the wool over people's eyes. You know it and I know it. Once you stepped into this flow, you started seeing through other people who were beneath you, quote unquote, by choice and consciousness. You started seeing their own bullshit, right? And then you forget to look back at your own, right? And we start thinking we got it all. I'm in insight and reflection constantly. I'm checking my ego constantly off here, right? I don't do this. I need a balance in my life to do what I do here because I'll get away with myself. This motherfucker has no discernment like most people. His is extreme. But like they'll get talked out of their own sneakers in front of the world. So you can't tell me that somebody's working with the creative force and doesn't have a discernment to see pretty much everybody's heart almost instantly and read them. That's why I have to perceive that what I'm saying is true, just like the thing works with Talcott, but he can't get out of his own way to be the observer and the reader. I could get into a space rather quickly of just observing myself and others and reading myself and the room and others. That's where I think my power is, whether it be broadcasting, psychology, communication dynamics, and interpersonal, my own life. So if somebody doesn't have an ability to go into a cosmic consciousness state and observe third party, themselves, others, and the room, even in the midst of everything, they're not working with that thing. They're not where they need to be. They're not in an alignment space as much as they could be.
Do you ever go back, Paul, and look at and watch some of your broadcasts? I'm obviously not all, because some of them are 9 hours and nobody could look over 9 hours again. But do you ever go
really
back
don't.
and kind of, huh?
I really don't.
No.
Once in a while when like I'll listen because it's a happenstance. Somebody sends a clip and then I'm forced to kind of hear myself in the interaction. And I usually find myself entertaining, but an egoic narcissist would. So that doesn't make a case for me.
I don't believe you're a narcissist by any means. I don't know.
I go into a mode of like being one of the audience and listening to myself and the broadcast. And I go, that guy's onto something. Talking about myself, right? I go, I don't even know what it is, but he's onto something. And I think that's how I'm perceived by a lot of people.
Yeah.
So if my experience is equal with others' experience, then I'm in the right alignment. I don't have a false sense of self and others. Not for everybody, but some people are going to see it that way. This is a game of some people.
Yeah, and I agree. I feel the same way a lot of times. But there are other times where I feel like you go too far. Say it simply, right?
What is too far? That's the question. What is too far? This is the point.
Too far.
The whole point of what I do is you have to ask yourself, what is too far in every area? How about rights, freedom, principles? You haven't gone far enough.
Okay, I accept that part, but I'm saying.
So you're going to tell me talking I go too far about what, where, when, why? I want it. Give me the damn details.
Let's get me right.
Let me answer, bitch.
All right.
When I say going too far, the way I perceive it, and I can't really give you an example right now because I just can't think of one, but
yeah, nobody ever can. I know. It's
okay,
more of a feeling.
I will when I see it.
More of
I
a
will
feeling.
when I see it. Because there's
You'll like a hoe. You'll know it when you feel it, right?
I will when I see it. But the way I perceive it is this: if you're gonna break somebody down or call them out on their shit, like whatever the girl here is saying, break down, whatever, like doing that kind of thing. I agree with that. I think people need that. But then there has to be a space in there for when the person has been sort of, hit with that information that can sometimes be very, off-putting, to soften the not soften the blow. I don't even know how I want to say it, but just kind of, punch and then relax for a bit. Let it absorb. Let them feel it. Let them, back off. Or maybe the right word is back off a little bit. And
that's the thing. And you're now what I'm perceiving is you're now projecting your experience onto everyone else's. Is it you that thinks?
Yes.
Right,
yes.
but is it you that thinks when I deal with you that I should punch and back off because sometimes I go too far? Or is that everyone else's experience?
No, I can handle it, right? And I
okay.
get the dynamic.
Well, who can't handle it?
I think some people maybe everybody can, but sometimes somebody might not be in the space to handle it at that moment. So if you're going too far every time, not every time, but you know what I mean. If you're going too far, I think it can cause...
Do you find this at all ironic that once again, this is never going to go away till it does, and then I guess we'll be done? But
what wasn't going to go away?
Trisha. She's not going to go away because she's down there reminding you that while you're cupcaking here, telling me I go far with some people who you can't name sometimes with no example. So it's probably about you.
I tried to say Scott, but you wouldn't.
Do you think that you ever go too far when you curse out women and children in your life, scream and yell, tantrum, act like a child? Because I've never done any of that to my knowledge.
Yes, I have gone too far. Yes. I would also say that it's rare, few and far between, and it's generally because I've been pushed towards it often.
There's a reason. Well, I wasn't aware there was a reason. That changes everything.
I get it.
That changes everything.
Triggering. I get it, and I'm looking at that, and I'm working on it, and I'm getting back to a spirit state where I don't have to accept that anymore for myself. And I don't want that for myself because it's not me. It's just not me, right? But if someone's...
Could you just give me one example of where not with you, of course, some people, where I've gone too far, maybe a phrase I've used or like a set of phrases? Because I'll use them together a lot of times because it's always the same theme.
Okay, the only one I can think of right now is probably Scott. I get it. He's maybe an infidel and he's a fucking Hollywood star fucker, or however you say it. And
he's a disgusting creature. He's a disgusting creature. When he gets in the room, no, you don't understand. You don't understand. When you come in the room, it's like a farm animal comes in the room, right? It's a little chaotic, but it's mostly loving, and you maybe kind of want to pet it to know that it's loved, right? Because it's confused. When he comes in the room, it's like there's a reptile alien in the room with some kind of sucking energy.
But he's not.
Some kind of, I'm just like, get him out. That's what my inside does, right?
He's not.
No. I'm pretty sure he's a demon, is what I'm telling you.
Come on. See, that's where you go too far.
Yeah. No. Okay.
Right there.
Okay. He's not a demon. He's demon possessed. And it's like so far in that I can't even look at him without wanting to do exorcism.
Well, then do the exorcism, but you have to understand that he's also a human. He's also someone's child. He's also someone's brother, someone's sister.
God help that woman. You're right, Lou. You're right. God help that woman who calls himself Scott's mother. Sir, he kicked in his mother's door a couple weeks ago and lied about what that was about. He tried to act like it was all some heroic act, right?
I don't know what that was about. It's not even my concern at this point. It's
Lewis,
just
you
to
don't have
understand
the.
point.
I'm telling you, you're like Sam. Like we're like Lord of the Rings. I'm Frodo, and you're like Sam. You're just confused about like my vision and discernment. You don't have the vision and discernment to see these demons that are in these people, right? Like you went to go wanting to fuck the lagoon creature. You can't tell when she comes in. Yes, you did. Yes,
No,
you
I
fucking
was
did.
fucking
And
with her the whole
I
time.
saw it, and she called you out on it. Don't you lie with that cross on you doing sorcery and mockery rituals.
I was
Don't you
fucking
do
with
it.
her the whole time.
You were not. You're doing a
She
bit,
didn't know
non-bit,
it was.
because you're gonna sit here and tell me you wouldn't have fucked the lagoon creature. She said, "Yeah, Lou, take me for a ride." Don't you insult yourself and everyone here.
She's
What
too
you're
young
doing,
for me.
hellfire.
No, she's too young for me. She really is.
You're lying,
To
Lou.
me, I see her as a kid.
You're lying. You don't see the demons in that woman. When she comes in here, I'm repulsed.
I did it just to show her herself because she didn't know who the fuck I was, right?
They never understand. They never understand that I know when they're bullshitting right from the. It's just like it's all over them. Just the words they choose, the energy.
Right now, Paul.
It's just so easy to tell you're full of shit. You don't understand, Lou. I'm really good at this, so just stop. Just go silent. It's the best option. You know, you're not convincing me or anyone else who can see and feel and hear what the fuck I can. So it's in you, it's not on you. You weren't doing a bit. If it's a bit non-bit because you want to use her like a biological fleshlight and you don't care that she's a Jezebel harlot succubus creature. You don't care, and you'll give your soul energy right over to her. Yes, you will.
You're wrong, bro.
Yes, you will. You'll do like so many before you
agree
have.
with him. I just agree. I can't even not, and especially because you reacted the way you did. You're like, no, I would never.
No, she's too young for me. Like I really am not attracted by that young of a girl anymore.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Lou
and I've
Epstein.
had girls that, believe me, I've had girls that were interested in me that I've turned away. It's not that I'm anything special, but it's just if I'm going to be with a woman, which at this point I'm not sure if I really want, but if I decide that I want to have someone in my life to share my life with, or to create with, or to be
Lou,
with,
you're bullshitting yourself and everyone else, and it's pathetic. I'm gonna stop it. I'm putting a stop to it. You're embarrassing.
How can you even say that?
You're throwing you're throwing shit out. You're throwing shit out, seeing what sticks, and seeing if you're gonna get any play or attention from that young woman, whether you're gonna actually do nothing or not. You're seeing what's gonna come back, testing the waters and taking temperature, and you're putting yourself out there. Cut it out. I'm not buying it for 3 seconds.
I could tell you right now.
Another hilarious bit by Lou Bass.
She had no clue who I was.
You know, Lou Bass Carey. He's a great impressionist.
I was under a different moniker. She had no clue who I was, and she was responding.
Yeah, Lou Bass Kinnison was just doing a bit about, hey, Lauren, let's fuck. Hilarious, Lou. You're like a pioneer in comedy.
I was actually just trying to show her how,
I know. You're trying to show her that the part of her she's trying to activate in every man was activated in you. Great job.
It was activated in her because of what I was saying.
Right. Yeah. You're like female activator, like the black people's hair cream.
Because
like female activator. She was so turned on when you came on to her, and
I can go into it, but whatever. I could tell.
Are you done? Are we done here?
Activate her. And what would activate her is not anybody that's telling her how beautiful she is and how this and that she is. That's not what would activate that woman.
Hey, Lou,
right? And I can tell what it was, and I demonstrated.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
Right into it.
Hey, dumbass. You're sitting here arguing with me when I've already been the source of activation. You're going to tell me how it's done, as if you're getting the same.
I'm not telling you how it's done.
The activation comes when you don't validate all the things that get validated.
Right.
That's when the activation comes. Right. You didn't do that. You said, hey, let's fuck.
Yes, I
You're an
did.
idiot. You're an idiot.
Fuck, I'm gonna go find it if she didn't cut it out, and I'm gonna show you the whole fucking interaction.
She said you're a pervert and threw you out.
No,
and embarrassed you.
not true.
That's what
That's
happened.
not what happened. That's not true.
There's multiple interactions, and that was one of them.
I swear on everything I love, that's not true. That's not what happened.
Okay. Because I'd believe anything you say with recall as if you haven't over and over again give complete mischaracterizations of all your affairs.
Whatever. Believe what you want.
All right. We were all there. We saw it and heard it. She called you.
None of you fuckers were there.
Right.
No.
We were. This is the thing. Like, you forget we were all there. There's like 150 people who follow everyone around and see all of it.
That's when I was screwing around because you guys were all there. I'm talking
Oh,
about.
so now you are admitting it happened, but that was a different time when you were just screwing around.
That was when everybody was screwing with her. And I just played in.
No, you went over there. She threw you out. She said, "What are you doing in my backstage area acting like a weirdo creep?"
The time that I did it on my own, it was a different moniker. She had no clue who it was, and she fell right into the trap right to the end. Right? And then I don't know, she dumped it, whatever. Anyways, it's not even important, but look, I'm not interested in someone like that.
Don't you have somewhere to be?
Sorry?
Nothing. It was a silly question.
Do I have somewhere to be? You want me to leave?
Yeah, I was saying, is there anything else you have that you could go do or somewhere you have to be?
Well, what is it? It's Friday night, right?
Right.
I could go to the bar.
There you go.
Some broken woman, but that's
Well, that's
not
what you're
what
used
I
to.
want.
No, that's what you're used to. So you just do what you know. You know.
Listen, I've gone to the bar a couple of times in the last few months, only because, yeah, I have lately. It's been on my mind that possibility of eventually having a woman in my life. It's something that I've totally locked out of my life for many years now. I said that's not what I want in my life. I just want to be on my own. I just want to follow my own path and do what I want to do. But I'm at a point now where I'm thinking maybe that's something I might be interested in. So I've, looked around.
Hey Lou, you're corny, man. Hey Lou, you're corny, man.
I'm corny, yes.
Corny,
I don't
man.
want a woman that's that young. To me, it'd be kind of freaky and not what I want. I want someone that's maybe not exactly my age, maybe 7, 8, 10 years younger. That's it.
Hey, can I
Spread,
ask
pound, and come
please?
together. Spread, pound.
Hold on. Is there someone's here? Tom's a trans woman. How are you, sir?
Spread, pound, and come together.
Can I hear from Tom's a trans woman?
Who's Tommy's a trans woman?
A man in glasses. Pretty sure it's JG.
This is Hitler.
We can't see fuck all. All we see is the flag and the spread pound can come together thing.
You fucking corny, bro.
Oh, it's Sean.
No, it's
Fucking
JG,
corny,
and he's
man.
doing some small mustache bit, and I'd rather not be a part of it. I'd rather him just come in and give his usual phrase and tell Lou Bass he's corny. That's what I was looking for.
You're doing a small mustache, man? What for? What's the point of that?
I'm just having fun. You can't have fun more.
Yeah, you don't need the small mustache.
Hey, Lou Bass, you're corny, man.
Fucking hate this place. The drugs don't work. You're all fucking
I don't know.
corny.
JG's a wild card. We don't see him coming. So I'm like, I don't know. If I pull the thing down, is he going to like show his dick? Is he going to do some bit and try to get me stricken? Some small mustache
is he a
bit.
hater?
You never know with him. That's the thing. You want to think not. He like has this thing in him where he's like kind of likes you, kind of enjoys the broadcast. And then this other thing where he's like, let's see if we could burn this place down completely somehow. Very Tommy Loomis Levy.
I'm not showing my
All right, well now your audio is horrible. You're breaking in and out. 'Cause
Tom's trans woman. Oh.
You fucking corny, man.
All right, I'm gonna let you go. It's very creepy. It's just, the guy is creepy too. Like, he just sits there and looks at you.
My Lord.
I don't know. How did I get here?
How did I get here? This is not my beautiful
Is this
house.
real? Any of this real?
This is not my
These people-
beautiful wife. Letting the days go by. Let the world change your mind. Let the days go by. The water
All right.
under the bridge. Sean, stop lying. Did you get my email or not? Serious.
Nah, I didn't.
You're bullshitting, right?
Do you know which one you sent it to?
We're not going to do this now. I don't want to do this now. It's not fucking, we're not at Starbucks here. It's not coffee talk.
Send me a message on my Instagram, dickhead.
Oh my God.
Okay. Bye. I'm leaving. Final
Bye.
word.
Wait.
Thank you.
Before you leave,
what?
Before you leave, will you answer this question honestly?
Okay.
Would you have sex with the lagoon creature?
Probably not. No.
Probably not. Right.
Zero?
No. She's a pretty girl, but she's way too young for me.
It matters not.
I'm not
Just sex.
interested. I'm not interested.
All
listen,
right.
bro.
All
I've
right.
gone.
I just wanted
I've
to
gone years.
I wanted to
I've gone
see a
years
genuine
without a
reaction
woman.
from you. That's all.
I got to tell you, she's not that good looking the way everybody like makes it out to be.
looks like
This
a
is what I
child.
find. This is what I find funny is like people talk shit on Jennifer and they don't even see her behind the scenes. Jennifer looks way better than that woman naked. I'll tell you any day. That woman is like, she's pale and pasty. She's dumpy. She's pretty much everything I am in a woman's form, but not quite as Rubenesque.
Now, Jennifer, on the other hand,
And again, she has a horrible,
would be
grotesque
interested.
personality that just kind of outweighs anything else brought to the table. So, and she has a horse face. Let's be clear. Okay, at certain angles, she looks like the old Mr. Ed. Remember the old Mr. Ed? Wilbur and all that. You remember? You're older, right? So yeah, she's got a horse face. All right, give me
She
some
looks like
final
a
words, and
child.
I'm out of here, please.
No, I'm gonna go. But as far as Laguna goes, to me, she truly looks like a child. Like when I look at her face, she looks like a child. Like
Right. I don't care. I don't care at all. You care because you're fixated and you're obsessed with not fucking her. So
no, I don't want to fuck her.
right. Give me the final
fuck
words.
I want to fuck.
Right.
with
I
her.
really don't care. I don't even want to picture you having sex with anyone. Could we have some final words, please?
Yes, I'd like to fuck Jennifer whenever she's ready.
Okay,
I'm ready.
that's fine. I don't think it's going to happen. You're a grotesque being yourself, and she's never going to find
Jennifer,
herself in that.
You can hear me.
Better chance of that than
We'll see you later, Lou.
It
was fun. We'll see you later, Lou. Great time. Can I get some final words, please? These are actual final words. You folks are going to be killed after this broadcast, so make it good.
Thank God.
Well, I appreciate everybody in the chat just bearing with me at all. My presence. Paul, same with you. Thank you for having me up. Always a pleasure. Your broadcast was, I don't know. I'm here, so obviously there's some reason for that. I wanted to say this about Lou earlier. Like, he was asking, or talking about stopping at some point and, softening the blow or whatever with the knife. And I was like, that's pretty much like telling somebody you're being yourself wrong. I get that he was trying to be constructive, and that's it. Anyway, I think you're doing great. Keep doing what you do, bro. You have a unique style about you, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aaron. I appreciate your feedback, sir. Penile power.
Wizard. It says to wake up, but you're sleeping, Wizard. You should take your own advice, Wizard.
Yeah, Wizards like doesn't even care. It goes from interrupting me, talking over me, fixating on US code to now he doesn't even come here anymore. He just puts up his second channel name to not promote it. right? So
Is he doing
that all kind
syntax
of makes
grammar?
sense to me. You see how I laid that out, and that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, he's doing the syntax grammar with the hyphen.
You know, that's not Wizard. That's Hecklebus.
Oh, right. Right.
Absolutely no input this whole broadcast, but we know Hecklebus is in existence, so I guess there's a channel somewhere, but he didn't promote it, so
I'm
I really
convinced
can't
the
be mad.
RSO. Yeah, the RSO got him, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It happens, man. I've never touched it, so I wouldn't know. But I hear
Yeah, I don't think it's ever happened to me once.
Well, your tolerance is probably fucking nothing to joke about, man. You probably got a serious tolerance level.
Yeah, I have very low tolerance. Like, as in, I have no tolerance for people blaming substance for why they're incompetent.
Right, but you have a high tolerance for bullshit, though. Not just for THC, but for bullshit, I would say. And
What if somebody wanted U.S. code today for some reason? He's always yelling U.S. code every other day. Tonight, nothing. What if there's someone down there right now that wants some U.S. code? Can't get it.
If he is
But
sleeping now,
Hecklebus, though, you know, we know that.
Yeah, I think he's probably slowly starting to wake up now. Is my guess.
Could you give me some final words?
Final words. All right, so this is where I promote open mic night tonight.
All right, I'll see you later. Because I'm tired of that too. You're constantly promoting shit in my chat, promoting shit up here. What the fuck is this? Was this ad space here? I didn't even monetize because I don't want ads. Now I got people coming here who aren't even really, you know, doing busyness, apparently, and they're promoting. It's some kind of fucking soundboard here. It's like it's the post office. Let's just put up, you know what? You know what? Go ahead. Can you? I'm gonna give you the keys. Can you post a whole bunch of shit over my face and then promote all of it? Because I feel like that would be a good effect, right? Like, just I don't even exist anymore because I'm gonna bring up everyone, and I want you all to just put your channels and links and what you're doing and just completely just cover me, right? I was there's a bit in there, but I'm not gonna do it because it's a family broadcast.
Right. Family broadcast until Lauren De Laguna comes on, of course. But
right, there'll be an ad party, right? That's what it'll be. You just everyone come up, post your ads like we're at the post office, wanted sections, you know, lost and found, whatever. Like, hey, in search of slightly used catcher's mitt because I'm starting a softball league, you know, or hey, I'm doing this open mic night over at Showing a Source on Thursday. You know?
wait. Oh, you tripped me out. I thought it was Thursday. It's Friday. What do you mean, not Thursday?
Well, I don't know. Maybe you're promoting something for like next week or something. You got to get out ahead of it.
Yeah, I need to get better at like the making the streams ahead of time, and like even Jack can do that. Then damn, I'm really slacking there.
All right, go ahead and let's if you're gonna do this, let's do it right. Yeah. Coming up tonight, Showing a Source. What do you got going on, Showing a Source? Fill these people in. A little bit of promotional activities.
So you might hear anything from Barry White, Barry Manilow to Cannibal Corpse, Dying Fetus, maybe some Marvin Gaye, you know, Megadeth, you know, whatever might be in store. It's always a surprise at Shaun of Source.
All the favorite hits from yesterday and today. How could we live without that? You got a link for everybody? Channel maybe? We're gonna drop it down below.
Yeah. Here we go. Hold on.
I mean, it's not like the same people pretty much aren't here all day, every day along with you.
Right.
Almost as if they already know where to find you. They just don't care to. That's what one might think. But I think what it is they need a link. So go ahead and put that link down there. Just going to hang out for a bit while you get that link down there. Yeah, don't even pay attention to what I'm saying. You got to get that link down there. Channel. Peanut Power's got a channel. Peanut Power's got a channel. A nice to open mic.
Yeah, what do you call it? I didn't realize I was already back.
Also, the Council of Useless Information and Utter Boredom.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
Tino's got a channel. Go ahead and subscribe. It's the best broadcast ever.
Yeah, I mean, bring your song requests. Again, you guys make it more interesting than me. I'm not that interesting. I'm kind of, a dumbass. I don't need to go down the list of self-deprecating, anyway. Yeah, you guys make it interesting. So it would help if you guys.
Wait a second. Is this the channel?
Channel?
Is that it?
Channel. Yeah.
That's not it. Is that it?
No, I spelled Destiny wrong.
Oh my God. Wow. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work.
No.
Did a whole promotional thing with you, and even that wasn't good enough.
You know what I need to do is just make it at Shaunosaurus. I just need to change the fucking URL. Anyway.
I'm going to let you go.
All right, let me go. Go ahead.
All right. I'll see you later.
I'm going to continue to promote this picture
All right.
here. Best thumbnail ever. Oh, you know what? I noticed that the one thumbnail I landed in, the one.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's been great. Thank you folks for being here. We always have fun. Whatever Peanut Power was saying, I completely agree. All right, you're back there and you're like upset.
Dude, they removed
I
the
can never just
stream.
let you go. I'm always guilty.
They removed the stream on your channel. I checked both channels too. But the one, I'm pretty sure I've only made it in one thumbnail ever. And it was one that had Austin on it, had Austin Murphy on there. I had a few people
I don't
on
know
there.
what you're talking about. What's removed now?
A stream on your channel. Actually, a couple streams I noticed got removed from your channel. That one was called Jack's Revenge, I think. And then another one.
Well, so what am I? What am I? When did this happen? From when?
I just noticed this yesterday.
Bro, my phone's dying. My phone's dying. I just looked.
Are you trolling?
No, seriously, my phone's dying. I gotta go.
Here we go. Yeah, all right. I just want to let you know they're deleting your shit, and no surprises there because
I can't do nothing about that, man. I can't.
No, you can't.
I'm the enemy. Okay, they've all decided I'm the enemy. The truth community, YouTube, Google. I'm the enemy. We got it. For some reason, whatever this nonsense broadcast I do is so powerful and effective that they're playing a whole bunch of games with it.
Yeah. Anyway, so they do the same thing to me. I don't really know how to say.
Hey, no, you're corny, man.
Oh fuck.
Corny, bro.
You're doing the one eye salute.
You corny, man. You corny.
Right.
Yo, man, you corny.
You're soy-y.
All right, I'm gonna let you go. Go ahead, Peanut Power. Can I get some last words so we can get the hell out of here?
All right, final words. If anybody has that thumbnail with me in it, I would really appreciate it. It was a good thumbnail.
No one knows what you're talking about. I guarantee it. But okay, that's the third time you got it out there.
All right.
Anybody have that thumbnail? Immediately get it to him. I'm sure you know what he's talking about. Do that right away.
And in another note, I think I found something I'm going to
Oh my God.
broadcasting experience better. It's a podcast equipment bundle thing that OTW was
Oh my God. Now you're going to spend a whole bunch of money you don't have on podcasting equipment to do a horrible broadcast?
It actually, the amount of contributions I've gotten is about.
This has to stop. It has to stop.
It's only $40. It's not too bad.
It
I never
stops
buy
today.
anything either. I really
It
never
stops
buy
today.
shit.
It stops today. Some person, this is what I mean, man. I've created all these monsters. Do you know what kind of hit I've taken in numbers from people dragging people away from bullshit to bullshit broadcasts and people sending you $40 because they're upset and feel bad for you. And that goes on with Talcott, with you. You know how many of these people, these monsters I've helped to create by giving them access to this place and constantly promoting and giving attention to it. So that person was like,
you've created many monsters, but nobody wants
you're
to
going to
see
go
Talcott
squander
anymore. They
that
want
now, that
Sean.
$40 you got on, broadcasting equipment instead of finding a motel to sleep in for the night. Get out of that damn mother's house of yours. You know how sick she probably is of you being there constantly, cooking up all her food, stinking up the place with whatever weird shit you're smoking. Come on, man, you're corny.
Fucking corny, man. Fucking soy
Yeah,
lord.
like, let's go. Get it together. Everybody's come on here with nothing else going on in their life and go, I'm a broadcaster now. And someone gives them a donation and goes, could you just go away? We really feel bad for you. And then they go, oh, we're buying better equipment because we're like on a roll here.
I'm also planning to do an Unslavia clip night, but then I was thinking, well, maybe I should just
That's what you should do. See, now you're on the ball. Instead of acting like you're a good broadcaster and insulting everyone's intelligence, you edit my amazing broadcasts and put out clips so then I can put that on my channel and generate more interest. Now you're contributing and you're giving a service. Condensed clips of the White Gorilla instead of them having to sift through hours of your nonsense. Here, right?
Right. I mean, I got 6 months of clips probably plus. Actually, more like 9.
Well, what the hell are you doing then?
I think I got some clips back when you were doing the fucking.
Every single one of these guys. Oh, Paulie's like the best. We love him. Never seen nothing like this before. So we're going to go start a broadcast and try to take his audience, detract from that, duplicate it, just fuck everyone all up and confuse everyone instead of like playing a part in a position that might work for everyone. That's why the White Gorilla created a channel, White Gorilla Gems. I mean, not the White Gorilla. He created the channel White Gorilla Gems, and he keeps saying he's going to take clips and put them up on the channel. Well, then I could put that up on my channel. And then, he may get views and followers and whatever the fuck else he's hoping for. I don't know. Maybe he's just going to be part of creating another interesting experience like Cotflix, wherever it's bound to wind up. So,
You did find out who Cotflix was, right? He did reveal who he was.
yes, I did.
Okay. All right, just making sure. I was surprised, but also not because it's a very creative, artistic, talented individual.
Ask not what Unslavia could do for you. Ask what you could do for Unslavia.
Right.
You got all these people wasting all their time, energy, attention on their horrible purpose and meaning and vision in their life and not dedicating it to this broadcast. And what got us all here? No loyalty at all from these people. These people are disgusting.
Yeah, they really are. Roadkill. I mean, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think I maybe won't do the broadcast now that I think about it.
Oh, well, don't do that. I mean, that's kind of like if you're going to promote it here and then say you're going to do it. And there's probably at least one or two of your family members that are going to show up and expect you to be there. So still do it. But
right.
I guess, it would be only right if you just turn all of your financial contributions you get from it over to me. I think would be fair.
I guess that is fair, actually. Yeah, that is fair.
All right, I'll send the info.
All right. Okay.
All right. Actually,
Yeah, I don't know
it's
what
down there. I don't actually want to talk with you privately, so just use whatever's down there.
Venmo?
Yeah, that works.
Sounds like a plan.
All right. So I'll be expecting absolutely nothing because obviously we all know there's nothing. You can't get, nothing from nothing leaves nothing. So
Nothing from nothing means nothing.
right, and that's what you should stick to, right? Being a cafe singer, karaoke singer. You got a great career with that. Broadcaster, comedian like Brian O'Shea, sex symbol like the White Gorilla, highly unlikely. But, amazing voice. And if you just sing all the time and never show how boring and uninteresting you are as a person, women will want to fuck you till they find out. So there's an opportunity.
I think I let myself be boring on purpose sometimes. because I'm so shot out that I don't want to express it. Maybe don't know how to also.
Wait a second. You're purposely being this boring? Okay, hold on. We might be able to actually do something with this. You're saying you have a process and a system that allows you to be purposely this boring. So there's like an alternate space where just default space is not this boring.
Like anyone can see by how I kind of go through just backgrounds, just how kind of schizophrenic almost, not schizophrenic, but completely manic and lacking any, solid
Yeah, okay, I'm going to put out the edict right now. I've said it before. They think it's ego. I'm trying to help these people. Stop giving contributions to all these other broadcasts. They're horrible. The main character cannot carry a broadcast or really a conversation. There's no reason for any of this. You're setting these people up for failure. Like Brian O'Shea. He was holed up in a library with greasy hair. He hadn't showered for days, drinking urine, and then saying he's a broadcaster now because some old lady sent him $70. Can't do this. Can't enable these people.
Someone sent Brian $70.
Yeah, and then he completely just kept going off on me because he's like, hey, someone said they'll pay me to just hate on you all day. I go, you can't make a living off hating on me. Doesn't help you with women and children, doesn't help you as a career. It's not functional. It's not a long game perspective. So you got to develop something outside of some nonsense someone might pay you for to look like a freak show.
Yeah, that actually kind of gives me an idea. I think I don't want to
Hashtag don't donate, right? Stop giving people who are of low comprehension and little talent and ability the false confidence in their non-ability. It's one thing to say, hey, you're doing better than yesterday, which doesn't take much because you're horrible, and keep going because we want to see you get better, but we're not paying you till you actually, do what you need to do. So that's the new Jennifer. That's the new campaign. Hashtag don't donate to anyone on this.
All right, I got it. Yeah,
they're all wasting their time, energy, attention. They're failing in their duties and personal responsibilities, and this should not be encouraged. All right, and Jennifer now is on a new mission. All right,
yeah. If you guys could
checking everybody.
Just if you do come to my stream, just unsubscribe, hit the dislike, and
yeah. I mean, listen, nobody subscribed to begin with, so that's not even necessary.
Right.
But definitely don't donate, right? If you're over there, you feel bad for these people, just give them a kind word and, keep it moving. Stop enabling failure and lack of accountability.
Yeah, dislike and
Not good.
unsubscribe, please and thank you. I'd appreciate it. It would honestly mean it would give me the proper direction.
All right, yeah. So right now, please, whoever's listening, unsubscribe immediately to Penile Power's channel because you got him all thinking that there's content over there. He's confused. And he wants a real validation and verification that maybe he needs to do something else with his time, a little bit more productive. Yeah, just go ahead and do that now and stop donating. This is for his own good. I mean, I like the kid. I want him to do well in life, but I don't think it's going to be broadcasting right now. He's got to apply his time, energy, attention to something else more productive for himself and others. And I need a new laptop from him. If he's going to be here, I need a laptop that doesn't sound like a dustbuster. We're going to get you the help you need, Penile Power. That's what we're here for.
Holy shit. This is me. This is me right here.
How many subscribers have you lost already?
Let's see here.
I want you to keep count.
Holy shit, I just gained 7. What the fuck?
No, you didn't.
That's crazy. See the
Fuck
reverse
you.
psychology, dude. The reverse fucking
Fuck you.
psychology.
No, you're horrible. Seriously, this isn't one of those bit non-bits where I'm promoting someone. I actually don't want him to continue to ruin his life broadcasting. Seriously, unsubscribe. Don't do the thing that... This is why we can never get anything done. Fucking metaverse is so sick. It's really bizarre. This is why, a lot of loser failures find a home here because they realize, something like this happens. He gains subscribers and he goes, what? I can be a loser failure, do it on the internet, and get $40 every 2 weeks? It's bad for him. This is how you get hooked on fentanyl.
Wobbly thinks I'm
I'm eating if you want to like ramble on incessantly and inanely as you're known for.
Ramble on. Enough. Sing my song. What is that, Zeppelin? I think that's Zeppelin. You know, I don't think I've done any Zeppelin yet. I gotta do some Zeppelin. In between the, Aretha Franklin and, Anal Cunt. And, yeah. So, I guess, last thing before I go is if anybody knows how to get more subs, buy more subs, I could really use some help on that. Anybody at all, not referring to anybody in particular, anybody at all, if anybody knows, please help me out. Would appreciate it. Other than that, yeah.
You want to do an Archaics impression just to kind of like wet everybody's whistle on what they're missing out on at Penile Power?
Well, it's not Penile Power. That's when I put the backdrop on, it's because
Oh, right. Source of Shame. Isn't that your other channel?
Yeah, I would appreciate it if you don't fuck with my little bro like that. He's doing good things out here. He's trying, and even though he's procrastinating right now and really pushing it off, and he really should be figuring out what he's gonna do on his stream tonight. Oh, this lovely woman just joined the stream. Who is this?
Hey, Sean, let Paul go. He's trying to leave.
Right.
Oh, yeah. He doesn't care. It's all about him. Selfish and self-absorbed, like many
Go
before and
over
after.
to-
Doesn't matter how long I do. You know, it's Daddy Love Me 24/7, 365.
It just doesn't end.
All right, Pop. I do appreciate it.
Talcott's here. He's begging for my attention and love.
All right. I just wanted to tell Sean that I had to be his mama.
Yeah, these people aren't going to be happy until I drop dead on the broadcast. It's really what they want. You know,
Sean,
they all say, "Oh, we respect you, we love you, you like help us." No, they want me one day to die on this broadcast, and then they'll laugh at it. They won't do it in front of everyone, but they will laugh at me. Say, "See, he's talking all that shit. Now he's dead. Could never stand up." That's how they'll write it. He couldn't stand up, and now he's dead. And we're better than him. So I see what's going on here. This is a war of attrition.
It is a long game, so you have to know that there are some people that know that, and they're gonna weaken you.
And how could I ever win this war with you when you have nowhere to be, nothing to do, no purpose and meaning in your life, and are desperate to be on this panel? How could I ever outcompete you in that?
Right.
And Sean, the thing is, you hung out here all day and didn't say a word, and then Paul's trying to go.
Oh, that's a common theme he does. And it's like bizarre because I go, well, you know, Penile Power, you can pipe up whenever. If I be a dick to you, don't take it personal. Just keep it moving because I'm probably going to do that. And then he just sits there silently the whole time, waits till I go to leave every night, and then keeps me an extra 30 minutes. Almost as if to say, I'm the special child and I get 30 minutes a night. Just me and you. Pop. And then I have to like entertain him because then I feel guilty if I just say, get the fuck out of here.
He's so sweet.
Right. And they don't see the love and care and the constant, you know, misplaced guilt.
You should feel very compassionate. Well, no, that wouldn't be the right word. Thank you for your.
Yeah, you might want to purchase a thesaurus. It'll serve you well.
You should feel grateful that your heart's so large, and that you're so in touch with it, sir. No homo, full bromo. I do mean that though.
All right, Peanut Power, get the hell out of here, please.
All right, I'm out. Love you, Jackie. Love you.
All right, we'll see you later.
Love you, Keith. Wake up, sir. Love you guys. Peace.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Wizard Creature. Heckle Bus. Second channel where we're not promoting it. Yeah, nothing. All right. All right, I'm out of here, folks. Another one of the books. Everyone's favorite Black Daddy was here today. Tutoring Jack Talcott and giving him words of love, man. So I see great things in their future. They're going to the top. It's going to be magical, glorious. Till tomorrow, folks, pizza. Somebody's in the back with the name Pizza. Hold on a second. Is it possible that... Are you bringing me pizza, sir? Oh, this is some kind of elaborate ruse to get my attention because you know I like pizza. How dare you? Yeah, you're out of here. See how easily they tricked me? He named himself Pizza, knowing I'd be intrigued, and he didn't even have any pizza. What a horrible, horrible man. All right, I'll be back tomorrow as always. Yeah, I don't know. Go do something. Bye.